In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a fabulous weekend plus one day. I apologize. I had an appointment on yesterday. And, hey, Rascal is looking good. Rascal had an early appointment to be all zhuzhed up and scrubbed down and saucy. And they look beautiful this morning. Let's give the doggies an applause. Because the doggies look fabulous. Okay, I was thinking about going live in the afternoon. But I got busy and I wanted to make sure I edit the new stuff that is going on. In this government, every other second, there is something new going on. So I wanted to make sure I collected all of the evidence. Now, we know that Patel has been outed as a obsessive drunk, and we know that Patel is now suing the Atlantic. The same Atlantic that was on the signal phone call with Hegseth, the vice president, the national security advisor, when they were doing strikes in Yemen that could have potentially put the pilots in danger because they were talking on an unsecured app that anyone could have hacked their way into. Now, it's really interesting that Patel, he's suing for $250 million. He doesn't know that this administration only sues in amounts of billions. $250 million. I was just like, oh, he's suing for the equivalent of $250 according to this administration. Now, speaking of suing for billions of dollars, the lawsuit that President Trump had against Rupert Murdoch, their paper. Remember when that birthday card came out with his signature and he lied and told you that it wasn't his, and to prove that he was telling the truth, he was going to sue Rupert Murdoch for $10 billion. That shit got thrown straight out of court. So he has not brought that up anymore. Rupert Murdoch, during the middle of this lawsuit, had shown up at different Mar-a-Lago fundraisers and if I'm not mistaken, at the White House, some of his Mar-a-Lago bullshit that he had at the White House, Rupert Murdoch didn't seem to be worried about it. Why would he worry about it? Because they know it was true. And they know 45, 47 was just blustering for attention. Welcome everyone that came in. I appreciate your support. Please hit the like button. I join, get a membership. I appreciate all of you people who have subscribed to my channel. You make it what it is. Please do not be disrespectful to any race or any religion, and we can have a very good time in this chat. You're free to disagree, but be specific about what you're disagreeing about. Let's stay on topic. Let's talk about these subjects that are being presented. Let's not use all the what about this, what about that. If you want to talk about other things, the thing that you're talking to me with, that's called a channel that you can open and discuss whatever, all of these whatabouts things. If you want to talk about those other things, open up your channel and discuss them. We're all free to discuss other things. If you want to compare and contrast, that's something different. But if you want to go off topic with the whataboutism, do that on your channel. Everyone has one that is communicating on YouTube. Okay? All right. So let's see the things that we are going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the great opening and the great closing of the Strait of Hormuz. And we're going to talk about your president said that J.D. Vance was going to show up yesterday for the talks that were scheduled. But seems like over the weekend, of course, your president did try to do some slick shit, and the Strait of Hormuz were closed again. In addition to them being closed again, Iran said that, no, we're not negotiating anymore. You're not sending these three stooges up here on a premise of negotiating when you and Israel are following no negotiation agreements. So, it doesn't appear that there's going to be any negotiation. It appears now some reporter asked 4547 if J.D. Vance was on his way, and he couldn't say if J.D. Vance was on his way. To this moment, I don't even know if J.D. Vance was on his way. You know what? I really don't care if J.D. Vance is on his way. But because what I do know that J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner are not the people who need to be negotiating this if anybody is to take these negotiations serious. What I do know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have gone to all of these countries and made personal deals for their personal wealth. This is what I do know. What I also know is that Qatar is now telling the United States that they must prop up Qatar's dollar because Qatar needs to buy oil, and we wouldn't have been hit in our country if we didn't have military bases on our ground. So therefore, you need to pay us. Qatar is looking for reparations. We gave you a $400 million plane. We allowed you to put military bases on our soil. And now look what happened to us. So now you got to pay for us making bad decisions. Why do we make bad decisions? Because you lied to us and told us that you could protect us. And now look at the situation we're in. So your American citizens, their tax dollar is going to have to come and prop up a oil-rich nation. Because of the deals that you have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and 4547 out here supporting. Oil rich, or do this, or we will start considering buying oil with the UN. Now, I have told you guys about the BRICS nations. for decades. It appears. I have told you about the BRICS nations that uh, these people use their own currency in trade to get from under the ability for the American to seize their money. You know, kind of like Iran money has been seized because of the sanctions that have been put on Iran. You know, the same sanctions that were taken off of Iran, so Iran could could sell oil during this war. But you notice, one of the things that have been in negotiation is $20 billion. $20 billion that was locked up because of the sanctions. You know, kind of locked up like the sanctions that were released during the Obama administration when they made a deal about the uranium being enriched only to supply Iran with power to run the country and not to build weapons. You know how he released $1.2 billion back to Iran, which was being held in sanctions that 4547, which is you believe is some payment that Obama made. Like it was a US dollars. No, it was sanctioned dollars that belonged to Iran that was given back. And your president 4547 with his deceptive lying ass would like you to believe that Obama paid Iran off. No, he released Iran's money. You know, the same thing that your president right now is talking about doing, releasing Iran's money. But curiously, you know, a funny thing about this is what your president is talking about is releasing $20 billion of their own money back to them. And he made a whole big stink about the $1.2 billion of their own money that Obama released back to them. So now are we going to frame this as, oh, Trump gave them he said Obama filled a 757 with cash money. So to pay this $20 billion, what is Trump is he filling two 747 400 with cash? No, he would need more than two to fill with $20 billion. He would need about 17 747 400 and fill them up with cash to pay them back. See, because all this is optics for a lie. This is this country's own money. So seems like the ceasefire did not work. We know that Iran is striking on striking. No, what did Iran strike? We know the United States struck a shipping a ship full of shipping containers and loaded this ship. Now, this is what we know that they're doing right now. Iran said it is not going to negotiate with these buffoons that are being sent to negotiate with. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Hey, Detach. Hey, Charisse. Hard Rocker. Playing loads of money didn't make no friends. It wasn't supposed to make any friends. That was not the. Do you think that they sent loads of money to make friends? No, they were releasing their money that they were holding due to their sanctions. They weren't looking to make friends. They were looking to make a non-proliferation deal. That's what the plain load of money was for, to make sure that they would not create a nuclear weapon. Scammer lightly. Do you think recent legislation supporting the use of psychedelic substances for mental health is meaningful or just? I think it's a smoke screen. I really think that this is a a smoke screen. The reason why I think that this is a smoke screen is because, first of all, I'm not a doctor. This is just my opinion. I think it's a smoke screen because Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was standing behind it. We know that he was a hard heroin user. The second reason I think it's a smoke screen is because your president said that he got the idea from a talk with Joe Rogan. So I think that it is unfortunate that we had no credible doctor up there talking about this. um, I'll say this: not having ever used psychedelic drugs, I have heard that in some type of controlled way that people have some success, but I really can't tell you how long lasting this success is on psychedelics, and I don't know if it is the psychedelics that actual doctors are touting, or is this something that the uh, elite class use to get high and feel that they are so much more evolved than the regular man. So therefore, they need to run governments, and they should not have democracy because the tech people know best, and the technology needs to be infused in your bodies and all of this type of shit. I do know that this administration is surrounded by these people who admit they use ketamine, or it's obvious that they are using something. So I don't want to have psychedelics um, normalized in this country based upon what I see in these people who are allowed to run this country. You understand what I'm saying? These billionaires who are working in our government have never been drug tested, and look at the ruin that they did to the jobs of regular American people, thinking that they are elite. And speaking of that, Elon Musk is in two lawsuits. Speaking of Elon Musk, uh, uh, the NAACP is suing Elon Musk and XAI for his centers in Memphis, and he has a power plant in Mississippi to fuel his data center. Now, oh, months and months ago, I gave you the story about how Elon Musk were using these large turbines to generate power to his XAI building that he built quickly in Memphis, Tennessee. Built this knowing that he would need a lot of power, and instead of building any type of power bank, power base, power center, what he did was bought in these turbine engines that are used for disasters when there's large disasters in cities to power cities. That's what he bought in, and he never got a permit for these turbine generators that he was using to power his huge, expansive AI center. Now, he didn't get one or two. No, 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 no. He got 33 of them and never got a permit, never asked permission, just put them on the land and start emitting all of this poison out into the community because he was doing something important. He was in the race for AI. So fuck all the black people in their houses who have to breathe this air from these unregulated, unknown turbines that were polluting the air in this black community. They're black. So the NAACP and the NAACP is suing them on behalf of this town in Memphis. Now let's see the power plant that he built in Mississippi. I'm going to read this story to you. And Elon Musk is also being sued for what is it? What is it? We'll do Elon Musk first. He is also being sued for disproportionately firing black workers. Now, we know all of this is true. We know all of this is true. Okay. Now, I'm glad you got me into my content that I wanted to share. Hey, the Bushes, how are you? It is good to see you. Oh, you're too hateful and uneducated? Okay, bye. I'm glad you're leaving. You're too hateful and uneducated. But what did I say that was wrong? You can say bye, but you can't say anything that I said was wrong or untrue. Uh, it's funny. It's funny how some people think that it is effective to say someone is uneducated when they cannot say anything. I said that was untrue. Let's get to our facts. This is a fact channel, not a propaganda channel. Let me share these articles with you about Elon Musk. Okay, here is the first one, real quick. This came out 6 days ago. Okay. NAACP sues Elon Musk XAI over Memphis data center air pollution. Okay. NAACP sued Elon Musk XAI alleging Clean Air Act violations from the company's use of natural gas burning turbines to power its data center. XAI is building out its data infrastructure primarily around Memphis as it races to compete in the booming AI market against OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. Is that all the things that I just said? I just summarize that stuff and what I just said. I said they were in a race for AI. I said that they were using turbine. Did I say all of that? Okay. So this is why you need to back up what you're saying with facts. Because the ignorant people can then show their own ignorance as they calling you uneducated, as they call you ignorant. You know what they say about the hit dog? They holler. They show their true colors because you're educated in something that they had no idea about. So this is why I have started my channel, because my goal is to give you information on things that you may not know. And if you do not know some of these things, those are my goals. Those are the goals of every show I do. So if you want to hit me on my goals, you don't need to hit me on my goals to buy me coffee, to buy me anything. You need to hit me on my goals if you have learned something here today that can help you. Also, notice that I have some products. Please review the products. These are not products that I think that is going to make your skin look good, to do some superficial bullshit shit. These are some products that I believe we as Americans all need to make sure that we have in our homes to sustain us through this, what they call this new world order that they are putting in place for us. If you are unaware, why my thumbnail is saying that uh, these oil-rich Arab countries are considering using the Chinese yuan to buy oil. Now we all know that OPEC is on the dollar standard, but because your president decided to go in here on a war for no reason, nothing he can explain, when nothing was being done to the United States by Israel, on the behest of his master Benjamin Netanyahu. He is making this new world order thing really a thing. He is making it really a thing. Your president is actually ruining the U.S. dollar. Your president is actually, while he's trying to make monuments and arches and all of this shit, your president is in the midst of ruining the American empire. Because how has anything in your life changed for the good under this president? Where have any wages risen under the power of this president? Where the only thing that has risen under the power of this president is your cost of living, your cost of energy. These are the only things that have risen. Whether it be your electricity bill, water bill, gas bill, or whether it be the gas that you put in your car. These are the permanents, the definites that have risen. And let's not talk about food. These are the things that have risen in your life. Your wages are stagnant and have been stagnant for the last 30 years. But your president is out here saying wages are rising. There's no rising wages. There's job loss. And the people who still have jobs, their wages are not rising. So if you don't see what's coming, when they start trading oil and they are able to use the Chinese yuan, who do you think is going to be winning? Your president is destroying this country. And it just amazes me that he has a between 33 and 37% approval. Who are these 37% people? See, that should further disturb you. That should further let you know that we have untreated mental illness of running free all across this country. If anyone can approve this. See, I understand why his lackeys in his around him in his administration are blowing up bullshit up your ass and pretending like all of these things are happening because they're getting paid. They're getting paid your tax dollars, and they want to keep these cushy jobs and keep coming in front of TV because they have no shame. They lie with no shame. It's all about money. They will do anything for connections to make more money. I understand why they are lying. But for the life of me, I have to put the fact that people at this time, this stage in the game, are still with all of this dumb shit, with no rationale behind it, with no factual opinions about how their lives have improved under this administration, walk into chats that are telling the truth and say stupid shit. When you say stupid shit in this chat, the only thing you are doing is raising your hands and say, hey, I'm a dumb bitch. Hey, I'm a dumb motherfucker. Hey, I think I can say something derogatory to you because you're a black woman and I'm supposed to make you feel some type of way since you're here telling the truth. No one cares about you. That's all you do is raise your hand and show your ignorance. Let's continue. Okay. But hey, keep raising your hands and showing your ignorance with no argument to support anything contrary to the facts that I have decided to present to you today. We can agree to disagree, but you're going to actually have to have a factual disagreement to go up against me. NAACP sued Elon Musk and XAI. Okay, I read all of that part. Let's continue. If you are unaware, this link will be in my description box. Please hit the like button. The company's Colossus 1 and 2 data centers in Memphis and a power plant in South Haven, Mississippi, have faced protests for more than a year. I brought you this story a year ago when they actually discovered the 33, what was it? Gas burning turbines. I brought you this story over a year ago. Are they talking about this lawsuit in your for-profit media? Are they even talking about that this has been allowed to go on in Memphis, Tennessee for over a year? No, they're not. Okay, the NAACP filed a lawsuit against Elon Musk's XAI Tuesday, accusing the artificial intelligence company of violating the Clean Air Act, which its use of natural gas burning turbines to power data centers in and around Memphis, Tennessee. The suit filed in the U.S. District Court of Northern District of Mississippi alleged that between August and December of 2025, XAI and its subsidiary MZX Tech LLC installed and operated 27 gas turbines in South Haven, Mississippi, without an air permit or regarding the health of and safety of people living nearby. Now, you mean they have put 33 in Memphis and an additional 27 in Mississippi? I didn't even know anything about the Mississippi power facility that they are powering with 27 gas turbines. Didn't even know about this. Understand these turbines are what they use for whole cities in the case of disasters. They have all 27 all piled up in one location, in one area, polluting the people who live around these areas without permission, without announcing this, without any type of permits, because they know that it is unpermitted. But hey, under this new EPA secretary, we know that they may actually give them a pass. The Let me see what else it says. The turbines emit small forming, hold on, small forming pollutants and particulate matter that can lead to increased health risks and unpleasant odor, among other things. The NAACP is seeking declaratory and injunctive relief for the companies to cease operating the Colossus gas plant unless and until they obtain the required permits to apply the necessary pollution controls and to pay appropriate civil penalties for each day of the violation. Our right to clean air is not up for negotiation, especially when companies prove expediency, not people, is their priority. The NAADC Director of Environmental and Climate Justice said in an email statement. XAI did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Now owned by SpaceX after its merger this year, XAI has been using the natural gas burning turbines for months as its facility in South Haven, Mississippi, claiming that no federal permit was required because they were only for temporary use. Oh, so they said, oh, these are only temporary. So we don't need a permit. None is required. Nothing is required, sir. So we're just going to temporarily use this thing that is polluting the air around people who are living here. No permit is required to pollute our planet. Do you any of you believe this? This is what XAI, a billionaire, is saying about polluting the air to power his race for AI that is going to do what? Take all of your jobs, take all of your information, survey you, everything you do. And he's going to start by taking your air, your clean air. These billionaires, this is what they think of you. They go right into your community and boldly put all these turbines in your community. These people who are on hallucinogens. These people are who are on psychedelics. But the Republican Party give them all the leeway that they need as they call you, say that you should be in drug for having a bag of weed. Understand that and make that make sense. I don't use any weed, anything. But look what they want to do to you. These people on these psychedelics. Okay. I'm going to put this link in my description box. You can further read this story. It will be in my description box. Since it's the first link that I read, this will be link number 1. I'm just numbering my links today, and go over there and finish reading the story. Google the story. It is available to you. I have shared this story a plethora of times over here. Let's see what else Elon Musk is being sued for, shall we? Since we are talking about these people who are on psychedelics and the things that they are doing in our country, I should share this suit with you as well. Here we go. Let's get to it this one. I have to increase the size because this is quite small printed. Okay. Elon Musk's XAI sues over Colorado's AI anti-discrimination law. So Elon Musk is suing Colorado over their anti-discrimination law. We should be able to discriminate, is what Elon Musk is saying. And your law is preventing that, Colorado. Did you guys know about this? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew about this lawsuit that Elon Musk has suing Colorado about their anti-demonstration law, claiming it's a threat to Grok's free speech. Did you hear what I said? Elon Musk sues Elon Musk XAI sues over Colorado's AI anti-discrimination law, claiming it's a threat to Grok's free speech. Did you hear what I just said? Do you hear what the nerves this man has to put in a lawsuit that if you allow anti-discrimination, Grok cannot have free speech? Is Grok a human being? Does the Grok has the right to free speech? He's talking about his invention, which is not a human, which is a product having not being allowed to have free speech. He's talking about a product that they want to put out to the masses that will discriminate against humans, and talking about the free speech of their product. Okay, so let's delve into this a little deeper, because what Grok is actually trying to do, Grok is trying to prevent black people from getting jobs, from getting loans, for Jim Crow. This is Jim Crow Grok. Elon Musk has created a Jim Crow Grok, and we know that they want AI to be over every industry that there is. So Elon Musk is mad that they are blocking this Jim Crow Grok. Did you know about that? Okay, let's go. Okay, the lawsuit was filed at a time when the Trump administration looks to preempt state regulation of AI models through executive fiat. Now, that means that right now, 4547 has prevented every uh, every state against having any type of limits, putting any type of limits on AI. Your president said you will not get FEMA money if you try to regulate AI. He's trying to make it illegal for states to have the ability. You know, all those states' rights. What about states' rights? We got to have the Constitution give us our states' rights. But no one's screaming about these states' rights that every state should have when it comes to creating a Jim Crow AI of the greatness of AI, the race to AI. This is the same man who is polluting black cities in Mississippi and Tennessee. If you didn't know, let's get into this. Elon Musk, XAI company, sued Colorado on Thursday in an attempt to prevent that state's artificial intelligence anti-discrimination law from going into effect. Senate Bill 205, passed in 2024, is one of the nation's first attempts to regulate high-risk AI systems and protect consumers from algorithmic discrimination or disparate treatment or impacts on protected classes under Colorado's law. Hold on, hold on. I'm having a hard time. In the complaint, which was filed in federal court in Denver, Musk lawyers contended that the law is unconstitutionally vague. Unconstitutionally vague. That's what his lawyers say. The law is unconstitutionally vague and invites arbitrary enforcement because it fails to define some key terms. They also contend that the Colorado law would cause Musk's AI chatbot Grok to abandon its disinterested pursuit of truth and instead promote the state ideological views on various matters, racial justice in particular, which they say violates the First Amendment. But Grok is not a human being. It would cause AI chatbot Grok to abandon its disinterested pursuit of truth and instead promote the state's ideological view on various matters, racial justice in particular. Uh, did you know that they are trying to make these racist algorithm appear to be have constitutional rights? This same administration that have robbed you of your own, that is comfortable of taking the rights away from you as a U.S. citizen. We're gonna get into some more things that look, Elon Musk and these billionaires are creating to erase your rights as a human being, as they put up their machines. We understand that Peter Thiel had a hard time saying if humanity should be able to thrive and continue. He and ultimately his answer after having a long extended pause. What Peter Thiel said that the only way that humankind should be able to exist is if the body is incorporated with technology. Are we clear that these are the people who have the ear of your government? As your government sit up and say everything is going well for the people, as you have this billionaire gay Scott Bassett come out and tell you, well, the polls may say this. I don't know why the people mark this stuff on the poll, but I know that the people are feeling good about this economy. When he's presented with actual factual polls, and he says that he don't know. I don't know why they're not telling this to the people on the polls. I don't know what they're thinking when they answer these polls, but I know that the people are love this economy. When faced with truth, this is what these billionaires are saying. No, we're not giving you anything. Yes, we're going to lie and say that you're you're not facing any hard times. When we tell you, well, yeah, it's going to be a little pain for a little while. These are billionaires telling you this. They're not feeling any pain. Why do you think Scott Bessent and the rest of these billionaires were out here on tax week? Because they saved so much money by not having to pay taxes. And they're out here like it was a motherfucking holiday on April 15th. Bringing a poor bitch who ain't got to pay no taxes out here talking about no tax on tip. And the bitch said she made $11,000 and $11,000 in tips. That's what sustained her income. And if she in fact made $11,000 driving for DoorDash and got $11,000 in tips, what does that tell you? That DoorDash is paying her as much as she gets in tips. If you are a server, I was shocked to find out servers don't make federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 an hour, because they are considered to be working a tip gig, and their tips, if they get them or if they don't get them, are figured into their income. That's why many restaurants, bars, and service facing industry don't even pay the $7.25 minimum wage. But that bitch sat up there and act like, oh, no tax on tips. That means I'm gonna have an extra $11,000 in my pocket. How does no tax on tips mean that you are going to have an extra $11,000 in your pocket? You got $11,000 in tips. The no tax on tips only means that you will not have to pay tips on $11,000 in tips. It don't mean that you getting an extra shit in your pocket. Because if you didn't get the tips of $11,000, what are you talking about? If you got no tips, how is no tax on tips getting putting $11,000 in your pocket? No, your tips are the $11,000 that were put in your pocket that you will not have to pay tips on. But they sat up there and presented this bullshit like that bitch earned an extra $11,000 in her pocket. No, the bitch just didn't have to pay taxes on $11,000. Oh, she wouldn't have had to pay taxes on $11,000 anyway, because the bitch is so poor that allegedly she only earns $11,000 in wages at DoorDash, and therefore the $11,000 in wages and tips add up to an amount that she would not have to pay taxes on anyway, because the bitch is poor. But your president and this stupid bitch that allegedly has a husband with a severe cancer that she must treat is all over, flying all over the country, being a shield for the Republican Party, telling a bunch of bullshit lies to you dumb motherfuckers. And that's why the Republicans love the uneducated voter, because they can pull this bullshit over on you. Now, when people with common sense, not who don't watch Fox News, who watch this charade that was carried out, they said none of this makes sense. You see, you have to have common sense. The bitch said, I'm gonna make an extra $11,000. I know you're gonna love that $11,000. That's gonna help you a lot. But my healthcare policy is not going to help you at all because I absolutely have no healthcare policy. See, what would help her a lot is a real healthcare policy for this nation. But what is happening in this nation is that these billionaires, these rich people, this administration is taking health care away from the American people. And they're not replacing it with anything, and they're not even discussing it with you. They're bringing a dumb bitch up to the White House, talking about having to pay uh, cancer treatment prices out of her DoorDash salary and tips. Let that sink in. So you think that cancer treatment is some cheap ass treatment that can be paid for? Even with insurance, the bills are high. We had to I had to liquidate all of our savings. So we are to believe you are subsidizing any medical treatment with tips and DoorDash money. See, this is the bullshit. But let me get back to this, sir. Fuck that bitch. Okay. Okay. Uh, where am I? Elon Musk's XAI company sued Colorado on Thursday in an attempt to prevent the state's artificial intelligence anti-discrimination law from going into effect. Senate Bill 205, passed in 2024, is one of the nation's first attempts to regulate high-risk AI systems and protect consumers from algorithmic discrimination, a discrimination via the algorithm. That's what they're saying, or disparate treatment or impacts on protected classes under Colorado law. Now, disparate treatment against protected classes, which means people who may have mental disabilities, physical disability, could be autism people. You know, those people who are in protective classes these people. Okay. In the complaint, which was filed in federal court in Denver, Musk's lawyer contends that the law is unconstitutionally vague and invites arbitrary enforcement because it fails to define some key terms. They also contend that Colorado law would cause Musk's AI chatbot Grok to abandon its disinterested pursuit of truth and instead promote the state's ideological views on various matters, racial justice in particular, which they say violates the First Amendment. The First Amendment does not give machines or apparatuses the right to free speech. Grok is not a human. So they are trying to say that Elon Musk's creation must have constitutional rights that human beings have. This is what they're trying to say. They're trying to put these AI bots opinions they trying to cover them under the Constitution. Now, when you understand that the Constitution give you the right to protest your government, and they're trying to take that away from you. At the same time, they are trying to give these billionaires inventions constitutional rights. If that doesn't frighten you, I don't. The actual audacity for this a man to come into court and say that this machine that he has created that is allowed that has been programmed to discriminate against black people should be allowed to have First Amendment right. The boldness of this bullshit is miraculous. The boldness of somebody that says, I have created something that can discriminate against black people so we don't have to do it. AI would do it. AI is taking over all of functioning jobs and skills and banking and housing, and therefore we don't have to have a human do it. Trying to portray Grok as not having any opinion. Grok is programmed by humans. Grok is a product of someone who said that he loved and lived growing up in apartheid South Africa. Grok is a invention of someone who has had so many lawsuits of engineers allowing to call their black employees niggas on a daily basis, or put nooses up in their workforce. This is who Grok is owned and operated and programmed. You can be sure to do the fucking discrimination that this racist ass motherfucker wants to do. This same motherfucker who sat up in the government and made sure that educated black women's jobs were taken away from them, and the CFPB, the board that was supposed to protect you. He made sure he dismantled the CSVB that refund so many people of money that was stolen from them, from these laws, these institutions that were taking money from you that you didn't even realize. He made sure he destroyed that agency. But he wants to replace it with Grok and what Grok is doing. Okay. Consumer Financial Protection Board, CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Board. They clawed back over, I believe it's $300 billion from corporations and put it back in your pocket because it was stolen from you, basically, by these big corporations. This was their job. One second. So they say it violates the First Amendment, Grok's First Amendment, trying to humanize Grok. Um, Unless the implementation and enforcement of SB 24-205 is enjoined, it will violate XAI constitutional rights and cause irreparable constitutional harm, impose enormous burdens on XAI and the AI industry, and substitute Colorado's political preference for the national economic and security imperative of American AI dominance. Of the complaint reads in part. Let me tell you something. These people are bold. It will. These people are bold. What is it? It will violate XAI's constitutional rights and cause irreparable constitutional harm. Impose enormous burdens on XAI and the AI industry. Well, God knows we don't want to put any burdens of not discriminating against black people and protective classes of people. Well, what Elon Musk is really admitting in this complaint, that it will cause so much burden on XAI and AI. What he's admitting is discrimination is woven in the fabric of XAI and AI. If it's going to cause you so much problems, that kind of lets you know that XAI and AI is full of discriminatory measures. That's what it lets you know. Because we do know that your president Pete Kegbreth are going through libraries and erasing Black history. So, do we think that we are going to get any information when using XAI or AI as a whole? Any information is going to come from the experience of Black life throughout the history of this country? Or they're going to wipe that all away. They're going to serve pro all of the things that we have learned about discrimination in this country and how it affects people. And these answers could be quite different now that we don't consider our racism and our discrimination into these answers that we're giving when someone asks Grok a question, because Grok is not considering the actual racism that has affected and has turned this country into what it is. So we're gonna get some sanitary whitewash, and I do mean whitewash answer from Grok, as it tells you your life doesn't mean anything. Your experiences don't mean anything, as they give you answers that really don't mean anything to you because they don't apply to you because you're not considered in their answers. You and your blackness and your Black experience and your Black history is not going to be considered in this new world order that they are setting forth. You don't think these billionaires are worried about the fact that they want to start trading in other dollars? Do you think these billionaires care about giving you any true information by these machines that they want to take over everything in the United States? And it just makes me laugh at how many of you keep talking about well, they're going to have to give us some type of wage. These billionaires and millionaires and billionaires, they understand that they're taking these jobs. You notice they haven't presented any idea of what it's going to take care of the people who no longer have jobs. No, because you think that they are working disjointed without your government. No, they are working in tandem with your government. Your government is making sure that you will have a hard time surviving. You will have no health care. You will have no primary care physician to constantly prescribe you the medication that you need to take care of things like heart failure, diabetes, all of these ailments that ail the American public. You're not going to have a primary care physician. So what's going to happen to you? The emergency room is going to stop seeing you. Everybody can go to the emergency room. No, everybody can't go to the emergency room. We are clear and we do understand that people who don't have doctors, who have chronic illness, that use the emergency room for their doctor, once their ailment gets so bad, they put a bandage on your shit and they send you away. There's nowhere to send you. Where do they? So, in essence, where are they sending you? They're sending you to your grave. That's what is going on. No, while your president don't have, he hasn't presented his idea for a healthcare plan. He has he has presented the idea of his healthcare plan. But the thing is, you're not paying attention. The only idea that this president has given you about your healthcare plan is that you won't have one. So what is your president presenting to you? Let's keep it above. They're presenting that they want you not to live. They want you to die. This is the idea of the healthcare plan. Because you poor people, you heard your president say the government don't have money to pay for Medicare and Medicaid. And we don't have money to pay for child care. These individual things. We have wars to fight. So we understand that your president will rather give your tax dollars to the Pentagon to buy war apparatuses to go on these of follies of war all over the world than to allow you to live as a human being with dignity of health care. But this is what a lot of you people have voted for. But y'all act like y'all don't see the handwriting on the wall. In no instances have these billionaires who are doing this race to AI talked about a wage that the people who AI is going to affect and impact with no jobs. They ain't talked about no universal wages for the people. Y'all have talked about, well, they must gonna do. They ain't doing shit. They ain't told you they was doing shit. They never presented anything about a wages. What they have presented is for they're gonna take everything for you and you survive how you can. That's what they have presented. And this is going to make us rich. Now, what they also have presented, but a lot of you people are not paying attention. They have presented ways that your government can identify you as a domestic terrorist. Those are the things that they also have been creating while you have not been paying attention, and that's NSPM 7. National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 has been creating ways that will classify you as a domestic terrorist. Not even because you did something. They are going to. They have figured out a ways to predict that you are going to be a crime and designate you as a domestic terrorist, even though you have not even committed the crime yet. This is what NSPM 7 is for. Is actually doing preemptively. Describing you as a domestic terrorist, which means you haven't done anything, but you're still going to be described as a domestic terrorist based on things that they have put in place via AI, via constant monitoring of what you do, what you write on social media, your belief system. If it doesn't line up to what the government believes it should be, you're going to be preemptively not committing any crime described and identified as a domestic terrorist. What your country is also doing that you are not paying attention to, they are constantly building more of these private detention centers that their billionaire friends are. Why would somebody just build a detention center? Why would they continue to build these detention centers when they tell you that there is zero people coming to this country? How many people are self-deporting from this country? How many people they have in ICE that they are going to deport from this country? Well, then, can somebody understand why these rich people are constantly and steadily building up these detention centers in the United States? Whom are they looking to detain? You might want to ask yourself this. While you talking about people who are giving you facts are ignorant, you might want to delve into why there is a constant building out. They are constantly looking for warehouses to allegedly house these detainees. I thought that they were sending the detainees back to their country. They were sending detainees back to their country without giving them any rights to even see a judge. They were just putting them on planes. But now, all of a sudden, they need all of these big, huge warehouses. Y'all believe they are to warehouse undocumented immigrants, that they are throwing straight on planes and not giving them a opportunity to plead any cases, to see any judges. Y'all think that all of these warehouses are for undocumented immigrants. To your own peril, that is what you're believing. Got off message here. I apologize. Let me read the story. Let me read the story. Well, let me see what you guys are saying before I continue with the story. Since I totally dropped out on my own story. You guys are not saying much. Please hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. She's reading at a sixth grade level, and she's light year ahead most black people. Oh, am I? Okay, thank you. But I'm actually a college graduate, so there's that. Uh, Several degrees, so there is that. I will never understand why YouTube feels. I will never understand why YouTube feels the need to fill my feed with this stuff. Inbred. Inbred. Inbred? I think that is your culture, not mine, sweetheart. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hit the like button on your way out. Good morning, foot soldier. It is good to see you. Good morning, Jill. It is good to see you. Oh, good morning. Oh, I spoke to you scam lightly. It is good to see you. Dismissing someone's perspective without fully engaging with it in a setting meant for open discussion and free expression. Why avoid addressing the issues? Keep speaking, RonyiQ. I will. Okay. Let's. I don't understand how he is able to do these things. I don't understand either. Mark my words. Psychedelics will be used to treat depressions in humans worldwide someday. I heard some people say that they can't sleep with all of that racket he got going on. You mean building out the AI centers and all? There's also some people who cannot sleep because of all the humming that these big AI companies create. So there's that. There's a constant humming from this AI. But I am, let me see. I have gone off on a tangent. Let me get back to this lawsuit. Unless the implementation and enforcement of SB 24205 is enjoined with wait a minute. Unless the implementation and enforcement of SB 24205 is enjoined, it will violate XAI's constitutional rights and cause irreparable constitutional harm, impose enormous burdens on XAI and the AI industry, and substitute Colorado's political preferences for the national economic and security imperative of American AI dominance. The complaint reads in part. So what they are suing that it would impede the dominance of American AI. So you would already have to have AI dominance to impede the the to impede the Americans' AI dominance. America would already have to have dominance. AI in America has no dominance, so they are suing that not being able to be discriminatory will impede AI dominance. A dominance AI does not have. Make any of this make sense? How you are suing about something that you are are striving to be, but you are not as of yet. You suing about some future idea that you have that AI in America will have world dominance. Make any of this make sense? So therefore, you can't impede upon my AI being discriminatory, and racist. Let's continue. Okay. The lawsuit seeks to keep the law from taking effect. The complaint comes as the Colorado legislature is gearing up for a third time to debate tweaks to the policy, which is set to go into effect on June 30th when Senate Bill 205 was passed. It was supposed to take effect in February, but that was pushed back to allow for more negotiations on twerks to the law amid industry and interest groups' objections. I'm surprised this is actually going on in Colorado. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser's office, which would have had responsibility for enforcing Senate Bill 205, told the Colorado Sun it has no comment on the litigation. Musk's lawsuit is a fishing expedition. State Representative Brian Titold, a Democrat, one of Senate Bill 205 lead sponsors, told the Sun that Musk's lawsuit seems like a fishing expedition that misrepresents the core of the law. This is where the disconnect is. SB 205 is about consequential decisions, not about freedom of speech, he said. It is completely detached from it, and they are trying to use this argument for a law that has nothing to do with what he's saying. We're not restricting speech. Our bill does not say that Grok still can't be a dick. Oh my God. Our bill does not say that Grok still can't be a dick. State Representative Manny Rituno, a Democrat of the Commerce City, another one of the bill's main sponsors, told the Sun that the lawsuit seems like a plot for Musk to continue to enrich himself and his MAGA cronies. Coloradians deserve technology that works for everyone, not just billionaires, he said. Senate Bill 205 has been contentious from the start. Governor Jared Polis reluctantly signed it in 2024 and urged Colorado lawmakers at the time to re-examine the law in future legislative sessions. Laws that seek to prevent discrimination generally focus on prohibiting intentional discriminatory contact. Polis wrote in a signing letter about the bill. Notably, this bill deviates from that practice by regulating the results of AI systems use, regardless of intent. I urge that the legislator re-examine this concept as the law is finalized before it takes effect in 2026. The law has also attracted criticism from AI entrepreneurs like Reid Hoffman and the founder of LinkedIn, as well as business groups. Reid Hoffman should worry about being in the Epstein files. Reid Hoffman is concerned about AI and anti discrimination suits, but Reid Hoffman, if I'm correct, is in the Epstein file, and he ain't worried about that. And this governor is not worried about that. Oh, okay. Keep them black folks in order. Okay. Hoffman sharply criticized the law during a chat with Denver Mayor Mike Johnson at the DNAI summit. Now, did the mayor talk to Reid Hoffman about why he was in the Epstein files? Was that mentioned? I'm curious. He has so much to talk about. Did he get lose his talkability when it came to the Epstein files? Hoffman said that the law is not a, is not a smart play and could prevent the future of software from being in Colorado. Okay, and was it a smart play for you to be Epstein friends and possibly visit Epstein Island? Reed Hoffman. I think Reed Hoffman. I think he stepped down from what was that that he created. I think he's even stepped down from LinkedIn because of being in the Epstein file. But Reed Hoffman want to be. These are the people who want to be out here telling you that it is unpopular to say that something is discriminatory and is not allowed in your state. Reed Hoffman. These are the people who feel that they have an important worldview because they have money. Reed Hoffman. That are going up to your elected officials. I don't think that anybody elected Reed Hoffman. But these are who some of your elected officials are going to for advice. The likes of Reed Hoffman. Epstein file Reed Hoffman. But then they get quiet when it's come when they come. They get quiet when the time comes from to talk about that. Let me see. Uh, let's see who's talking. Let's see who these politicians are talking to, shall we? Let's talk about it. I think we need to talk about it. Let's see who our politicians are talking about because you could not possibly get AI. I don't think that it's a good thing to do. So let's see what Reed Hoffman does think is a good thing to do. And these are who your politicians are taking advice from to absolve themselves of racism. I think this is the one. I think this is the one. LinkedIn founder. Hold on. Oh, this ad. I hate these ads. LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman's emails with Jeffrey Epstein revealed in DOJ documents. Newly released Jeffrey Epstein emails revealed LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman discussing visits to Epstein's infamous private island, his New Mexico ranch, and his New York apartment. Reid Hoffman wanted to visit everywhere Epstein owned a home that was recorded by videotape that Mossad had installed in what all of Epstein's homes. An apparent 2014 scheduling memo lists a variety of dinner parties as well as the line Jeffrey will have a Joby Ito and Reid Hoffman will go to the ranch for the weekend. JE did not give extended dates. And into the Japanese venture capitalist. Shoei Ito. Let me see. Jeffrey will have Joy Ito. I don't know who that is. And Reid Hoffman will go to the ranch for the weekend. Uh, J.E. did not give exact dates. Ito is a Japanese venture capitalist. So here we go. An email Epstein penned to his assistance under the heading "Trip to the Island" states Reid will take a Virgin American flight from San Francisco to Fort Lauderdale, departing at 8:20 a.m., landing at 4:40 p.m. The 2023 Hoffman visit in 2023 Hoffman visit Epstein's former Caribbean private island, Little St. James, also known as Pedo Island. The Post previously reported. In one bizarre 2016 email, Hoffman, a top Democratic fundraiser, sounded thrilled to recover an important personal item that somehow got buried in swag. Buried in swag? I don't know what that means. Sadida, please tell Reid that I have his passport found in the gift bag that they gave me, Epstein wrote. Oh, swag. Found in the gift bag. So, let me see. What else did they say about Reid Hoffman? Larry and me and your passport, Epstein later wrote Hoffman dryly about an event in Italy that referenced the former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Excellent, claimed Hoffman. Hoffman turned up in yet another email in 2014 messaging Epstein from SpaceX founder Elon Musk. Spoke to Reid Hoffman yesterday. Are you planning to do a St. Bart's again for Christmas? Epstein asked him. Don't know, was Musk's terse reply. Musk had sounded more than keen in November 2012 email. Do you have any parties planned? He wrote Epstein. The document shows I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose, Musk continued. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. So these two, in my opinion, pervs, are the ones who are deciding if it's okay to discriminate against blacks. They are okay the discrimination that Grok will do to blacks. Now, let me get back to this. What are we trying to prevent in this Grok thing? Here we go. Here we go. What will this Grok discrimination be allowed to do? What is this allow preventing Grok from doing? Here we go. Let's get into it. For instance, let me see. Musk's lawsuit was filed as lawmakers, state officials, and AI advocates are working on changes to Senate Bill 205. On March 17th, the Colorado AI Policy Working Group, a collective of state lawmakers, school district officials, and other AI technology consumers, realized a plan that seeks to address the concerns. For instance, the proposal will roll back requirements for employers to report discriminatory outcomes to the Colorado Attorney General, conduct annual reviews of the AI tools that they use, and undertake impact assessments. However, a bill containing the proposed changes has not yet been introduced, and the 2026 legislative session is scheduled to end on May 13th. the federal government has also attempted to preempt state regulations of AI. In December, President of 4547 signed an executive order that specifically called out Colorado's AI as cumbersome regulations that would stifle innovation. The executive order also called for the federal Secretary of Commerce to review state laws regarding AI to restrict federal broadband funding from the states only onus the from the states with the onus AI laws. On March 20th, the Trump administration released its national policy framework for all AI, which explicitly calls for prohibiting laws that coerce AI models to ban, compel, alter content based upon a partisan or ideological agendas. So we understand that they always say that DEI is an ideological agenda. Okay, so are we clear on that? Tipton pushed back against the administrative aides, arguing that the executive order doesn't hold any water related to Colorado's legislative process. The executive order can't compel us to stop doing what we're doing, Tipton said. In this is just an attempt to get us some attention. So that is the story. Elon Musk is fighting. Elon Musk is suing, and Elon Musk is being sued. So let's see what you're talking about. Let's see. Hey, Nappy Child. C Ray 68 has left the chat. Everybody relax. Who is C Ray 67? I already blocked you, boo. Don't come back. No need to announce a damn thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, thank you, Very Carey. Very Carey, it's good to see you. Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, girl. Hey. Now, uh, that's it for Elon today. I think that we need to get to the other people that we need to discuss today. Who else is there to discuss? This is Iran saying that they breaking news that IAE announced that Europe has just 6 weeks worth of jet fuel remaining as the war in Iran shortage worsens. The IEA also says that many flights may soon be canceled as a result. Jet fuel prices in Europe soared over 100% amid this war. So that's when the Strait of Hormuz was still closed. It seems like the IAE is in big trouble because the strait has reclosed. This is what happened when you choose the wrong team. What else is this? Uh, Breaking leaders of the Gulf and European countries believe that a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran will take 6 months to be reached, per Bloomberg. Now, this is when they closed the strait. They were figuring that it would take 6 months for there to be any changes in our oil prices. Now, I have heard estimates that it will take up to 2 years for for us to receive the benefits of the Strait and the war being over and the Straits being reopened because there has been bombing, you understand, at many oil facilities. So at the least that they're saying they can relieve some prices at the pump. It's within 6 months. But then they close the straits again. So my whole point is You really need to make sure that you are prepared to sustain yourself and your families. I have a list of solar powered generators. Understand that we're going to be out of gas. There is going to be a big fight for gas. In the 70s, there were big fights for gas. There were big fights in the lines for gas that wrapped around blocks and blocks, and people trying to cut in, and people just needing to fill their generator, thinking they could go to the front of the line. Why put your life in danger? Understand that you may need to shop for one of these generators while you're giving your money away to YouTubers who are begging for bullshit that they should be able to buy for themselves in their own life. You may want to be looking for things that you should buy to sustain your life. I understand that a lot of you don't believe that this could happen. But don't get in the situation and not have these things and talking about, I never believed this would happen, and not be prepared. How many of you are storing away water? I have water containers here. You just cannot go to the store and buy water in these clear plastic bottles and think that it's going to sustain you. The average human person needs 5 gallons of water per day. 5 gallons per day. That is to sustain you, to cleanse your body. I understand a lot of you people don't bathe, don't worry about cleansing your body. But when you are put in a position of survival, if you think that you're going to sit your funky ass among people who are trying to survive, no, they're going to kick your ass out to the wind. If you are have some type of medical disability, you may want to make sure that you are prepared to sustain yourself. Because when push comes to shove, you're the first one who's going to be pushed out as well. If you're no benefit to your a group of people, it could even be your family members. If you're no good to them, then you're only a hindrance to them. So understand that if you are that person, you may need to understand that there may be a time where you have to drop out of the unit for the betterment of the whole family. So then, what are you going to do then to sustain yourself? Grandma. It's okay, Grandma. We'll come back for you. We'll come back for you, Grandma. They may indeed come back for you, but will you be able to survive alone? These are things that you really need to be thinking about. Because these billionaires don't give a fuck about you. They're trying to take over everything. And they are trying to um, monitor everything it is that you do. This is not a game. As the US dollar, as the UAE is telling America that you need to ante up some money to us. We need some money because you guys got our country fucked up. And if we don't get money from you, we're gonna start buying oil with the UN, with the UN. The same thing that Israel, that the same thing that Iran told you when it blocked up the straits. Now it is reported that 2 ships have paid the what's it, $2 million to get through the straits. They're not paying in dollars; they're paying in the UN. The only thing that this war is proving is that it is ruining America and the American dollar. That is the only thing that this folly that your president is too ignorant, too unexperienced to get out. It is reported that when they went on that little hunt for the missing helicopter or jet fighter that was lost in Iran, It has been reported that your president was not even allowed in the war room because he was too disruptive, too animated, too stupid to be in the war room as they planned these plans. He was too worried about how he was going to look, if he was going to look like Jimmy Carter when they had the hostage attempt that failed, when Jimmy Carter administration was uh, trying to capture hostages, and the mission failed. He's worried about that. They had to kick him out of the Situation Room. We have a fool that is reporting a bunch of lies to you. He reported that Iran agreed that they would not proliferate any more uranium, and that they will give over all the uranium to the United States. All of these things that this man is reporting is lies. And this is where we are. This is where we are. Iran said that they are not giving over any of their enriched uranium. So you need to adjust yourself and your lives to these facts. Okay, so let me see. Leaders of the Gulf Coast and European countries believe that a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran would take 6 months to be reached, per Bloomberg. Details include Gulf and European leaders are urging the U.S. and Iran to extend their ceasefire to cover that time frame. Now, understand that 2 week ceasefire ends tonight. Tonight is the end of the ceasefire. So there has been no word if this ceasefire will be extended, but we do understand that the ceasefire has already been broken. So it's let me see what the other conditions was. Leaders want the Strait of Hormuz open immediately and are warning in private that a global food crisis may develop if that does not happen by next month. Are you concerned that the did your administration warn you anything about the concerns of a global food crisis? Is your media talking to you about the understanding that there could soon be a global food crisis? What are you doing in your home to prepare yourself for a global food crisis? Are you listening to idiots out here on YouTube talking about where they're going to get their next DoorDash meal from? Or are you making sure that your house is ready in the case of an emergency food crisis? Now, you can't call it an emergency food crisis. This is a forecast that the American media is not giving to the American citizens. Because the American media, they're going to be okay. The people that are jaw jerking all of this bullshit, the last thing that an insane man has wrote on his live social. See, these are rich people. They're going to be okay. They know this information. They have not been allowed to give you this information per their owners, per their conservative owners who have bought up all of the U.S. media and different social media apps. But are you going to be okay? That's what you need to ask yourself. Gulf states believe Iran is looking to build a nuclear weapon and that has no chance amid the Iran war. Thus, they think that the peace deal should ban Iran from enriching uranium or having a long range ballistic. That's Iran said they're not going for any of that. So now the Gulf states thinks that they have a say in what Iran should do. Where did you get this say? Where did you get a say for what another sovereign country should be able to do? Are you buying these same things that you say that they should not be allowed to have? Are you buying those same munitions from the United States? Okay, Bernie Sanders. We are making progress. Today, more than 80% of the Democrat caucus stood with the American people and voted to block U.S. military aid to Netanyahu and his horrific illegal wars. When we started this effort, there were just 11 votes. Now there are 40. So I talked to you. I showed you Bernie Sanders last Friday. Was on the floor before they voted to give Israel uh, two packages to Israel. One was for money, and the other one was for money to buy something. What was it? Something in particular. Bulldozers. They had two packages. One for straight money, and the other one was to buy bulldozers, not war equipment. Bulldozers. You know those bulldozers that they use to tear down any remnants of housing, like they did in Palestine. How they flattened all the remnants of war to make sure that there is no housing. Now they're wanting the United States to pay for their bulldozers. You know those bulldozers that have allowed Jared Kushner reportedly to go through Palestine and buy up all of this real estate that he said is great waterfront real estate. They should get rid of them. They should just take them to the desert. Now, all of that flattened land that has been flattened in Palestine is reportedly being sold to the likes of the elites, like Jared Kushner and billionaires like him, who wants to dine on the bodies of the dead Palestinians that the United States set up here and allow a genocide to occur on by Benjamin Netanyahu. Now Benjamin Netanyahu, who is striking Libya, wants bulldozers. So he wants your tax dollars to pay to flatten Libya like they flattened Palestine. And he wants you to pay for it. He has come to the Americans to pass a bill. And unfortunately, that bill passed because 7 Democrats voted for that bill. And we're going to get on them after this. 7 Democrats voted to let that bill pass. Bernie Sanders, who is even a Jewish senator, I showed you on Friday how he spoke against giving Israel this money to do these things. But unfortunately, we had 7 more senators who allowed this bill to pass. And therefore, Israel will be getting its money for bulldozers. Now, understand that there was supposed to be a ceasefire because Israel said that, oh no, Libya is not included in the ceasefire. And they continued to fire. Now, in this second, no, Libya is included in this ceasefire. Netanyahu reluctantly agreed. Okay, we won't strike Syria anymore, but we're keeping all the land that we've already conquered. They said they're not going to do any more strikes, but this conquered land in Lebanon they were going to keep. And when the Lebanese people, over 1 million people, found out that there was a ceasefire, these people started returning back to where they thought they would find their homes. But we know that this Netanyahu government, once they go through and pummel a area, they uh, crash down every remnant of their home. So a lot of these people from Lebanon are coming back to see their homes uh, thoroughly flattened and disappear. And your government is giving them more money to buy bulldozers to do this. Um, Let me see. When we started this, the shift reflects where the American people are. The Americas, where they are Democrats, Republicans, or Independents. want to see our tax money invested in improving lives here at home, not used to kill innocent women and children in the Middle East and put American troops in harm's way as part of Netanyahu's illegal wars of expansion. That is a quote from Bernie Sanders. Let me get here. And let's talk about the seven senators who allowed, who approved this bill to give Netanyahu more money. Let me get to them. That's who I want to talk about. Let's talk about these seven senators who, in my opinion, need to be thrown out of office. The way we have the power to throw them out is to vote them out. Now, even though I really like the way Blumenthal does questions in the confirmation hearings and different hearings, Blumenthal has to go from Connecticut. Chris Coons from Delaware, I like the way he questioned people. You got to go. Senator Catherine Cortez Mastro of Las Vegas, you got to go, honey. Senator Jackie Rawson of Nevada, bye, bitch. Senator Christian Gillibrand of New York, you got to go. Chuck Schumer, you been needed to go. Of New York City, a long time coming of you needing to go, Chuck Schumer. And Senator, of course, John, crazy ass Fetterman, you need to go. The time is up for having sympathy for you because unfortunately you had a medical condition that obviously has affected your brain as strokes usually do. John Fetterman, you need to go. And the other thing that I need you to understand about these seven who uh, voted to give Israel money. But this is the other thing that I need you to understand about these people. Senator Richard Blumenthal received $1,673,548 from pro-Israel lobbyists. Senator Chris Coons has received $1,722,613 from pro-Israel groups. All of these people, these seven people who voted to give money to help a genocidal country to tear down homes in Syria after they did an illegal strike on Syria. And how do they know that they're going to get Americans and the Congress to do what they want? They're going to give them all of this money when it's time, re-election time, when they need money to campaign. That's why the campaign finance that the Supreme Court approved has been so detrimental to our political position in the world. You can buy these Congress people and senators with little money. That is going to affect people greatly. Now, who else? Catherine Cortez Mastro received $3,180,044. Richard Blumenthal has been in, and Chris Coons, they've been in the Senate long before that bitch started taking money as soon as she set her foot in the door. But she didn't outdo the largest person noted on this receiving money from pro-Israel donors is none other than Senator Jackie Rawson, who has collected $7,620,894. Gillibrand has collected $3,290,289. Senator Chuck Schumer only collected $6,455,000, and $56. Senator John Fetterman, he would have done it for free. This dumb motherfucker would have done it for free, but even he received $1,898,963 from pro-Israel camp, and this is the reason why these politicians in the United States need to be looked at, and you need to understand who needs to be out of office. Um, who's talking about illegal immigrants? I'm just curious. When has the topic been on illegal immigrants? When you come in here and you cannot talk about what is being spoken about, you really need to really be quiet because it shows that you're stupid. Coming in here talking about something we're not talking about. So let's move on. What else did I want to talk about today? Did I miss this? Oh no, I did not miss that. Did I miss this? 75% of black officials in at independent agencies have been fired under Trump. Yes, I did want to talk about this. If you are unaware that they are actually suing 45, 47, one guy is suing 45 and 47 for all of these illegal firing of black people. If you they even want to make sure that Grok and AI will be prejudiced against black people because they understand that since they are taking over all of the jobs, they need to uh, install racial prejudice into all of these AI machines that will be interviewing you for jobs. You remember I told you that they have an app that they will use AI to funnel through all of the applications, and you will not be able to choose a job that you're going to apply to. No, only AI will be able to apply for a job for you. And the test case for this app has been the largest retailer in the United States, uh, Walmart. These are things that they are really testing out. So understand, you're not going to have any choice on what company that AI says that you will be a great fit for. So, who do you think are going to get all of the good, high-paying jobs since this administration has decided to go through this administration and talk about the qualified black women who have jobs, who have been disproportionately lost jobs under this administration, under a guise of their getting away of DEI and wokeness, and now close to 300,000 black educated women who have been doing their jobs for decades have lost their jobs under this administration. And why do you think that it was important for Colorado to put those things in about not allowing AI to be discriminatory to anybody that they are coming in contact with in government? That's why. Because it's badly needed. And we see when we don't have it, we see they want to instill their white power culture into DEI. Take this country back again. Back to when? Back to Jim Crow. Let me find this. Let me find this article. Hold on. It may be on a video. It may be right here. I think it's right here. I think it's right here. Let me double check. Hold on. I apologize. I will find it. hmm If you're not aware that there were several veterans that protested in the state capital against this war, they were arrested as well. I am trying to. If you are aware of the labor secretary who did nothing to get this country working again because she was so busy partying and allegedly screwing her security guard with her married ass and having her staff deliver. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat. Having her staff deliver bottles of wine to her as she planned trips to places like Las Vegas to coordinate with her birthday to say that she was doing a business. That bitch was fired. Uh, let me let me share with you the protests that the veterans did. Some of these are wounded veterans, and I think that it is worth seeing that they are protesting this war. Let me share this with you.
U.S. veterans and military families have launched an act of civil disobedience, a protest inside the United States Capitol. You can see it behind me. The largest protest of veterans and military families since the start of the Iran war. They are being arrested by Capitol Police, disabled veterans, literally being arrested by Capitol Police. They went into the rotunda inside the House of Representatives today in the Cannon building in an attempt to shut it down. They made clear that this war should not continue. See the signs, end the war on Iran. They completely took over. We can't afford another war. These are folks who understand the meaning of war. And they came out and they said that they don't want any more war with Iran. Many of them were arrested by Capitol Police. I'll have more updates for you soon. As always, spread the word. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. There'll be more to come soon. We have some big news this afternoon. More than
Okay.
150.
So there's that. Now, let me get through some of the other things I wanted to share with you. The escape route that the Arabs are thinking about using and how it is going to affect you. It is going to affect the American dollar, and that is exactly how it will be affecting you. So let me share this with you, just in case you are unaware of this. I think that we need to pay attention to this. Hmm, this isn't the one. This isn't the one. Let me see. This is not what I want. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I put up the wrong one. Here we go. It's like that isn't the one that I want. I want to tell you how our U.S. economy is about to bleed out, and our dollar is about to become trash and worthless, because of the actions of this administration. Let me share this screen with you. It's unfortunate that our media is not giving us this information and how it is going to, in fact, impact the lives of Americans. Politico has written the article. This article is number 3 in my description box. If you'd like to peruse it for yourself, you're more than welcome. Okay. Escape route from Iran energy shock leads to China U.S. allies find. Let me add this to my description box. It is number 3, like I said in the description box. You may want to understand this and take a listen at what your president is doing to this country. If you don't know, now you know. Once you know, you cannot go back to pretending as if you don't know. You can try, but once you know, you know. Okay, escape route. Countries are navigating between the desire to spend up the green. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Countries are navigating between the desire to speed up the green transaction as worries over Beijing clean tech dominance. Now, you also remember that your president didn't want any windmills and those types of things. Come to find out that China is investing in clean energy. And now these Gulf regions, drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill. Nobody wants to see these windmills. We're drilling, baby, drill. And look at where all of this oil dependency has left us. But it seems that these oil-rich nations are looking for China for their clean technology. You know, your president has something very wrong with his brain because he thought that he was going to make America great again by talking about how much oil he can drill and drill, baby, keeping you dependent upon oil to keep his rich oil buddies getting richer. You notice when he came back from Venezuela, the first people he met up with was oil executives. Okay. American allies, strung by soaring energy costs due to Washington's attack on Iran, are confronting an uncomfortable truth. The escape route from fossil fuel shocks leads straight into China's arm. From the European Union and the United Kingdom to South Korea and the Philippines, numerous countries have responded to the war-driven spike in oil and gas prices with calls to accelerate electrification and the rollout of clean energy infrastructure. If you don't know, that's the same thing that Biden had set up. And Biden, we got rid of all of that clean energy shit that Biden had put out. Okay. While that doesn't offer an immediate fix to higher costs, governments see clean domestic energy sources such as renewables and nuclear power. And what kind of power? Nuclear power. We will refuse to allow Iran to enrich uranium. Many nations use nuclear power to power their nations. And they didn't even want Iran to be able to harvest nuclear power to power their nation. When many states in the United States do the same motherfucking thing. Unreasonable requests of a country that has done absolutely nothing to the United States. But I digress. Let me see. Renewables and nuclear power as the obvious long-term solutions to protect their economies from the ups and downs of global fossil fuel markets. But there is also an obvious catch. The faster that they move to decarbonize, the more that they will have to rely on China to supply the necessary materials. After all, Beijing controls the overwhelmingly majority of the world's clean technology and critical mineral supply. Governments uneasy about the idea of swapping one dependence for another are keenly aware of that fact. Whether the question now is whether they will put those reservations aside in favor of bolstering their energy security or continue taking measures to protect their economies from China's dominance. How can we explain to our fellow citizens that the decarbonization is an opportunity if our batteries are made in China? The EU industry chief, Stefan Sajuri, asked last month when proposing new legislation that would require the bloc 27 the bloc's 27 governments to spend more taxpayer money on domestically produced green technologies and limit foreign investment by dominant players, a move widely interpreted as a targeting Beijing. The EU has long been cautious about the hobbling its domestic industry by allowing too many Chinese goods. The bloc of carbon tax is aimed at protecting its industries from cheap emissions intensive supports like those made in China. Meanwhile, the British government last month blocked a Chinese company from building a 2 billion wind turbine factory in Scotland over unspecified national security concerns. At the same time, countries seeking to accelerate their green transitions, U.S. allies included, have been looking to shore up relations with China. So, German economic minister will head to Beijing next month, shortly after the country's chancellor and environmental minister visited in an effort to woo Chinese investors and learn from the country's clean tech boom. Spain Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez went this week for the fourth time in as many years with an eye on securing access to critical raw minerals. The leader of the UK, Canada, Finland, and Ireland also made a trip to in recent months. It's not just Western countries. An Indian business delegation recently visited China to explore green energy partnerships. Emirati Crown Prince Khalid bin Masad bin Zayed Al Nahyan discussed closer energy ties with Beijing this week, and Cuba has leaned on Chinese solar panels amid an effective oil blockade by Washington. So the only thing that this war is doing is it is pushing the world into the arms of China. News footage of a giant screen outside of a shopping mall shows China President Xi Jinping meeting with Abdul. That's not what this picture shows. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Shows a picture of President Xi Jinping right, meeting with Abu Dubai's Crown Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Beijing on April 14th. So there is the Crown Prince of Dubai meeting with the head of China. What has happened in Dubai? Dubai has been struck by many missiles from Iran due to Trump uh, getting into this war. Let's see. What else? At this stage, if you believe in the urgency, we have to work as much. We have to work as much as possible with renewables, incorporating the reality of who produces and who has the technology, and at the same time continue to try to develop other things, he said. That is what the Brazilian diplomat said. For many countries, the war in Iran has served as a painful reminder that as long as the economy runs on fossil fuels, they will be exposed to uncertainties beyond their control. Fuel shortages across much of Asia has led to conversation measures such conservation measures such as 4-day work weeks in the Philippines and Bangladesh, or limits on driving. India has capped natural gas use for industry, and Cambodia is cutting import taxes for green goods. Households and industries in many countries face skyrocketing bills, while governments that subsidize fuels are facing a squeeze on their budgets. Since the beginning of the conflict 44 days ago, our bill for fossil fuel imports has increased by over 22 billion. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said April 13th after hosting an emergency discussion on the war in Iran. Her commission had originally been scheduled to debate relations with China that day. The long-term solution is to speed up the phase out of fossil fuels, she insisted, reiterating a point made by numerous European officials and leaders in recent week. Electrifying Europe means making Europe more independent, she said, but there are fears that renewables come with their own dependencies since China is the leading supplier of clean tech and the materials that go into them. The country produces nearly 80% of the world's solar panels and an even greater share of their core electronic components, such as cells and wafers, according to the International Energy Agency. Exports of electric and hybrid vehicles from China hit a record $349,000 in March, more than doubling from a year earlier. China also has a stranglehold on the critical minerals market, refining about 90% of rare earth used in production of wind turbines and electric vehicles, as well as the majority of the lithium, cobalt, and other materials used in the batteries. They should. We see them going over there in Africa, mining the fuck out of Africa with black bodies and Chinese supervisors. They should. But America never caught on. America never caught on. Drill, baby, drill. We're gonna go. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. And where are we now? Where are we now? Hmm? We're sitting up here with a stalled economy. Uh, um, uh, Interest rates are high as fuck. Interest rates are high as fuck. People can't afford to buy anything in the United States as the prices are projected to grow higher in the United States. there is no relief in sight because no one is working to relieve the prices that are in the United States. You hear your government officials, oh, it's just a short-term pain. It's just short-term pain. The Americans, they support us even though they show that there's no support. So this article is also in my description box. It is uh, number 3, I believe. Yes, this is number 3 in my description box. I just want you to understand that most of the nation is saying, hey, we have to get out of this oil game and we have to get into renewables. We know that when your president came into office, he destroyed all of the jobs in renewable energy that Biden has set up and people were actually working in. And I also showed you a clip of a fool who had a job in renewable who voted for Trump. He had a steady work as an electrician working on these renewable plants, putting up these solar powers solar panels that they had. This idiot voted for Trump and lost his whole motherfucking job as the whole company that was doing this work in renewables lost their job. The last time he had talked to his job, it was estimated that they may have something for him to do in 14 months. A man who was going to work daily. But this is what is going on in our country. I wanted to make sure I share this with you guys. Let me see. I think there are a couple of more. Another attorney who lost their law license. What was his name? He was helping turn 4547 lie about the election in 2020 to the point that he lost his law license. He has been disbarred. What was his name? I forget his name. Another Trump attorney who said that the election was rigged has lost his law license. What else? Woe those who manipulate religion and the very name of God for their own military, economic, and political gain. This is the Pope. Dragging that which is sacred into darkness and filth. That is from the Pope. We cannot forget that Pete Kegbreath set his stupid, and I didn't realize it at the time. I on Friday, I did not realize that. I did realize that Pete Kegbreath was putting in a fighter pilot in the position of the alleged scripter that he was reading. But it never dawned on me that Pete Kegbreath stood his stupid ass up there and called himself reading from Ezekiel something and something and was repeating a line from Pulp Fiction that was created for Samuel L. Jackson's a character when he the line that he would use before he would fill someone with bullets. An assassin is what Samuel L. Jackson was. So Pete Kegbreath decided to intertwine the created passage of the Bible that was created by a writing team, and he decided to tell your military personnel to bow their heads as he read from Ezekiel. He read from actually absolutely nowhere. He found a passage that he believed was in the Bible because he doesn't do what? He doesn't read the Bible. I don't read the Bible. And I'm not going to say, let's bow our heads to some passage of the Bible because I don't read the Bible. He talks about his faith and how he respects his faith and have all of these white nationalist preachers coming in to manipulate and bastardize the Bible until they are white Christian thinking, they're white supremacist Christian thinking. Then you have this fucking idiot sitting up here bastardizing the Bible. Hey genius, Politico was taking a cut from USAID. Everyone knows you're embarrassing yourself. All the jobs from renewables, um, yes, all the jobs are from renewables. Yes, all the jobs that were creating renewable energy. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. You're embarrassing yourself. Bye, ho. Okay. Let's. He's an idiot. Yes, he is an idiot. Okay. So, uh, Danny Wayne. Um, uh, it's good that you are so in love with the USA. But what? Please do not spam my chat. I would appreciate that. Do not spam my chat. There is no use for you to continue to write the same thing in my chat. We saw it the first time. You got no attention from it. So please, you're allowed to love your country all you want, but you're not allowed to spam my chat. Okay, Steve War, you're off topic. No one cares about what you're spewing. Okay. Let me see what else. Is there anything else? Okay, let me go to my next topic. Repent. Now, let me share. Compare and contrast. Pete Kegbreath doing that little fake prayer that he wanted to do. Let's get into the Kegbreath of it all. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me share my screen with you now. Uh, I have some video clips that I want to share with you. If you're not familiar with these channels, I hope you familiarize yourself with this content on these channels. So let's get into this. I hope you guys see how cute Rascal looks. Rascal looks so cute, my little dog Rascal. And we're going to get into the hearings, the RFK Jr. hearings. If you don't believe that your government wants you 6 feet under, when you look at who you listen, who they put over health and human services, you will understand that these motherfuckers want you to die. We're going to talk about Cockeyed Patel has gone out and where is that Atlantic article? Let me get to the Atlantic article on Cockeyed Patel. What they put out about Cockeyed Patel. All of his. Did we talk about all of the drinking and that Cockeyed Patel was doing on the job? Let's get into that, shall we? Before we go an inch further, let's read the Atlantic article about your FBI director getting so drunk that they had to use the batarang. Doom, doom. You can't stop it, baby. The batarang. Boom, boom. They had goes through your town. Now, they had to use the batarang to open the door to Cash Patel drunk ass home because he wasn't answering the phone. Now, we do know that this is the same Kakai Patel that have fired the professionals who were proficient in following the Iranians and all of the things that they could do via the computer to shut down systems. Kakai Patel decided to fire all of these people who specialize in Iranian hacking a week before the war. Now we find out that Kakai Patel was a disgusting drunk that couldn't get on his computer one day and got all spazzed out thinking that he had been fired from this administration. What has Kakai Patel done in this administration? Kakai Patel got his ass on Fox News yesterday and talked about how they delivered and saved this country. They have cut down on this. They have cut down on that. They have cut down on absolutely nothing because it has been reported that Kakai Patel chose not to show up for his job on many occasions. And he wants to take the credit of what is done at local police stations on things that he had nothing to do with. Let me find that. Where is that? Here it is. Here we are, Mr. Cockeye. Here we are. You and your lies. You said you ended crimes. Let me see. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you. Cockeye Patel. Let's get into the lies and the alibis and the actual story that was brought up about Kakai Patel in the Atlantic. The same Atlantic that Pete Kegbreath and your vice president had on that secret signal call right as they were about to do a strike in Yemen on the Houthis. Yes, that same paper. So let me increase the size of the print and let's get into that story. If you guys have not seen that story, it would be in my description box under link number 4. Go avail yourself to the link yourselves. Oh God, I'm not gonna do a free trial. I think I'm already subscribed. Let me see. I think I'm already subscribed. Here we go. Okay. This article was featured in the One Story to Read Today newsletter. Okay. On Friday, April 10th, as FBI Director Kakai Patel was preparing to leave work for the weekend, he struggled to log on to an internal computer system. He quickly became convinced that he had been locked out and he panicked, frantically calling aides and allies to announce that he had been fired by the White House, according to 9 people familiar with his outreach. 9 people. 2 of those people described his behavior as a freakout. Now, understand that Kakai Patel is suing the Atlantic for $210 million for this story that is sourced by 9 people, 2 of whom said that he had a freakout. And you know what the Atlantic said? Go ahead, make my day. Now, let's see where this lawsuit goes, because the Atlantic said they're not pulling this story. They're not apologizing to Cash Patel. They're saying that this is the facts that have been given to him to them in doing this story. So, what does the story say that Kakai Patel is so worried about? Patel oversees a agency that employs roughly 38,000 people, including many who are trained to investigate and verify information that can be presented under oath and in court in a court of law. Now, I guess I'm not signed up to this. Let me hold on. Let me see if I'm signed in. I thought that I was signed in to the Atlantic. I may have to make a couple of adjustments to because I want to share. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. I think okay. Here we go. Well, we got it. Yes, I. Hmm. Nope. 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 I am not doing that. I am not signing up to the Atlantic for no motherfucking $79. They have got to be out of their mind. Do they know what type of economy we are living in? And they have news and they want to charge $79. No, thank you, the Atlantic. Uh, I will read up until the point that I can read this story in, but I am not going further in this story in the Atlantic. Where are we? Where are we? Mm. I ain't even doing no free trial with the Atlantic. Patel oversees an agency that employs roughly 30,000 people, including many who are trained to investigate and verify information that can be presented under oath in court in a court of law. News of his emotional news of his emotional outbursts ricocheted through the bureau, prompting chatter among officials, and in some corners of the building, expressions of relief. The White House fielded calls from the bureau from members of Congress asking who was now in charge of the FBI. Cash Patel thought that he was fired and freaked out to the point that they had Congress people saying, "Hey, who's in charge? We hear Patel was fired." So, if you did not know that, the link is in my description box. Let me drop it in the chat as well. You can avail yourself to the Kakai Patel freakout. Now, we do know that Kakai Patel is not qualified to be in the FBI in the first place. We do understand that. So here we go. It is also in the description box. Let me see if I can. Uh, let's move on. It's nothing to see here. He's suing for $2 million. Now, what I found peculiar is that after all of this DEI talk that they talked about people getting positions that they are not qualified for because they were black, and that they could possibly have these high positions, and that they lowered standard to get black people higher up in these administration. Don't you find it peculiar now with some of the most uh, important positions in government? What are they doing? What are they doing at the FBI? They are lowering the standards and the qualification that it takes to get into the FBI. Also, what they are lowering the quality uh, the quality and the experience that you need to work in another agency, as they lower the standards for this agency. And you would never be able to guess what agency this is after all of the planes that were crashing at the beginning of this administration, where your president, before a plane crash, could be investigated, anything, any knowledge of who was flying, where they were flying, any knowledge. Your president blamed the crash on DEI because it was too many black air traffic controllers. So obviously it had to be DEI. Obviously that they had to lower the standards for air traffic controllers. Well, now your administration is hiring air traffic controllers, of which jobs they have lowered the standards of the people that they are accepting applications from. You no longer have to have the prior experience that you used to have to be an air traffic controller. The only thing that they are saying are our requirements is that you have 1 year job experience. They don't say where. They say 1 year job experience. Period. Dot. End here. 1 year job experience, and you know who they are also putting a star against your resume. If you have this, they really want you. Gamers. If you are a gamer, they really want you. You have a boost in your application if you are a gamer. This is who your administration wants seek to hire as air traffic controllers. So if you did not know this, now you know it now. The unqualified Patel has lowered the requirements to become a FBI agent. Are you happy? Is America great again yet? I'm pretty sure America should be great again by now, shouldn't you? Isn't America great again? Okay. So let's get into our hearing, shall we? We should get into our Senate hearings. Hold on 1 second. Let's get into our Senate hearings. You can find out a lot of good information if you just listen to uh, what these people say. There were quite a few things that came out of the Senate hearings, but I would be remiss if I did not play this one for you in specific. Let me see. Hold on. Uh, I want to separate this out. And Well, this is very easy to fact check. Uh, he said it the first day when he was before the Senate, and then when he was asked about, he denied ever saying it, and then when he was asked about it, when he was questioned by Congress, he never said, "Oh, I was mistaken and I forgot I said that." He just sat there quietly. And the reason why I feel that this is important to also go along with this story is because what he said was a fucking lie. What he said was a lie. Let me open the next tab, and I'm going to share this with you. What Kennedy said about young black children. Let me share the link with this. Here we go.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every Black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a Black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
just
that
a yes
I
or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that
You
I
did
said
say
that
it.
phrase.
You
No,
absolutely
I'm not
said
going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't make
sir,
any
I'm
sense.
I'm
I
gonna
don't even know
reclaim
what
my
it
time.
means.
I don't either. That's why I'm
And
asking.
by the way,
So to be
of
clear, you're not a
26
doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training.
as
You
have
have never parented a Black child. And yet you
24
are
of the
suggesting
26
that
HHS
government-
secretaries
Mr.
have not had
Secretary,
medical
This is my
degrees.
time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a Black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take Black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based
You're just
medical
making
care.
stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up. Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a Black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what
rhetorical,
you're
sir.
talking about, Congressman.
I
don't know what you're
deficit,
talking about. I don't know what
attention deficit
reparenting
disorder,
even
and
means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not
Mr.
say that.
Secretary, for Black families in the United States, the issue of family separation is not new. Our nation has a long and painful history of separating Black children from their families. During slavery, Black children were taken from their parents and sold with no regard for their humanity. And after slavery, Black families continued to face forced separations through Jim Crow laws, discriminatory policing, and child welfare systems that too often assumed that Black parents were unfit. Even today, Black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of longstanding bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that Black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. Sir, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the world's most powerful country, and your words matter. When you suggest that reparenting Black children, when you sow doubt about the safety of vaccines, and when you promote unproven statements that have no basis in science, you endanger the lives of everyone across this nation. Those children have parents. And to suggest that they have to be reparented is offensive.
I never
Secretary,
suggested that.
your words matter. When those words are careless, communities pay the price. When your words are improper, they create confusion. And when your words are dismissive, they cause real harm. So you don't have the pleasure, because of your position, to speak first and think later. Not in this job and not because of your responsibility.
Supposedly said
I
in
expect, and
2014.
the American people expect, that you choose your words with sincereness and with seriousness, the seriousness that your position demands. American lives are at stake, and it's time that you start acting like it, sir.
Donald Trump was blocked from accessing the nuclear codes by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, this past weekend, as Donald Trump was ranting and raving like a lunatic and panicking in the Situation Room. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, apparently told Donald Trump, "Get the hell out of here. We're not giving you the code. Stop talking about nuclear weapons." Now, this is according to the Mirror. The source that they cite is a former CIA analyst, and I'm going to show you in a moment.
Excuse me. Hold on. I'm going to get to that. What I want to get to is what we just reviewed about John F. Kennedy Jr. Stating that the majority of Black children are on ADHD medication, so therefore they must be taken from their parents and rehomed like some pets, reparented like some pets. So let's go into this information. This is from Attitude, the ADHD Science and Strategies. Strategics. Wait a minute. Strategies. I'm sorry. Let me. I'm gonna put this in the description box, so you will be able to peruse this yourself. All of this information that I just played will also be number 4 in the description box of what exactly Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Said about children with what was it? ADHD, and I think he also mentioned don't sue me. I think he also mentioned children who were autistic. So these people are automatically put on these drugs and become violent, is what he said. The overwhelming of Black children. So what does the study say in their own material? A study explores medications and decision making for African American children with ADHD. I don't see any of the media talking about this, as they briefly cover these questions that were given to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has already made a position that it is some a medical diagnosis that make our children aggressive and violent. Not just aggressive, violent, he said, which merits having to take our children out of our homes. What does the study say? R.F. Kennedy said that he was no doctor. I'm sure if this was not sourced in some type of hippie ass bullshit that he is always trying to certify under Health and Human Services, he has not studied it. So let's see what this former decades-long heroin addict did not tell you about the study about ADHD medicine. Study explores medication decisions making African American children with ADHD. The synthesis of 14 existing studies, researchers have concluded that African American children with ADHD are significantly less likely than their white counterparts to treat their symptoms with medication for three main reasons: caregiver perspective on ADHD and ADHD like behaviors, beliefs regarding the risks and benefits associated with stimulant medications, and the belief that ADHD represents a form of social control. So let's be real clear that African American parents are not allowing their children to take this ADHD medicine. Many African American parents said, fuck that. You're not putting my kids on no medication. That's the first thing y'all want to do is put black children on medication. So how does this actually, how does these opinions about ADHD medicine suddenly means that it's so many but that's the first thing black parents do, he told you, is put their kids on. That's the first thing they do. That was the first lie. So we see this study finds that there are three reasons why African Americans don't even put their children on this medication. So let's see how that works out. Nearly 79% of white children with ADD, hyperactivity disorder, take medication to manage their symptoms following a thorough diagnosis and a prescription by a medical provider. 79% of white children. Among African American children with ADHD, this number is only 27.3%. Are we clear on this? 27.3% among African Americans who are diagnosed by a qualified medical physician, and only 27.3% of them are taking the medication, while 79% of white children diagnosed are taking this medication. So, if they have the same prognosis, why is it that R.F. Kennedy Jr. Didn't say that there's a higher number of white children who the first thing they do, their parents put them on these drugs? That 79% of the people diagnosed are white children. Would you wonder why he didn't say the same outcome comes from the same disease, taking the same medication, that these 79%, there's far higher number of white children are not violent? Because he's a racist. That's why he never connected the violence to white children who by a far larger margin are diagnosed and take this medication once diagnosed. So we're going to add that into the bullshit and the racism that R.F. Kennedy was, not JFK, R.F. Kennedy Jr. was spewing when he was running for president. Let's not leave that out. A small fact that you may want to know. Let me make sure I have copied and pasted this to my description box. If I forgot, it's going to be number 5. I'll probably already put it as number 4. I think I put it as number 4. It may be number 4 and number 5. It is going to be here. Because they always try to make it seem like our black children are violent, while they always ignore the violence in their own children. So now, So now I think it is time for us to get to further hearings that RFK Jr. Was a part of. I think it would be quite interesting. Let me go back a little bit. Hold on. I think we can be real clear on. Okay, let me share the facts of where. Hmm, let me share where RFK Jr. allegedly said this. Reparented. Let's listen to R.F. Kennedy Jr. saying exactly what this senator was asking him about. And we're going to be real clear on, yes, he actually said it. And we're going to be real clear on the number of black children as opposed to white children who take this medication. And yet he did not find this overwhelming amount of white children to be violent, because the first thing their parents do is put them on this medication.
You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment.
Not some, every black child is put on this medication. Let's be clear. Now, when you make a statement about what every black child is, what he is trying to say that every black child is violent. And what do white people respond to most? If your government tell you, we're just trying to make you safe. So what your government is telling you is that every black child is violent. And so when they produce something that's seen, isn't that a little harsh? Well, every black child is violent and we have to protect the society. Let's be real clear on what we're listening to here.
I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school.
Oh, I apologize.
You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
just
that
a yes
I
or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that I said
Say
that
it.
phrase.
You
No,
absolutely
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording. My big Peace Corps program. You know, my uncle started the Peace Corps. He started the space program. My space program, my Peace Corps program, is going to be wellness farms, rehabilitation facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas all over the country, where people, any American, can go for free. Any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented.
You said every Black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented.
We heard him just say exactly what they were asking him about and deny ever saying it. Is there another one?
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every Black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that.
Hold on 1 second. Let me address something. Teresa, when did you discuss this on your channel? Why are we hearing about this on the 21st, not the 16th? Well, why would we hear about it on the 16th? Why are we just hearing about this on the 21st? If we just heard about it on the 21st, then why are you asking about the 16th? Why are we just hearing about this? Bitch, go on your fucking page. You have a YouTube page to comment on here. So therefore you have a YouTube page to go and do whatever it is that you want to talk about on your channel. Don't ask me about why we are just hearing about anything on my channel. Go talk about whatever the fuck it is you want to talk about on your channel, you stupid bitch. When did you talk about it ever? I'll wait. Whenever did you talk about it? Whenever did you talk about the fact that only 27.3% of Black children are even on this medicine, as opposed to the 79% of white children are on this medicine? But they want to talk about Black children are violent because they are on some medicine that they are taking far less than white children, bitch. When did you talk about that? Don't come over in my channel talking some dumb shit that you ain't never decided to talk about, that your fucking media is not talking about as they talk about this. They're not talking about the fact that 79% of the people who take this is white children, as opposed to 22.3%. Talk about the whole story of how he said all Black children. This is what all Black children, he want to lie and tell you that all Black children are on this medication to make you believe that therefore all Black children must be violent and treated as so. Bitch, I talk about it when I want to talk about it. But who else have never talked about it, you stupid hoe? What other media outlet has never talked about it to this day? The fucking nerves of you to bring your stupid ass over here saying some stupid shit, bitch. Talk about the facts, ho. Take your ass over to your channel and go talk about some shit. Let's continue.
In that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a Black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
just
that.
a yes or no answer.
I doubt that I said that, Frank. No, absolutely. I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
I'd like to hear the recording.
Well, I found that recording. It's from June 2024 on a podcast with 19 keys. Here it is, and you can let me know what you think.
A big Peace Corps program. You know, my uncle started the Peace Corps. He started the space program. My space program, my Peace Corps program is going to be wellness farms, rehabilitation facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas all over the country where people, any American can go for free, any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people. And the model for this is a community that I had direct contact with because a family member of mine went there. And it's called San Padrigano's in Italy.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a...
Okay. So let's be clear. He was on heroin. It is reported for 15 years, all through college. Lawrence O'Donnell. You hear Lawrence O'Donnell talk about him actually having a class with him, and he nodded out every day, all day, in every class. So this is the person who is over Health and Human Services. This is what he has to say about Black children. But notice, this is the same person who's talking about the scourge of drugs and legal and illegal drugs. But this is the same person that stood behind your president with a scowl on his face, like he really didn't want to be there, as they signed into law psychedelic drugs that will be able to use. Not a doctor in the White House in this administration suggested this. No, not even this unqualified person who's over Health and Human Services. No one from the CDC recommended this and had a signing ceremony in the Oval Office. None other than Joe Rogan was credited to bringing this psychedelic drug to the attention of the president, to the extent that your president had Joe Rogan in the White House as he signed this executive order or whatever the fuck this bullshit that he signed. But the reason why he actually did this whole big photo op is because Joe Rogan has talked against this Iran war. So he wants these young people who follow Joe Rogan as we get close to the midterm. He wants you to understand that Joe Rogan and him are still good pals and good buddies. So look, Joe Rogan was even in the White House. He's worried about getting this vote that comes from people who listen senselessly to Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan, is that what happened? I'm kind of thinking I really don't like this war. He's trying to look for you dummies that take the advice, the voting advice from Joe Rogan, someone who is, I think Joe Rogan is very, very rich, who tries to dumb himself down to be as dumb as you. So you think that he is one of you as he sits in the seats of billionaires at the inauguration. But you want to think Joe Rogan is one of you as he put on his dumb act. Oh, something about this is really creepy. This Epstein file, he finally gets around to something that's creepy. I don't like this war. There's something about it. Couldn't there be a better way? But he's sitting his ass up. He says none of this stuff at the that fight that he is at with Donald Trump. He says nothing about this as Donald Trump put his signature on some executive order to bring more drugs to the United States. So there can be a photo out with Joe Rogan at a time when Joe Rogan has come out and said some things that might not be so fond of Trump and what he's doing in the White House. So now all of a sudden this photo op and John F. Kennedy Jr. Sitting there like a lump on the log, like he's pissed about it. Let's be real clear. Now let's get into some of the other shit. Now let's get into some of the other fucking answers that this numbnuts couldn't answer as he's over the head of Health and Human Services. Somebody asking me why I didn't talk about this on the 16th. Hey, Abalo Ra, I appreciate your information on ADHD. I never tried to profess that I know something about things that I do not know about. But what I did know about is that RFK Jr. Is a... Now, I never seen so many cases of... I guess they called it something different back in the day. Autism. I think I know that I know a woman who had a baby in the mid 70s, and he wasn't diagnosed with autism until he was maybe 4 years old, and that was a new diagnosis. They were new at diagnosing autism, and there are many different branches of autism that people now they since it was new, they did not know that they grew to learn out that there were many different types of autism. So I think that it is great that they have discovered it. But what makes me wonder about autism and things like ADHD is what you said about it being environmental. I think that is a good question to ask. And if we can, get to what in our environment is actually causing it, or I don't, so a lot of people say that you may notice that autism affect people in urban cities more. I don't know. I haven't did any research on it. I will be honest with you, but I know that I hear the fact that more instead of less or fewer people getting autism, I hear more and more and more about people on autism, and so I don't know if autism has anything to do with this conversation of ADHD, but I know that RFK Jr. said that he's going to find a cure of autism. I think that was supposed to have been last year when has he found the cure for autism yet? Is everybody on the spectrum with autism? Have they been cured yet by the findings of this fucking motherfucker who said that he got out of the car on a road trip with his family and saw a fresh raccoon kill, and he decided while his family was looking out the window to cut the boy parts out for the raccoon because he wanted to examine the penis of the dead raccoon later at home. And this man who tells you that his children were in the car with him and looked out and saw him doing this to a dead raccoon is telling you that black children need to be reparented under the lie that all black children put their kids on ADHD medication. So let's go back in time while he's talking and having some good reverie of what he did when he was younger. Whose children really needed to be rehomed? He said this in 2024 that all black children are being put on drugs and benzos and ADHD medication, so they all need to be rehomed. This is a motherfucker who was on heroin 15 years. Do you think that he was on heroin 15 years while he had children? Could he possibly been on heroin when he had his children in the car looking at him come upon a raccoon that had recently lost its life and cut the penis off of said raccoon while he was still in the car? And is it possible that he was on heroin then? But he wanted to talk about the black children who need to be rehomed because they are reportedly all put on ADHD medication when the facts show that 79% of diagnosed white children are on these ADHD drugs, where only 23.7% of black children diagnosed with this are put on that medication. And I gave you the reason why the numbers are so low. Because black parents are not putting their children on that. They feel that you guys, the black parents, are not trusting the government after all of the shit that black families have gone through with you being test bunnies for these supremacist doctors and supremacist programs. Like the syphilis program that the Tuskegee Airmen were subjected to under government research. What they did to actual warfighters. What they actually did to people who were fighting for freedoms. This is what happened. Do you think black people are trusting any of these motherfucking tests? Do you wonder why they're not? You know why they're not. You just pretend like you don't understand. Let's get to these hearings. Why don't we? I'm going to try to say as less as possible. A lot of these hearings speak for themselves, but I feel that it is always important that we hear what goes on in these hearings. We can get these table talks and all of this stuff where people come up and present a narrative and all of this type of stuff. But I think it's important that we understand how the sausage is made, and these hearings and this you can better see how the sausage is made. I have always carried these hearings. Unfortunately, I was not available to carry this hearing, but I am carrying it today. So let me make sure I am sharing this with you. I will be going over the bootlickers. You will be able to find this hearing in my description box. Let me tell you, I believe it would be number 6 in my description box. And you can peruse this hearing in its entirety at your leisure. But there will be some people I will obviously be skipping over because they're not going to be asking any questions. They're going to be doing a lot of bullshit and bootlicking and changing narratives. So yes, this is number 6 in my description box. The oversight hearing of this idiot. So let's start this.
In food systems, and for using HHS as a platform to demanding better from our health and food systems, and for using HHS as a platform to make America healthy again. Our health system is full of misaligned incentives. The most glaring being that reimbursement is concentrated to patients who are already sick and does too little to help Americans stay healthy. Just this week, we held a field hearing in Florida on preventive care where we heard from local medical professionals who, because they are at the forefront of modern medicine, help their patients get back to the basics of a healthy life: nutrition, wellness, exercise, and preventative medicine. It was clear from witness testimony that the movement that you help lead has begun putting lots of thought into how we realign health incentives in support of this goal. It is not just lifestyle choices undermining the health of the American people. Industry consolidation, with huge companies swallowing up various parts of the healthcare system, has helped pad the bottom line of big corporations while doing little to support the health or well-being of working class Americans. 16 years after Democrats promised Obamacare would be the silver bullet for lowering prices, healthcare cost and insurance company profits have never been higher. That's why the Ways and Means Committee is focused on addressing consolidation and vertical integration in the healthcare industry to expand access and lower cost. Earlier this year, we questioned the CEOs of major health insurance empires about how it could be that they are focused on lowering costs for patients and not expanding revenue for themselves when each insurer owns pharmacies, medical providers, and PBM middlemen. It would not surprise you to know they did not have good answers. Soon, we will have the same conversation with large hospital systems that have driven up prices without expanding access to care. That lack of access is especially important for the 60 million rural Americans who have higher rates of chronic diseases and have 43% higher mortality rates than urban Americans. We also need to do more to protect access to rural health care. I want to thank you for distributing the first installment of funds to states from the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Program that Republicans enacted in the Working Families Tax Cuts. Rural communities in my home state of Missouri are thrilled to have this program to protect access to care and expand the quality of services offered to patients. I'd ask that you and your department work with Congress to continue stewardship and oversight of those critical funds to transform how healthcare services are delivered to rural Americans. And I hope we can find ways to work together to meaningfully reverse the incentives in healthcare that make it profitable to consolidate access at the expense of rural communities. Another critical priority of your administration is the First Lady's Fostering the Future program. Mrs. Trump joined the Ways and Means Committee yesterday in this very room for a special roundtable featuring 2 foster youth who shared their stories and highlighted the importance of this initiative to help more foster youth live a life of their own choosing. Members of this committee have introduced bipartisan legislation that complements the First Lady's initiative and represents the most significant reforms to the Chafee Foster Youth Program since 1999. We look forward to your partnership in turning these policies into law and then implementing them. We also need to work together to address fraud in our healthcare system. Every dollar stolen by fraudsters, illegal immigrants, and criminals is one less dollar that benefits the American people, including the $60 billion lost in waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare alone. We must hold the criminals who steal billions from the American people accountable. One has to look no further than the alleged $3.5 billion of Medicare hospice fraud in LA County alone to know that this is a massive scandal that is waiting to be uncovered. I applaud your work and to help uncover numerous outrageous examples of fraud and look forward to providing you and the department the tools you need to root it out. I'm glad that the Trump administration is taking proactive steps to lower healthcare costs and expand access to rural communities. And the president's new anti-fraud task force is so important for identifying and prosecuting criminals. I look forward to discussing these issues and others today, and I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member Neal for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. We share a heritage as sons of the Commonwealth. I was in that audience the day before the presidential election in 1960 as Senator Jack Kennedy finished his campaign in Waterbury, Connecticut, in Springfield, Massachusetts, and that night in Boston, Massachusetts. 24 hours later, he was the president-elect. The joy in our home can hardly be calculated in just comments like this. Stayed up all night for that result. We watched him declare victory the next day, and we were delighted. I passed out pamphlets for your dad when he ran for president in 1968. I was a delegate for Teddy in 1980 when he ran, and I ran his campaigns in Western Massachusetts. Great friends with your brother Joe, your nephew Joe, and your cousin Patrick. Together, with witness 2 days ago, when 5 governors of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, Mitt Romney, Bill Weld, Mike Dukakis, and Deval Patrick all gathered to celebrate the signing of what we believe to be the antecedents of the Affordable Care Act. All very capable people, regardless of party. We built in Massachusetts a mecca of healthcare for the world. We're proud of it. It's the gold standard. It has drawn investment. 2 days ago, Spain announced another $200 million that they would invest in our hospitals because they are destinations for the world. Our success has been beyond our wildest hope. Boston is the center of healthcare innovation in the world. CDC, NIH, Kendall Square, a fact, the highest concentration of research and development in the world in about an 8-block area. Our colleges, our hospitals, our nurses, our professionals, our advocates, all are extremely proud of what we did regardless of political party, and we don't want to see it dismantled. And by the way, as a footnote, Mr. Secretary, we also like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. We watch daily as the threats to this healthcare system that we have constructed, whether it's talking about measles and vaccinations, we remember what it was like before Dr. Salk's polio vaccine. My mom, who was a devotee of the Kennedy family, she said the way we prevented polio in the 50s was to stay out of fresh water in August. Let me say this, nothing has changed about the science of vaccines. We need people not to be preyed upon by demagoguery, and there should not be a politicization of these very issues. Let me go to some of the contradictions that the administration has made as we talk about budgeting. $1 trillion cuts from our healthcare system, putting 440 hospitals at risk so that we can have a tax cut for the wealthiest among us, and that's based on tax distribution tables. That's not made up at this moment. Baseless claims about Tylenol and autism, this damage could be catastrophic. The administration's agenda includes obstacles to better health care. Costs are sky high, but that has much to do right now with a lot of issues, including tariffs in Iran. We want to push healthy eating for everybody. And I've not met any candidate anywhere who ever said, vote for me, I'm for more fraud. That doesn't happen. We want a fair and balanced approach to looking at it. A proposed cut of 12.5% to HHS. Let me remind all in this room, and you're going to be familiar with this name, Mr. Secretary, Silvio Conti. He was the Republican member of Congress in the district next to mine. He was the author of the LIHEAP program, and it has worked beyond any objective measurement that we believed at the time. He wanted to make sure that people had an opportunity in the climate of New England to heat their homes during the winter. 159,000 families in Massachusetts relied upon LIHEAP last year. Attacking child care providers and delaying their payments means more parents will choose between the child care and their paycheck. Families see through podcasts and campaigns. 60% of the American family worries right now about affording health care. We should be fixing and repairing the parts of the healthcare system that we want to improve for all members of the American family. We should not be offering just to deflect blame. We should be pointing out about this achievement. People should not have to choose between medicine and childcare. We delivered historic relief with Medicare negotiations. We capped out-of-pocket costs and we lowered premiums. We need to come to the aid of the American family at this very difficult time. Republicans need to understand that Americans deserve a fair shake. I'm going to close on the note that I opened with, and Mr. Secretary, I think you're well aware of it. What we built in Massachusetts over these years since Senator Kennedy became president, it was done with Republicans and Democrats, but together we're immensely proud of what it was that we achieved, and we don't want to see it dismantled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. Today's sole witness is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. The committee has received your written testimony and it will be made part of the formal hearing record. Secretary Kennedy, you have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks and you may begin when you're ready.
Now? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request. We stand at a generational turning point. Our children of the sickest generation in modern history and decades of failed policy, captured agencies, and profit-driven systems have caused it. Parents across the country demanded change, and we are delivering it. We are ending the era of federal policies that fueled the chronic disease epidemic and replacing them with policies that put the health of Americans first. President Trump and I are challenging the status quo and the institutions that defend it as we work to make America healthy again. In just 15 months, HHS has delivered historic wins. We negotiated most favored nation drug prices with 16 of the largest pharmaceutical companies, so Americans no longer pay more than other people in wealthy countries for the same medications. We're bringing real transparency to healthcare pricing so patients know the cost of care before they receive it. I use the full convening power of the federal government to bring health insurance CEOs to the table to reform prior authorization. We are cutting red tape, speeding decisions, and demanding transparency. We are also cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse. This year, HHS and USDA issued new dietary guidelines that put real whole food at the center of the American plate. We flipped the food pyramid upside down and sent a clear message to the American people: eat real food. HHS has also opened the door to partnerships with industry, trade associations, nonprofits, and advocacy organizations. More than 50 medical schools have committed to expand nutrition education from an average of just 2 hours to 40 hours. Food manufacturers are stepping up too. More than 40% of the food industry is committed to phase out petroleum-based dyes by year end, and many have already eliminated them. In conjunction with these efforts, FDA approved 6 natural food colorings derived from fruits and vegetables. Though President Trump's Great American Recovery Initiative, HHS is matching compassion with action to help Americans break the cycle of addiction. At HHS, we are prioritizing patients with ultra-rare diseases and their families and driving faster access to life-saving treatments. We're restoring gold standard science and integrity across the agency. We're protecting children from sex-rejecting procedures that expose them to irreversible harm. We're eliminating outdated and misleading warning labels on hormone therapies used to treat women during menopause. We're strengthening oversight of organ procurement. We're implementing...
What does the Department of Health and Human Services have to do about sex operations? He said that this is the most unhealthy children in this history of this nation. And we're going to ignore all of the children that were dying from diseases that they now have vaccines from. And we're going to pretend like there are more children dying because of the food pyramid. And we're going to ignore that the number of measles cases skyrocketed in 2025. I think it was over 3,000 cases of measles in 2025, and right now in 2026 there are over 1,000. I think it's 1,500 cases of measles, which means that it appears that there are going to be more measles cases this year. I felt that it was important for you guys to hear the introduction of these people, so let me let him finish.
Operation Stork Speed to ensure the safety and quality of infant formula. Science and integrity across the agency. We're protecting children from sex-rejecting procedures that expose them to irreversible harm.
Okay, excuse me. I apologize for that. I made a mistake. Let's get back to it.
Eliminating outdated and misleading warning labels on hormone therapies used to treat women during menopause. We're strengthening oversight of organ procurement. We're implementing Operation Stork Speed to ensure the safety and quality of infant formula. We're applying the same focus and urgency as you mentioned to rural America. The Rural Health Transformation Fund delivers the largest investment in rural health in our nation's history, $50 billion over 5 years to strengthen hospitals and ensure Americans can access the care they need no matter where they live. Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have made rural health a clear priority in their conversations with me, because every state is feeling the strain of hospital closures, workforce shortages, and gaps in access. The HHS announced more than $135 million investment this month to expand rural residency programs and nutrition services. The data is clear. When physicians train in rural communities, they're more likely to practice there. The president's budget puts all these priorities in action. It invests in prevention because preventing disease costs less and delivers better outcomes than treating it. As my uncle, President John F. Kennedy, said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. We see those forces clearly: entrenched interests, defenders of a failing status quo, and institutions that put profits ahead of the American people. That resistance underscores the urgency of this moment. We can reverse the chronic disease, improve public health, and lower costs. I stand ready to work with this committee and Congress to seize this opportunity, implement and codify lasting generational reform in American healthcare. For our country, for our children, and for the healthy American people, together we can make America healthy again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Without objection, each member will be recognized for 4 minutes to accommodate the Secretary's time. As always, we want to ensure that all members have an opportunity to ask questions of the Secretary. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. Start with Ms.
So, let's understand that usually in these meetings with Congress and the Senate, they get 5 minutes. One of the most important things to you and how you live your life, your health, and the Health and Human Services person only has 4 minutes each. Let that sink in. They're shortening the time for your Congress to question the head of Health and Human Services. Let's continue.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Secretary Kennedy and your leadership. It's been incredible in my mind.
So therefore, we are going to, he is in, this link is in my description box. If somebody's thanking Kennedy and the chairperson, we know we don't want to hear from them. You can peruse his questionings yourselves. The link is in the description box.
For 20 years. We're now bringing new members on who have a clear mission. We're going to have much more frequent meetings. We're going to have, for the first time, transparency. We're making huge investments at
Secretary, fighting fraud is bipartisan here. As I noted earlier in my remarks, that nobody ever campaigned with a bumper sticker that said, vote for me, I'm for more fraud. So fighting fraud certainly has considerable support across this Congress. And nothing makes me or you or others in this room madder than those who might rip off Medicare. So I think those who commit fraud ought to be held accountable. So let's talk about.
So the reason that they're talking about this Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud is because this administration has decided to not pay any Medicaid claims in Minneapolis because of the YouTuber who came up there and pulled on doors to different addresses and said, "Let me see the kids." Let's be clear that under President Joe Biden, the Medicaid fraud was and has been prosecuted. Let's be real clear. But however, since a YouTuber came out there and pretended like there was still Medicaid fraud going on in Minneapolis, the Health and Human Services has denied paying a lot of claims. So this is what this a congressperson is about to get into, I believe.
About Lawrence Duran. He perpetrated what at the time was the largest therapy issue-related Medicare fraud in history, hundreds of thousands of false claims. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison, and he and other collaborators were ordered to pay back $87 million in restitution. His sentence was commuted by the president. Did the president?
Did you hear that? The largest Medicaid fraud. And we would be remiss if we did not note the other one of the other largest Medicaid fraud that was enacted by the sitting senator of Florida. What is his name again? Rick Scott. We will be remiss if we did not talk about Rick Scott, who defrauded Medicaid and is still a sitting senator. First he denied, and then he admitted, and then he pretended like he didn't know what was going on. A sitting senator. Now, your president has commuted the sentence of one of the largest people who has committed Medicaid fraud. And understand, when your president commute these people that he commutes, they no longer have to repay their restitution. So are we seriously worried about Medicaid fraud or not? See, this is the things that you learn when you sit your asses down and you see how the motherfucking sausage is made. This is how the sausage of this country is made, behind a lot of bullshit and lies and protecting the people who have done the worst to you. But no, you rather sit up and hear propaganda spewed out by these pundits that sit on TV, these pundits that are having shows on networks that are owned by the president's friends. All of these FCC, all of these mergers that have to go through the FCC, and Brendan Carr, who is demanding that comedians be fired. We can do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. You won't get this merger unless you fire a comedian. But y'all think that you guys are getting news from these agencies that are in bed, friends to this administration, that allows this to happen to you and your Medicaid dollars. But y'all don't want to say anything about that because you don't want, I don't like politics. Politics is so boring. Yeah, I don't want to, no, I don't, I don't want to call out somebody who told me to vote for Trump because his policies were so in line and would be so helpful. A whole black unicorn out here acting like he's a 40-year-old white woman. A whole gay black unicorn trying to assert himself as some high middle class person that the Trump administration's policies would benefit his black gay ass in his life. But then when it all comes crumbling down, they have nothing to say. All of this, RonyiQ don't know what she's talking about when she alerts you that this administration is going to automatically start enlisting your children at the age of 18 in the selective service. RonyiQ act like people are about to be drafted to a war. Well, we're in a war now. And what did Caroline Leavitt say when they asked, was the president thinking about drafting? She said he's not taking anything off the table. So this is why you should watch these hearings, because this is your government. What they do in this government affects you directly in how you live your lives. Hey, Z Sarah, thank you for being here.
Consult you as we pursue this fraud.
With Brooke Rollins, my partner in this, and doing the I don't know anything about that case.
Fair enough.
A congressman for 20 years, now bringing.
So I think those who commit fraud ought to be held accountable. So let's talk about Lawrence Duran. He perpetrated what at the time was the largest therapy issue-related Medicare fraud in history, hundreds of thousands of false claims. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison, and he and other collaborators were ordered to pay back $87 million in restitution. His sentence was commuted by the president. Did the president consult you as we pursue this fraud?
I don't know anything about that case.
Fair enough.
Congressman, I can say this. This has not been, although it's a bipartisan issue and there's bipartisan passion for this issue, the application, the implementation of anti-fraud has not been bipartisan.
So let me go to the next one, Mr. Secretary. How about Joseph Schwartz? He pled guilty last year to bilking taxpayers out of more than $38 million, paid himself millions of dollars along the way. His negligence as it related to nursing homes is well known to all of us. President Trump pardoned Mr. Schwartz. I'm assuming he didn't consult you.
It's bipartisan, but all of the ones that have been commuted, the shit that you should definitely know about, I have no knowledge of that case. But you want us to believe that you seeking out fraud in health and human services in Medicare and Medicaid is bipartisan. But all of a sudden you don't know nothing about the cases where these people, well-connected people, have been pardoned for their fraud and their crimes that they have been sentenced to jail sentences for, that your president have commuted. Oh, it's bipartisan. Yeah, right.
On that either. If we're going to talk about fraud, it's not the people just at the lower end of the economic scale. If we're going to pursue fraudsters, it's not just the people who might make simple, honest mistakes that could be corrected. It's the
Oh, yeah, it is. That's who it's directed at. The common man, not the connected to the president man, but I digress.
People at the top that help to perpetuate this fraud. And the administration's position seems to be that it's only the recipients and not the providers that commit fraud. We are not defending fraud. We're not cheering for it. We're not excusing it. But there needs to be an even-handed approach, including not passing out pardons to people that might be supporters of the administration. So let me, on a nice note, thank your staff here in front of all for helping me out recently, or helping my constituents out on an issue that related to daycare. Your staff came to the aid of a Head Start provider in my district and really helped out 100 families. The problem is that we don't want that to be something that can be completed by senior members of the Ways and Means Committee, coupled with a group of administrators who know the problem and have come to the assistance of those who need it. But it shouldn't be that way. It needs to be more universal, and the cuts that are being proposed to these initiatives are not helpful to the American family. I look at these decisions, and if we're going to pursue fraud, Mr. Secretary, it has to be across the board. And we want an even-handed approach to these fraud investigations, including those whose schemes have cost the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. I yield back my time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here this morning and entertaining our questions. I represent one of the largest land area districts in the country, and most of my constituents live in rural areas. In producing a healthy, affordable, and sustainable food supply, the agriculture industry depends on our standards and regulations being science-driven and risk-based. I do want to say that threatening the availability of technologies could inadvertently lower yields and actually increase the price of food at a time when many Americans are already struggling to make ends meet. So I encourage you to continue to bring farmers and ranchers to the table as you consider matters relating to agriculture. Moving on, I do want to talk about rural health. You mentioned the Rural Health Transformation Program. I think that means a lot to so many of our constituents, our communities, our states. The RHT programs notice a funding opportunity to recognize the important role of pharmacists in meeting rural communities' health needs. I believe that pharmacists are an underutilized part of our health system. Nearly 9 in 10 Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy, making pharmacists among the most accessible health professionals. Because of the broad accessibility, I think there is more we should do to empower pharmacists to help meet rural health needs. That's why I introduced a bill we call ECAPS that would
So this Republican congressman who understands that this big bloated bill is going to close down a lot of rural hospitals, he wants to empower pharmacists. He wants you to be able to go to your local Walgreens, and your pharmacist is going to be tasked with prescribing you medication that you need. Okay, so the pharmacist, who is not a doctor, who who do not know all of your medical history, is going to fill in for these closed rural hospitals. Let's continue. I think we're going to skip him. If you want to hear him, you can go back to him. I'm not in the mood to hear dumb shit.
improve access to care for seniors across America by providing Medicare coverage of pharmacist-administered tests and treatment for common illnesses like COVID, flu, and strep. By allowing pharmacists to test and treat seniors for common illnesses, we can make these services more accessible and reduce pressure on emergency departments.
So you have worked all of your life, you have paid into this system, and when you become a senior, the best thing that your country is going to be able to offer you is a visit to your local CVS, Walgreens, whatever pharmacy. You got it? Okay, I got it. Let's.
I do want to ask, what is your approach to improving access to healthcare services for Americans who live in rural and remote areas? And what can we do to ensure Americans in rural areas aren't left behind in our healthcare system?
I mean, last week I went to Arizona to announce an unprecedented $125 million investment in community health centers, which are serving 39 million Americans, mainly in rural areas around the country, will improve nutrition and also retention of their workforce, which is one of the reasons that so many of our rural health programs, so many parts of it are failing today. We've seen closures of 120 rural hospitals since 2010. It is a crisis when these hospitals close. It doesn't just deny access to healthcare. Those hospitals are economic drivers for their community. They're the highest paid jobs. They're oftentimes the biggest employer. For that reason, President Trump made the biggest investment in rural healthcare in American history, a $50 billion rural health transformation fund. Right now, Medicaid gives about 7% of its money to rural hospitals, and it's about $20 million a year. Well, we're increasing the flow of federal dollars to rural community healthcare, an extra $10 million a year. So that's a 50% rise over the next 5 years. And it's going to give those hospitals the ability to upgrade their infrastructure, to install telehealth, to move to AI, and to retain workers and do all the other things they need to achieve permanent stability.
I appreciate that. And just in closing, and I just want to note, moving to CMMI, the Center for Innovation, I appreciate its in.
Well, you hope, excuse me, you better hope you can live 5 years. AI is coming to save you in rural areas.
Intent. I do believe it lacks some transparency, and especially when CBO found CMMI's activities increased direct spending by $5.4 billion. So my time has expired, but I would encourage you to take a look at that so that we can make sure that innovation drives cost savings and better outcomes rather than just driving more spending and not positive results. Thank you.
CMMI has been disastrously mismanaged in the past. We are changing that. We're making it a center for innovation that Congress intended it to be.
Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Secretary, since waste, fraud, and abuse has been something of a watchword in this administration, I'm sure that you're familiar with the December 3rd Government Accountability Office response to a request by Chairman Smith, which reported significant agent and broker fraud with the Affordable Care Act, including brokers signing up people who didn't even know they were signed up. As you're aware, last May, under your authority, CMS fully reinstated all 850 brokers and agents who had been suspended back in 2024 because of suspected ACA fraud. Can you guarantee to our committee today that every one of those suspected brokers and agents was thoroughly investigated and found to be innocent of any fraud, any wrongdoing, or criminal activity?
I can tell you.
Can you, sir? Yes or no?
No, he can't tell him. They want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, but they rehire people who have committed fraud by signing up people who did not know that they were being signed up. His microphone is off. Let's see what this dunce says.
You can't answer that. That is very troubling, I must say. 850 people accused of fraud, suddenly reinstated all at once. Do you know whether any of these suspected fraudsters who were reinstated so swiftly were subject to any additional oversight under your authority? Have there been guardrails that have been put in place to ensure those 850 agents don't continue to commit fraud?
Congressman, I'm a lifelong Democrat, so I was shocked.
I don't care your party affiliation. We're all against frauds.
I was shocked when I came into this agency.
Were you shocked to see that 850 people who were suspended for fraud had been reinstated all at once?
I was shocked to learn that President Biden had directed my agency to stop all program integrity activities and focus on enrollment.
Taking back my time, sir.
And that's what caused the problem that
President
you're talking
Biden's
about.
administration was the one that suspended 850 suspected fraudsters. Your administration was the one that let them all go back to work.
You notice how I was surprised when President Biden, no, he cannot answer the question if all of these people were interviewed and found innocent of their fraud. They just reinstated these people. That is the answer. Deflection. Let's continue.
Have any of them
President Biden fired everybody in May agency except for 6 people who were involved in program integrity.
Under
department
your
was
leadership,
eliminated.
you have suspended the very people at CMS who are responsible for overseeing any fraud in the program. But
We've
let me
done
ask you,
more to
with
combat
regard-
fraud than
I
any
understand.
administration.
If you want to
in history.
filibuster, go to the Senate, but would you please try to answer my question, sir? Have there been any new complaints against these 850 brokers?
As I said, I'm happy to talk to get my staff to
I'm not
contact
asking
your
if
staff.
you're happy to talk. I just want to know the answer to my question. Have there been any new complaints of fraud against these people?
I don't know why those people were reinstated. For as far as I'm concerned, it may be because of a lawsuit. I have to check on that.
Well, I wish
I
you
can
would.
guarantee you there is
Thank you,
no
sir.
administration.
Reclaiming
in
my
history.
time, sir, as it runs.
I don't know why those people were reinstated. That was the answer. Well, that was the answer. You don't know because you are not in touch. You are not running this agency. You are just meeting up with your friends and people who lobby you, people who want to get close to you. You don't know the actual workings of your actual agency because you're unqualified. Let's keep it above. It took all that and what Biden did and Biden and Biden and Biden. No, I don't know. It could be lawsuits. I don't know. Well, if it's lawsuits, then you would be able to know. You worried about fraud and 80-something people who were fired from your department are brought back and you didn't take the initiative to find out, hey, why are we rehiring these people that were dismissed because of fraud? Is that what you're saying, since you're so concerned about fraud? Let's continue.
It is very troubling that the only fraud that Chairman Smith referred to as a smoking gun to deny affordable health care credits, put the blame on the mother that was trying to protect the sick child, that nothing was done about that, and the secretary still doesn't know much of anything about it. As far as fraud, Paul Wazak is one who had $10 million of wages that he kept some of to buy a $2 million yacht. His mother contributed to the Trump campaign, and he no longer has to pay $4.4 million or stay in prison. Mr. Secretary, I want to know what role you play in the soft on crime approach to healthcare fraudsters. Have you recommended that any of these healthcare fraudsters should get pardons or commutations, or did the campaign contributions speak for themselves?
I don't think there is anybody in this country. I don't think there's anybody in this country who believes that this administration is soft on fraud. We're the first administration.
Just the fraudsters who have the money in the cottage industry to get themselves pardoned and not even have to restitute what they've taken from those they've defrauded. It's really a disgrace. I'm surprised you would defend it.
It's not a credible story.
It's a fact, sir. It's not a story. It's a fact.
Mr. Kelly.
More fraudsters pardoned than any president in American history.
Your time has expired, Mr. Doggett. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. And as usual, the beatings will continue till our morale improves. I did want to just talk about one thing real quickly.
As usual, the beatings will continue until the morale improves. What beating? He actually gave him fact that he was trying to deny. He was the one who got up and raised his voice and all of this because he was caught being a fool. We're going to move on past this ass liquor right here. Let's go to the next person asking questions. Someone we can take seriously. And we know it would not be anyone on the Republican side who's asking questions that we would need to take seriously.
But because we have no way at CMS to determine whether they actually perform that duty or not. We don't know whether you drove your grandmother to a doctor's office. Oh, it's an opportunity for fraud. And states are.
On my paper route, there wasn't a house that.
And then design a system where.
It's an opportunity for fraud, but you don't know if it is fraud. We don't know if that. But so it's an opportunity for fraud.
As you help the enrollee get healthier, they benefit. We're almost out of time. I want to thank you and the agency for also starting the things of wearables, the thing you wear in your wrist, the thing you wear, and the ability to allow Americans to sort of have their own medical lab attached to them. Now we have to figure out how to allow it to prescribe. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, welcome to the Ways and Means Committee. I want to first associate myself with the
If you don't know, he's good.
remarks of Leader Neal, especially as it relates to the great legacy of your family.
Thank you.
There wasn't, on my paper route, there wasn't a house whose door I didn't knock on where there was a picture of Pope John the 23rd and John F. Kennedy. That's how deep and incredible.
Well, you didn't go to any black households because there was a JFK, a picture of Jesus Christ and Dr. King in black households. Let's continue.
Influence that the President of the United States, the first Catholic elected, had on generations of people, and still every bit as much relevant today as he was in the 1960s. Your family and its legacy of public service deserves always to be acknowledged for the enormous sacrifice and their willingness to serve and to serve in the public interest. Well, Mr. Neal also pointed out, as my other colleagues, I think you can understand and appreciate the incredible frustration. President Kennedy said that science is the quiet power. And whether it comes to sending a man to the moon or vaccinations, President Kennedy was out front in terms of his belief in government and his belief in making sure that vaccines were provided for the health and well-being of the American people, and the children were all sworn to serve and protect. I would like, Mr. Chairman, if you would, to submit for the record the Connecticut Department of Public Health testimony on the establishment of vaccine standards.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also, Mr. Chairman, like to submit for the record a stark divide. Americans more confident in career scientists at the U.S. health agencies than leaders.
Without objection.
And I guess that's what it all comes down to. When we look at the vaccination process, and I think everybody's entitled to their opinions and views, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And the facts, I think, speak clearly on this. When I confront doctors in my community, they say they're spending more time counseling people about taking their vaccination shots. We know what we were able to do. Just 4 years ago, the state of Connecticut braced for what they thought might be an outbreak of measles because a case was reported. But as it turns out, that was the only case. And it was attributed to the fact that people were vaccinated. And that's what prevented that. And as Mr. Neal and others have mentioned, whether it's polio, whether it's measles, whatever the case may be, I think you can appreciate how deeply concerned people are about this and how the contrast between what your uncle and the President of the United States said in his beliefs and yours with respect to vaccinations. And with that, I see my time has run out. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. I want to get your opinion on the FDA. There's been broad reporting.
You may notice that the strongest states where there are measles outbreaks are red states, the uneducated states, the dumb voters. Let's continue.
In the press on concerns that and mismanagement and bungled drug reviews at the FDA have chilled investments in life-saving innovative cures, and that China is rapidly becoming the recipient of those investment dollars. I also serve on the Select Committee on China. And as we look at how do we win the strategic competition when it comes to investment and innovation, very important that we have a vibrant, efficient FDA. And I understand that you aren't involved in those drug review decisions, and I intend to take that up with the premier.
During the approval, 900 from opportunity. We are, it's been therapy
comes to
contributions to the development, the admiration of your family's life.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, thank you. And I too share the admiration of your family's legacy and contributions to the development of this nation. In my district in Chicago, child care can be hard to find. And when parents can't find child care, they can't go to work. Last week, President Trump said, and I quote, "The United States can't take care of daycare because we're fighting wars and need to spend our money on those." Do you agree with President Trump that we should cut child care to pay for his war in Iran?
I don't think that that's what President Trump meant, Congressman, and I appreciate you very much for actually giving me an opportunity to answer your question, which none of your colleagues have done. They've all shut me up, and they've talked about science, but science...
No one shut you up. You shut yourself up because you didn't have the answer. And kind of like you don't have the answer right now to a simple question. Do you agree with what Trump said about this federal government not having money for health care? Now, you said you don't think that's what he meant, but we're asking you what he said exactly. Now you're going back to the other people didn't let you talk. You have been doing plenty of talking, but you haven't been answering any questions.
About debate. They give a little speech that they can go and market, for fundraising, and then they don't allow me to answer the question. And I deeply appreciate the respect that you've shown. Well, in this budget, we were told to make a 12% cut across our department because Congress wrote a $39 trillion debt. We're now having to tighten our belt. The two programs that I protected and that Roosevelt protected were the Head Start program.
Okay.
Oh, it is getting no cuts. And incidentally, there have been no cuts to Medicaid. Look at the
another
CBO.
question that I need to ask. Black women are nearly 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as white women. Yet the Trump administration...
Healthcare disparities. I want you to hear what the head of the Department of Health and Human Services has to say about healthcare disparities, as if he has never heard of such. This is not the question that I had wanted to pinpoint you to about because I didn't hear this question asked. But there's going to be another set of questions about the healthcare disparities in childbirth between Black pregnant women and their children and white pregnant women and their children. If you do not know that 3 times as many Black patients lose their lives by just delivering babies. If you also did not know, babies between the ages of newborn and 1 year of age, 3 times as many Black children lose their lives because of health care. Thus, healthcare disparities. Let's be real clear. Let's go.
Administration is a question that I need to ask. Black women are nearly 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as white women. Yet the Trump administration is undermining Black maternal health from all sides. The GOP slashed over $1 trillion from Medicaid, which pays for over 40% of births in the United States. President Trump just proposed cutting maternal and child health programs by over $800 million. DOGE canceled funds for several research projects that could save countless Black mothers, like the Morehouse School of Medicine research on improving the health of Black pregnant and postpartum women. How can we lower Black maternal health experiences if we're cutting funds for these critical programs? And the administration says that you can't consider race or ethnicity in healthcare.
This administration, under my leadership and President Trump's leadership, is doing more to advance maternal health than any other administration in history. It was tremendous duplication of departments. We had 42 different maternal health services in our department, and we cut some of those and consolidated them. And right now, we are investing huge amounts of money in maternal health. We serve 59 million American mothers. Our perinatal program, which is a groundbreaking program, we're now in 220 hospitals.
Well, thank you.
Has reduced maternal mortality in those hospitals by 42%.
My time.
And the 42% still have 3 times many Black women losing their lives in delivery, labor and delivery. Well, we're talking about healthcare disparities. You're talking about healthcare as a whole, as if disparities have disappeared. They have not. What are you doing about that is the question. Nothing.
He's done that in history.
My time is going to expire, but let me ask you, the community health centers are excellent stewards for the 340B program.
Oh God, I apologize.
20 hospitals.
Well, thank you.
Has reduced maternal mortality in those hospitals by 42%. Nobody's done that in history.
My time is going to expire, but let me ask you, the community health centers are excellent stewards for the 340B program, and they've done a great job with them. Now they're burdened with a new model and reporting requirements. Would you consider exempting the health centers from that model of rebate, all of the reporting things that are making it difficult?
I'm happy to talk to you about that. I can say that we are increasing the budget, our community health services centers in this country, in this budget, where everything else is getting cut, because we understand that they do a better job at treating their patients, and particularly patients in the poor community, than any other system in our country. And I just gave another $143 million to them last week, in addition to the proposed increase in their budget that are in this proposed budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A whole $143 million, you say? A whole $143 million? And you got extra checks and balances on them to pay them their money? Oh, okay. You're so gracious.
Now you're back.
Thank you. Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here today. I want to start by commending the Department of Health and Human Services for establishing the MAHA Commission and Administration for a Healthy America to fight chronic disease and promote healthy living for all Americans. As mentioned earlier, the statistics are staggering that 6 in 10 Americans have at least one chronic disease, and that 90% of our healthcare spending is dedicated to fighting these conditions. We've got to look at ways to reverse this trend and focus on how do we improve wellness. We're strongly supportive of a pivot away from this reactionary sick care towards the preventive maintenance and strategic alignments for particularly rural health. We also need to recognize the importance of patients' access to quality care and availability of providers. A bold vision for a healthy America doesn't work if we can't succeed to support our rural communities with the essential medical workforce and emergency transportation required. In my district in South Central Kansas, institutions like the Kansas College of Osteopathic Medicine and a future Wichita Biomedical Campus are working hard to generate the next generation of doctors that will be supportive for us. Mr. Secretary, air ambulances are an essential lifeline in rural America. And when emergency happens, sometimes those helicopters are often the only way a patient gets to a medical treatment in time. Many of our bases are at risk of closing because of the Medicare reimbursement rates haven't been meaningfully updated for a couple of decades. And part of that's because the federal government hasn't been doing its job. 5 years ago, the No Surprises Act was required the Department of HHS and Department of Transportation to collect those cost and operational data. And to date, those rules haven't been finalized. And I wanted to just ask, how can we work together? How can we get HHS and Department of Transportation to work to update?
I am happy to work with you on that. I can tell you that The No Surprises Act was passed with the best intentions, and it was a great law, but it was not implemented by the Biden administration. And those proposed regulations on the No Surprises Act were left to languish. We are now in the final process of finalizing them. And I'm happy to work with your office to talk about the air ambulance problem. And and these are huge. This is a huge issue, particularly in Alaska. So I hear from them all the time.
You have been in a year, and you're talking about what Biden didn't do, and you haven't finalized them. They have completed them up to finalization, and you've been in office a year, and you still haven't finalized them. Okay, then.
About the same issue. And but we've also found a lot of fraud in that area. So we need the kind of audits that you're talking about and then the kind of information that you're talking about. We're really interested in that. And I look forward to working with you on it.
Great. Well, thank you. And, one of the things we're also concerned about is the real threat of retirement of so many providers in the physician workforce. And, as we look particularly of how that's going to impact patients, particularly in rural communities, many of the communities lack specialists. And particularly with the number of physicians at an older age in our rural communities. And we're seeing now more patients are approximately seeing 50% more specialists than in the year 2000. And so I want to see if there's things that you're doing in administration to help ensure that our rural patients can get access to some of these specialty care.
I think one of the most important things that we've done to address that very, very grave problem is the site neutrality rules, which we have recently finalized, and that will end the disparity between what's paid to rural providers and what's paid to urban providers, and hopefully dampen the appetite for consolidations, which are destroying rural economies and rural healthcare, and allow them to get a living wage, which they don't have right now.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I yield back.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. We appreciate your appearance here today. To win the support of skeptical senators during your confirmation hearings, you claimed, and I'm quoting,
"Oh, here we go. It's about to get good." Welcome everyone who is in the chat. I appreciate you being here. Please stay for a little while. Like, share, subscribe to the channel if you choose. We can agree to disagree, but we will not be disrespectful. Let's continue.
Here, I support vaccines. I support the childhood vaccine schedule. I was skeptical about those comments because prior to your nomination, you espoused numerous disproven theories that childhood vaccines, including the measles vaccines, were linked to autism, death, and other adverse effects. Not surprisingly, we were right to be skeptical of your promise to support the childhood vaccine schedule because at your direction, the CDC removed its universal vaccine recommendations for children, covering 7 immunizations, including things like flu, COVID, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, and rotavirus. On Fox News last year, you stated, and I'm quoting you again here, "There are adverse effects from the vaccine. It does cause deaths every year. It causes all the illnesses that measles itself causes." A deadly measles outbreak in Texas killed an unvaccinated 6-year-old, the first such death in a decade. So simple yes or no question. It's not that we don't want to let you answer. It's that we all have limited time and you have plenty of time to answer questions and you have plenty of time to give testimony at the beginning. So simple yes or no answer will do here. Do you agree with the majority of doctors that the measles vaccine could have saved that child's life in Texas?
It's possible, certainly.
Okay, thank you. I want to look at some very important data. In 2024, under the Biden administration, which apparently seems to be responsible for every ill in the world, in 2024, under the Biden administration, there were 258 cases of measles. And in 2025, under your leadership at HHS, it ballooned to over 2,000. That's a 675% increase. And we are now on track to surpass that this year with over 1,600 confirmed cases in just 3.5 months. If we project those numbers out for all of 2026, we can expect a whopping 6,400 cases of measles. That's a 2,380% increase in a preventable disease. CDC data also shows that about 80% of children who died from flu this season were not vaccinated. The anti-vaccine rhetoric you ran on and the anti-vaccine actions you have taken over the last year clearly correlates with the dramatic increases, again, in preventable diseases. As a mother, this horrifies me. Stopping the spread of communicable diseases is one of HHS's primary responsibilities, and a strong public health messaging campaign on the importance of vaccines could have stopped this surge of measles cases as it had in past outbreaks. But I was appalled to learn that the CDC suspended public health messaging on vaccines last February. It ended a successful flu vaccine campaign as well. My question is, did President Trump approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
You've got a lot of misinformation there. First
No,
of all,
I'm asking you a question. I
let me
appreciate a
respond
response
to the
question.
misstatements that you've made.
No, you have other opportunities. I have limited time.
I only have
Please
you're
answer my
the only
question.
opportunity I have
Did
to
President Trump approve
respond.
your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging?
Allow me to respond to a lot of the misinformation.
No, answer my question, please, sir. I have limited time.
There's a global measles epidemic. We've done better in preventing it than any country in the world.
There is no country that has seen a bigger percentage increase.
That's not true. Mexico has 3 times our measles, and they have 1/8 of our
Trump approve
population.
your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging?
Canada has double the
Was that a
measles, and
decision
they have
that was made by
1/8 of our
Did
population.
he approve that?
We've
And
done better at preventing measles than any country in the world.
President Trump approve your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
We've done better at preventing
That's not
measles
answering my question,
and ending
sir.
the epidemic
That is
than
not
any
answering my
country
question. And I
in the
think you don't
world.
want to answer the question because I think you know
I want to
that
respond to
you
your
are making
misinformation.
terrible decisions that impact very, very real lives, especially the lives of children. Now, one thing that I find incredible is that you suspended this pro-vaccine messaging campaign, but somehow you're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock. And somehow you think that's a better public health message
Your time is
than
expired
informing
by a
the
minute.
public about the importance of vaccines?
Gentlelady's
Really?
time is expired.
Really? I yield back.
You don't have anything to yield. Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'd like to first, thank you for your work. Thank you for your willingness to do this. Thank you. Food as medicine interventions like produce and poultry is created specifically to test new health counseling.
This. And all of these members have ignored this for as long as they've been in office. This and
certain chronically ill patients with a comprehensive package, access to healthy produce, nutrition counseling, remote monitoring, with the goal of preventing disease progression and reducing avoidable healthcare costs. Just like to get your reaction to that, and love to have the continued support of the department for a policy like this.
I mean, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. Congressman was talking about the deaths from infectious disease, which are a couple of thousand a year. 90% of the people who die, the 3 million people who die in this country, die of chronic disease, and nobody's paying attention to this. And all of these members have ignored this for as long as they've been in office.
You find it funny that all of a sudden all of the Democrats have ignored this while they've been in office, or someone who has just gotten in office, who was it a couple of months ago, was swimming with his grandchildren in a creek in Washington, D.C., with a sign warning people to not touch the water because it was infected with E. coli, raw sewage. He wants to tell you what the Democrats, all of these people, have been ignoring since they've been in office. Huh. Curious, huh? Isn't it strange how that works?
This is the real threat to American health. In fact, during COVID, we have the highest death rate of any country in the world. And when you ask CDC, why is that true? They say, well, it's because we're the sickest population. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic disease. Well, what was killing them, COVID or the chronic disease? You have to understand chronic disease, infectious disease has a very hard time killing a healthy person. It kills people with chronic disease. And I'm looking forward to, up to 70% of type 2 diabetes can be reversed, and people can even lose the diagnosis simply by changing their diet.
Yep. Well, thank you. I do want to bring up one additional piece of legislation that we're working on. Food manufacturers are moving in the right direction due to your leadership on reducing additives, reformulated products, responding to consumer demand for healthier options. There's still a gap, though, in what's in the generally recognized as safe or GRAS pathway, where companies can self-determine a substance is safe. They determine that themselves, often relying on their own expert panels with limited transparency into potential conflicts of interest or underlying data. So that's another piece of legislation I'm working on. I think we should establish clear standards for self-GRAS panels, strengthen public confidence in our food supply. Just wanted to get your thoughts. Do you believe reforms like that are?
Yeah, that's absolutely critical. We have finalized in my agency a closing the GRAS loophole, and that regulation is now going through the interagency process. We're a little bit hobbled in what we can do, and Congress can do much more. So my office would love to work with your office on getting a much stronger bill, much stronger regulations. The GRAS loophole has been hijacked by the food industry. And because of that, we have 10,000 ingredients in our food. In Europe, they only have 400. And most of those have never been safety tested. We don't even have a list of them. We have no idea what they are. It essentially allows the industry to put in any chemical they want.
Most of them haven't been safety tested. Now, I don't disagree with him there, but most of his vaccine remedies and most of the remedies like that, the remedy that he stood behind your president to promote psychedelics have not been FDA tested and approved as well. Let's continue.
On any chemical they devise in lab into our food without even the slightest regulations. And that needs to be changed if we're going to make America healthy again. I appreciate your help and your leadership, Congressman.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you on that. Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every Black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a Black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt that
yes or no answer.
I doubt that I said that phrase. No,
absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be clear,
it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what it means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training. You have never parented a Black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical
degrees. This is my time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a Black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take Black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up. Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a Black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what reparenting even means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not say
that. Mr. Secretary, for Black families in the United States, the issue of family separation is not new. Our nation has a long and painful history of separating Black children from their families. During slavery, Black children were taken from their parents and sold with no regard for their humanity. And after slavery, Black families continue to face forced separations through Jim Crow laws, discriminatory policing, and child welfare systems that too often assume that Black parents were unfit. Even today, Black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of longstanding bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that Black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. Sir, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the world's most powerful country, and your words matter. When you suggest that reparenting Black children, when you sow doubt about the safety of vaccines, and when you promote unproven statements that have no basis in science, you endanger the lives of everyone across this nation. Those children have parents, and to suggest that they have to be reparented is offensive.
I never suggested that.
Your words matter. When those words are careless, communities pay the price. When your words are improper, precise, they create confusion. And when your words are dismissive, they cause real harm. So you don't have the pleasure, because of your position, to speak first and think later. Not in this job and not because of your responsibility. I expect, and the American people expect, that you choose your words with sincereness and with seriousness, the seriousness that your position demands. American lives are at stake, and it's time that you start acting like it, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hearn. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be with you today. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for, sorry. It's good to have you here today. I really appreciate it. I want to use my time to bring an issue to your attention. Last month, a young man from Oklahoma, Jacob Toe, came to meet me in my office. He told me a story that stuck with me, one that can make
and denying necessary care.
Point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm glad you're appearing before us today. Under your leadership, CMS recently added new layers of red tape that Medicare patients need to navigate to get the care that they're entitled to. Mr. Secretary, I hope you understand the harm that delaying and denying necessary care can have. Do you remember saying this, quote, Americans shouldn't have to negotiate with their insurer to get the care they need. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies was not good for anyone, end quote. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I would align with that.
And I'll submit for the record actually a press release from CMS with your quote in that from June 23rd of 2025.
Without objection.
In this case, I agree. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies is.
See, Sarah, I was on mute for a second, but let me address a lie that you people routinely like to put out here. Nemesis ID Hard says Black fathers abandon their children routinely She is a race baiting fool. How am I a race baiting fool? When in fact, in the United States of America, black fathers are more in touch with their children than any father of any race. Black fathers have no more input with their black children than any fathers in the United States. Let's be real clear. Who is race baiting? Who exactly is race baiting? Because I'm giving you the facts. But what you do not know, is the actual facts. Why? Because I am not letting the lies of RFK Jr. Sit out here and not address the actual factual lies of what RF Jr. was talking about. So since obviously you were not here and you do not know who you're dealing with, once again, for the idiots in the back, the idiots that want to spread lies and bullshit. Shall we go to the ADHD science and strategies page once more? Yeah, let's all go here one more time. Study explores medication decision making for African American children with ADHD as in a synthesis of 14 existing studies. Researchers have conducted that African American children with ADHD are significantly less likely than their white counterparts to treat their symptoms with medication for three main reasons: caregiver perspective on ADHD and ADHD like behaviors, beliefs regarding the risks and benefits associated with stimulant medication, and the belief that ADHD represents a form of social control. This is 14 studies, not one study, 14 studies. Now, you can reach the studies here. This link is in my description box, and I will drop it in the chat right now. June 23rd, 2020. Let's understand that RFK Jr. was spouting this lie that all black children are put on ADHD drugs in this past election. So that would be 2023, 2024-ish. This study, nearly 79% of white children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or the ADHD, take medication to manage their symptoms. How many white children? 79% of white children diagnosed with this take medication following a thorough diagnosis and prescription by a medical provider. Among African American children with ADHD, the number is only 27.3%. And the rate of medication discontinuance is comparatively higher as well. What causes this healthcare access to clinician education to cultural norms beyond? A synthesis of 14 existing studies centered around one such factor, namely caregiver medication decisions. The decisions of the parents to do what? Not put their children on this ADHD medication. While you have the head of the Health and Human Services lying to you that all black children are put on ADHD medication and therefore they should be rehomed, when in fact it is 79% of white children who are put on this medication. But he has nothing to say about them. So get the fuck out of my face talking dumb shit. See, I'm not talking just to talk like you are. I'm not up here talking just to talk. I'm talking to inform. And I frankly don't give a fuck what you think about it, but I will let you know, get the fuck out of my chat with these lies and bullshit. This is not a propaganda channel. You don't come in this channel disrespecting me. If we can agree to disagree, but what you're not going to do, you're not going to be disrespectful to me. If you don't like the information, prop up a link where I can get different information. Have the conversation where different information is presented. But all of this dumb shit, I understand that many of you who come in here with this dumb shit are the ignorant 45, 47 voters. But miss me with that bullshit. Because if you can't converse on some motherfucking facts, keep your motherfucking typing fingers silent in this bitch. And sit your stupid ass down and learn some facts. Hit the like button. If you need to do something with your fingers, hit the fucking like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you need to do something with your fingers, since you're sitting up in here anyway, you may as well like and subscribe. That's right, Vera Carey. Feel free to join the conversation. A shame on the person that said that racist BS. Lots of shit white fathers do as well. Yeah, exactly. They want to sit in here and talk all of this stuff because they hear all of this propaganda. They can tell you everything about black lives because they are so insecure. They are so insecure about black people. But they have all of these statistics ready about black people, black fathers, black this, black that. But they don't know shit about themselves. They can't give you any statistics about they funky ass, fucked up ass life. You don't. I notice you don't hear them come in here and give the statistics about how many of them are molesting their children on a regular basis. You know, those. Their cultural statistics, the things that is prominent in their culture. But they want to always talk about black culture. But they don't want to talk about what's prominent in their culture, like we don't know. And like we don't know our own culture. Get to know your own culture. Since you want to talk about black culture incorrectly, you don't want the actual details of your culture being revealed out here. Because you get hurt in your feelings when you hear the facts of your own culture. But you want to talk about black culture like we don't know the statistics, the actual facts. See, this is not a channel of spewing bullshit. If this was, why would I be playing a confirmation hearing so you can hear the bullshit come out of this administration mouths themselves? Why would I be playing John F. Kennedy being a dumbass, a former 15-year heroin addict being a dumbass for this dumb administration that put him in office? I wouldn't need to play that. Let's get back to it. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it.
Isn't good for anyone. And yet less than a week after you said that, quote. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I would align with that.
Under your leadership, CMS recently added new layers of red tape that Medicare patients need to navigate to get the care that they're entitled to. Mr. Secretary, I hope you understand the harm that delaying and denying necessary care can have. Do you remember saying this, quote, Americans shouldn't have to negotiate with their insurer to get the care they need. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies was not good for anyone, end quote. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I would align with that.
And I'll submit for the record actually a press release from CMS with your quote in that from June 20 of 2025.
Without objection.
In this case, I agree. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies isn't good for anyone. And yet less than a week after you said that, CMS announced the Wiser model. The program allows private companies to use AI to review traditional Medicare claims and pays them based on the amount of care they deny. This program went into place in 6 states across the country, including my home state of Washington. President Trump said multiple times on the campaign trail that he would not cut Medicare, but this program does exactly that. For example, Joanne is a senior from Washington on Medicare. She has a herniated disc that is pinching her sciatic nerve, causing immense pain down the right side of her body. Her doctor prescribed an injection that would help relieve her pain. If it had been prescribed last year, she would have received the treatment, no problem. But because of the Wiser model that has been implemented, she's been in intense pain for over 6 weeks while she waits for approval. She has been using crutches or a wheelchair for over a month now, which is making her arthritis worse, adding to her chronic pain. Since using crutches, she's fallen multiple times, including earlier this week. Instead of simply approving the procedure, Joanne's conditions are getting worse. And Secretary Kennedy, the W in the Wiser model stands for wasteful. Do you think that Joanne's treatment, which would allow her to walk and live with less pain that her doctor has prescribed, do you think that's wasteful?
Do you want me to actually answer that question?
Yeah.
I think that that's a terrible outcome. It's one that was not intended by the system, obviously. The problem is there's tremendous ways. In Medicaid, there's only 5% of the cases are given prior authorization. In private industry, 30%.
This is traditional Medicare now, where
Medicare.
it's now, this is only been put under prior authorization under your
Hold on. I don't know what happened. Hold on. Oh, I don't know what happened.
leadership. Now, President Trump.
I don't know what happened.
The system, obviously. The problem is there's tremendous ways. In Medicaid, there's only 5% of the cases are given prior authorization. In private industry, 30%.
This is traditional Medicare now, where it's now, this is only been put under prior authorization under your leadership. Now, President Trump promised multiple times that he, quote, will not lay a finger on Medicare. Given President Trump's promise, did you or the president approve this model, which is now delaying and denying care for people in states like the state of Washington?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, she told that it was the question. That's why she stopped talking. Now, let me make sure my mic is on. Let's be real clear. This thing about that was asked about the black children's being taken away from their families. I'm going to let this question get answered. And so this is one day that he's addressing Congress. He comes back the next day, and I believe he's addressing the Senate. And you will see his answers about the statement that all black children are being prescribed these ADHD medicines and they need to be rehomed. So do you think that when he showed up the next day, they didn't ragtag his ass with the actual audio of him saying exactly what he said? We're going to watch that after we get this answer to this woman's question about all of the complaints about, Barack Obama, he made the insurance agencies rich and they're doing this prior authorization. And they are not protecting their patients. That's what our elected officials are here for. But the head of the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services said that, hey, that's a good idea. That's a good idea to delay treatment of poor people and disabled people. and maybe they won't file an appeal, and we'll save this money. While he's sitting, well, there's so much race. Well, no, that must be a misunderstanding because these different agencies. You hear all of this bullshit. Now he's about to answer the question.
So people are being denied care across our state right now.
Very, very quickly. And this is an example. 5 years ago, we were paying $250,000 a year for $250 million for skin substitutes. This year, $23 billion. Why? Because there was no prior authorization in the Medicare program.
And now someone like Joanne is not getting her care. It's more expensive for us because Joanne is not getting her care. We have story after story. I can also submit for the record stories of all the people who are being delayed and denied care. It is more expensive for us. It is more expensive for them when they are not getting the care they need. Last year, I sent CMS a letter detailing my concerns about the Weiser model. I still have not gotten a response. That was last August. Can you publicly commit to responding to that letter and addressing the concerns of this harmful model?
Yeah, absolutely we will. And I apologize for not getting back to you sooner. We have an unprecedented number of communications from Congress.
Well, we don't have you here very often. We have people in my state who are being denied care, who are being hurt based on this policy. And there's an indifference to the challenges that they are facing, all because of a model put in place for no reason and doing exactly what you said shouldn't happen, which is, and I quote, pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies. These are private companies doing this prior authorization. Was not good for anyone. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Discovering $23 billion worth of fraud is not for no reason. And that
you are hurting patients in our state and other states across the country for.
So here he is discovering $23 billion worth of fraud. That is what made you decide to hire an outside agency to deny care of patients, that you want to sit on the floor and say that is so horrible when insurance companies do it, but you have taken up the mantle to the point of hiring an outside entity to do the thing that you know is detrimental to patients as the head of the Health and Human Services. This is why you should watch what the dumbasses that your president has put over your life. Now, knowing all of this, what do you think that this administration and the clowns that he put over ensuring your medical health, your safety, what do you think the outcome they are looking for? They're not looking for you to survive. That's what they're looking for. They want to talk about money. You should be so concerned about money and fraud as the people who have created this fraud have been arrested under the Biden administration, have been released and do not have to repay their fraud. But when, oh God, these Somalians, they have defrauded our social systems. When your social system was defrauded by white men, what did they get? They got commuted. They don't have to repay their sentences, but they want to prevent any Somalian from coming over to the United States, as they let the white men who have created all this fraud out of jail. These people have already gotten jail time. They get out of jail and don't have to repay the billions that they have stole from Medicare. But they want you to get all excited because they know that you are dummies. They know that they can tell you that a black or a brown person stole this less money than white people that your president has let out of jail. And you'll be, oh my God, these illegal aliens, oh my God, we gotta get up. We gotta get them out of here. Oh, they've ruined America. But you have no idea that these white men who have already been convicted of doing the exact same thing have been let out of jail. This is why you need to understand how the sausage is made in your government. Because you will fall for the bullshit and the okie doke. You will act as if you don't know that these Somalians had already been indicted and under indictment by the Biden administration. And as Kennedy sits up here and have put things in way of seniors from getting the treatment that their doctor recommended, he wants to go back. Oh well, the fraud. When it's so much fraud, bitch. You're the fraud. Okay, so let me see if there's anything else. I still see her here.
No reason, and I appreciate you finally responding to the letter. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Okay, so we heard the questions about all of the Black children need to be rehomed because the parents put all of the Black children on medication. Did we hear all of that? Yes, we heard all of that. I think you need to see what he had to say the next day. The next day, not the same day, the next day. What did he have to say then? Oh my God! Let's hear what Robert F. Kennedy had to say the next day. I had it held. I don't know why it moved. Here we go. Right here. Let's right here. Let's go.
Expired. And I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy, I'm sure.
This is Black Maternal Health Week. If they continue to talk about AOC who never sits on a mainstream show, AOC who you have to catch in the hallway or something, or does a little short session on a show, AOC who is trying to incubate herself from being asked any questions. You should start to understand and know the name Summer Lee from Pennsylvania. Let's get into it on Maternal Health Week.
You're aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to.
Expired. And I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy, I'm sure you're aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of those deaths are preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy than their peers in 97% of U.S. cities. Your written testimony mentions maternal and child health 4 times. But from what I've seen, the NIH canceled grants researching Black maternal health. Your administration's fiscal year 27 budget proposes eliminating Healthy Start, which is one of the federal government's primary community-based maternal health programs. And you've made it a priority of HHS to end diversity, equity, and inclusion. So yes or no, my question for you is, if a medical school or a public health school educates students about addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis, would you consider that an illegal DEI?
No.
No, you would not?
No.
Great. I do hope for the medical schools, the universities, and the accreditors, your administration has been threatening that they're watching this and take this directive to continue teaching about and addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis. And I expect your agency to restore and expand funding and support for that work. Also, yes or no, do you think consuming more?
So what she's saying is that they have threatened colleges if they continue to speak and teach about medical disparities that Black women face in the United States of America. They were threatening colleges if they taught about it. We remember that stupid ass Dr. Jackie from Married to Medicine, who went to Mississippi State, I believe, to get her medical degree. That stupid bitch said that told a pregnant woman that they just be faking it sometimes. They love to fake it when talking about a pregnant black woman who was asking for time off. See, this is what that bitch was taught in medical school. That black people can take more pain. If you don't understand, this is what they're teaching in these medical schools. That black skin is thicker than other people's skin. Teaching it in school that we can take more pain. So you had a black physician telling her pregnant black patient that you'll be all right, and then after she got away from the patient, they just be putting on a dumb black bitch. Let me continue.
Protein and avoiding Tylenol will prevent Black women from dying 3 times more. And expand funding and support for that work. Also, yes or no, do you think consuming more protein and avoiding Tylenol will prevent Black women from dying 3 times more likely during a pregnancy?
I doubt it. Tylenol doesn't kill you.
So then why aren't you putting forth serious policies that actually address the health crises in this country instead of just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we.
Do you want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
We are doing more on maternal health than any other administration.
No, I said Black maternal health.
That was not the question. Thank you. Correct him.
On maternal health.
Black maternal health.
That includes blacks and whites.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific and intentional interventions for Black maternal health and Black infant.
Can I finish? I'm saying.
Are you going to answer that?
Yeah, we have right now, we've implemented a perinatal pilot project that we're in 220 hospitals around the country. And we have reduced maternal health mortalities by 42% at those hospitals by providing them protocols.
Can you please share what the reduction has been for Black maternal health?
Across the board, it's 42%.
But Black maternal health still has worse outcomes than other people.
I wouldn't know. No, it helps everybody.
But it isn't.
Object to that?
Okay, thank you. It is not. I do want to just, for the record, state that. It does not help everyone. Your agency told programs to remove a list of nearly 200 words and phrases from their funding applications, including the word Black.
Did the sound go out for you guys during that? Did the sound go out for you guys? Let me try that again. Oh, you guys did hear the sound? My sound went out. I just wanted to check that you guys heard the sound. Thank you, you guys. It went out and it came back on for me. So let's continue.
Do you have an idea of how we could solve the Black maternal mortality crisis if we can't say Black?
President Trump is trying to end division in this country, not so.
Sorry, not eviction.
During the last 4 years, that's what
Trump is trying to end division and not sow division. So therefore, if Black women are dying 3 times at the rate of white women, no, we cannot study it. We cannot study Black because we cannot say Black because it was so division. Now, do you think if white women were dying at the 3 times the rate of Black women, that they would say to study the cause why this race of women was dying more, that it would be something that they refused to study because they were afraid to sow division? If it was white women dying at 3 times the rate of Black people? Of course not. And that is one of the main reasons right there that Black women are dying at 3 times the rate of white women. Because these nurses and doctors, when a Black woman tell them that something's wrong, they're ignored. Let's continue.
It did. It divided people. It polarized people.
No. We're not talking about eviction. We're talking about
I'm
healthcare.
calling about DEI.
We're talking about healthcare.
Yeah.
Disparities. So what we're asking is if you attack DE&I and then we have a crisis that impacts one population over another, but you cannot direct specific spending or research or interventions to that population, how do you solve the problem?
Do you think the federal government should be paying for DEI?
I think the federal government has a vested interest in ensuring that its citizens survive childbirth.
Well, we are meeting that obligation.
We are not.
Oh, that I can explain to you how we are.
You have not done so far. But also, I would say that we can improve healthcare for everybody at the same time as helping the people who are most likely to die. That's what DE&I. Well, first of all, DE&I makes sure that we have Black doctors or women doctors, or that we're talking about the fact that we have a mortality rate that is not matched by any other country as what we would call developed as ours. Really quickly, in yesterday's Ways and Means Committee hearing, you denied saying that every Black kid is now just a standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
Why did I deny payment?
Why did you deny saying this? Now he repeats, why did I deny payment? She was very clear. Yesterday, you said this about Black people being on children being on Adderall and being rehomed. Why did you deny saying this? Now he's gone deaf. I guess some of his symptoms of being a motherfucking crackhead had kicked in. Why did I deny payment?
Put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
Why did I deny payment?
No, why did you deny that you said that every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely...
He's looking for his described answer. You see him looking over to the side. He's doing the Pam Bimbo. He has come in with a cheat sheet to answer. So now he has an answer to why he denied saying this. Let's see what the answer is.
Eyes, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them.
Well, it's largely true that Black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and they...
Well, it's largely true. Because Black kids, it's easier to handle people. What exactly did that mean? If it was largely true, why didn't you say it yesterday? Well, yes, it's largely true because of X, Y, and Z. He denied it all day yesterday. I never said that. I never said that. I never, ever said that. But now, today...
A lot of the... Are you going to rehome them?
No, I never said that.
That you said that every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them.
Well, it's largely true that Black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and they a lot of the public...
And you're going to rehome them?
No, I never said that we should rehome them for illegal drugs. Psychiatric...
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Okay, I just wanted to know if that was him for the record. Thank you.
Thank the
I yield
gentlelady.
back.
Now, I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning,
he,
Mr.
was playing the recording of him saying exactly that. There is a tumor that I would like you to indulge me with since we are here on this page. Maybe 3. Maybe 4. Maybe 4. that I want you to indulge. It is definitely this woman right here. Indulge me.
In school meals?
He is.
Can we count on?
Let's go.
Agree with the cuts being proposed.
We are
in the budget?
expanding.
Okay, like you, I believe.
Best take to curb PBM's abusive practices, and how might Congress be able to assist in this effort?
Healthcare system. Is chronic disease. Another trial.
Time has expired, and I'm sure the meeting can take place. Now, I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here. I have a yes or no question. Do you agree that there's a connection between nutrition and health?
Of course.
Thank you. So nutrition and the importance of healthy foods seem to be a core part of the MAHA movement. Is that correct?
Of course.
Okay, like you, I believe that you can't be healthy if you're hungry. But as Secretary of Health and Human Services, do you, in your capacity, advise the president on nutrition issues as they relate to health?
You mean his personal health?
On health issues, any of it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I'm sure you know, many studies show that childhood is a critical time for proper nutrition. So a person's diet in childhood has a massive impact on their lifelong health and chronic disease risk. In February.
Oh, so he thought that he was going to get a big chuckle out of her. He thought that this was the time on his personal health. Well, yes, you should be advising him on eating all that McDonald's all day, every day. Yes, you should be advising him. But what happens when you're around him? You are the one who sinks down and have a big McDonald's sitting right in front of you. He makes you conform to his eating schedule, not the other way around. We've seen it. You dare say nothing to him that he is not pleased with. You sit your ass down with a Big Mac in front of you instead of advising him on his health. Let's continue.
You visited an elementary school where you had the opportunity to observe their scratch cooking practices and discuss the importance of serving healthy and fresh foods with school administrators and food service staff.
Scratch kitchen practices. Scratch, making food from what? Scratch. These schools mainly are heat up services. They don't have the pots, the pans, the knives, the utensils to actually cook meals from scratch. Now, this woman is questioning him about just that. How are supposed to have children eating healthy meals in school, and you want to pretend like the meals should be made from scratch, but none of the kitchens in USA schools are equipped with the things that it takes to do what you say you want. So are you going to put more money in the budget so these schools can prep themselves with the utensils and the pots and pans and all that it takes to make these meals from scratch? This is what this woman is asking him about. Let's hear his answers.
So can you tell me why then did the president's budget include major cuts to programs for child nutrition, like the $5 million from the farm to school program, eliminating school lunch equipment grants, and reducing the benefits that mothers and young children receive for fresh fruits and vegetables under the WIC program?
We are absolutely committed to child health and good nutrition. We just put, we have we've preserved Head Start from any of the cuts, and we just put $62 million into Head Start to make sure that the 660,000 children who are in Head Start can have.
All right, let me reclaim my time. I have some other questions. So did the president discuss these proposed cuts with you?
Did the president? No.
Yes. Okay. Well, cuts to the program that help ensure access to healthy and local foods would be a betrayal, I believe, of the MAHA agenda, which is your agenda.
We are expanding.
So, excuse me, sir, I'm claiming my time here. Do you agree with these cuts being included in the president's budget?
We are expanding access.
Can you give me a yes or no? Do you agree with the cuts being proposed?
We are
in the budget?
expanding access.
All right, I'm claiming my time. Do you agree or do you not?
We are
You say yes
expanding.
or no? Okay. So can I count on you to urge the president to reconsider these cuts and instead invest in school meals?
He is.
Can we count on you? Is that a yes or no? Can you give me a yes or no? Can I count on you to
providing good nutrition to children? Absolutely.
All right. So, well, listen, it seems like, and I'm glad you said that, but it seems like a betrayal of the people who have been promised by you as secretary to use your position to make food healthier. So thank you for clarifying that for the American people. And let me ask you about a survey of school food service directors who found that 79% of respondents expressed an extreme need for an increase in funding in order to expand scratch cooking and reduce the use of ultra processed foods. So that same survey found that there's a serious need for additional staff, additional equipment, culinary training, and infrastructure. So, sir, are you aware of the barriers such as food cost inflation and lack of kitchen equipment that schools face in serving healthy meals to children across the country?
I'm absolutely aware of it.
Okay, so that's good to hear. But the budget,
and we are doing
the budget fails. Excuse me, sir, I'm claiming my time here. That's good to hear. Because the budget fails to provide any investments. In fact, it does the opposite. So what should I tell? I'm reclaiming my time. So what should I tell food service directors in my district who want to make the transition to less ultra processed and prepackaged foods, but can barely cover the costs of these expenses? What should I tell them?
You might start by telling them the truth.
All right. Well, I'm not getting that from you, but I suggest that you take the time to meet with food service directors across this country for a better understanding of the financial pressures on school meals programs. Many programs in our country are just not well funded enough. They're not, and you keep supporting the cuts in these budgets. They're not well funded enough to prepare meals and serve less ultra-processed and prepackaged food, all of which are alleged goals outlined in your MAGA report, Make America Healthy Again. You're not doing it, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I yield back.
I recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being here today.
Okay. Oh, we're not going to hear him kiss ass and pretend like something was done wrong to Kennedy. There is one other woman that I want to highlight on here. Oh, I definitely want to highlight this gentleman as well.
Without objection. Objection and hearing none will be entered.
Thank you. A living, an office that houses several have to go into debt just in order to stay.
Appreciate Secretary Kennedy's willingness to take on these challenges. And I look forward to working together to build a healthier, stronger future for every American. With that said, I yield to the ranking member, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for your testimony this morning. Your appearance before the committee today, as they say, has been a long time coming. Mr. Secretary, you lead an agency that has immense responsibility to both enhance and protect America's well-being. The mission of the Department of Health and Human Services is to embrace the health and well-being of all Americans by providing for effective health and human services and by fostering sound, sustained advances in the sciences underlying medicine, public health, and social services. This mission is why many get involved in public service in the first place. This is in part why the president's words the other day were so shocking. As President Trump said, and you can see over my shoulder, we're fighting wars. It's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal level. You have to take care of one thing, military protection. And regrettably, the proposed budget that you're here to defend today reflects that sentiment. Overall, the White House's proposed budget reduces HHS discretionary budget authority by about $15.8 billion, or 12.5%. If these proposed cuts are enacted, it will have devastating consequences for Americans' health and well-being and will raise costs for America's families. Take Americans' health care, for example. The proposed budget cuts target public health agencies such as the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institutes for Health, weakening the systems that communities rely on to prevent disease and respond to crisis. Additionally, thanks to the cuts from H.R. 1, or what we refer to as the Big Ugly Bill, policies of this administration, Americans are now paying more to see a doctor and to fill prescriptions. Americans should not have to go into debt just in order to stay healthy. The department should be focusing on ensuring affordable, accessible health coverage for as many people as possible. Regrettably, when fully implemented, the actions taken by this Congress and administration will reduce the number of people insured by about 15 million. And as a direct result of this administration's policies and priorities, the cost of living has become increasingly unaffordable. Moreover, the president has recklessly gotten us into another war in the Middle East, causing energy prices to skyrocket. And as those energy prices skyrocket, your budget would eliminate the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, which helps millions of families stay warm in the winter and cool in the summer, reducing the risk of health and safety problems arising from unsafe heating and cooling situations. Similarly, American families are struggling to find safe, affordable childcare. And true to his word that it is not possible for us to take care of daycare, the president's budget proposes flat funding both Head Start and the Child Care Development Block Grant, even though current funding levels serve only a small fraction of eligible children. And when adjusted for inflation, flat funding would likely result in fewer children actually served. In addition, the president's budget would completely eliminate the Preschool Development Grant, which helps states improve the quality and safety of child care programs and ensures all children can arrive at kindergarten ready to succeed. Last year, HHS illegally withheld funds from Head Start facilities nationwide, pushing many Head Start programs to the brink. And earlier this year, HHS froze over $10 billion in congressionally appropriated funds for 5 Democratic-led states, which also impacted child care development funds and the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF. These actions were not without victims. Many child care providers and grantees are already operating on shoestring budgets. And without federal support, child care centers may have to close. And when they do, the parents are left in the lurch without access to child care. In times like these, the social safety net programs provide struggling families a lifeline. Or if these programs have either
But when you have these Nepo babies in all parts and tops of the administration, they know nothing of this. All of this is foreign to them, being a regular American working citizen. That is foreign to them. They can sit out and party and do drugs for tens of years and step right back into life because of the bootlegging that their grandfather did. But I digress.
have been taken away or scaled back under your leadership. Cutting these programs doesn't make the cost of child care, food, or health go away. It only shifts the burden onto the households that can least afford them. Lastly, I want to address the growing concerns of Americans with disabilities who have been acutely impacted by your department's policies and priorities. Last year, you targeted the Administration for Community Living, an office that houses several key programs for people with disabilities as well as seniors. The loss of ACL would not merely be a bureaucratic shift. Its proposed elimination sent a clear message that the rights and safety of people with disabilities and older adults were no longer a priority for HHS. After more than 50 years of bipartisan progress towards independent living and equal opportunity, the proposed dismantle of ACL takes this country backwards. Last August, I released a report detailing how the administration has undermined programs such as Centers for Independent Living and Assisted Technology. Moreover, the Big Ugly Bill's deep cuts to Medicaid will inevitably reduce home and community-based services, the very support that allows people with disabilities to live independently.
Hold on 1 second. Who is this? Roy Phillips. Now, first of all, Roy Phillips, you're a dummy. You are an absolute dummy, and you should question yourself before you come in my chat making some bullshit lie up, because you don't know the third grade correction or the language for the words your, as in ownership, Y-O-U-R, or your, U-R, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. So, dumb Roy Phillips decided to interested your going to hear the lies, but will not play his responses. You're a hack. So, understand that Roy Phillips just used the word your, Y-O-U-R, twice wrongly. It's not your, as in ownership. It's your. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E in both of the places that you decided to write your as an ownership. Additionally, Roy, there is no full line of questioning that I have played or intend to play where I do not allow the answers to be heard. The reason why you don't hear any answers heard, because this dumb motherfucker don't have the answers to the questions. I play their whole little time span uninterrupted, and just because you're mad that the person that your president and put in charge of health and human services is too stupid to be able to answer the question, don't say that I'm not playing the answers to the question. This numbnuts don't have the answer to the question, and I'm thoroughly playing it, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it that I am able to play. That some of you people are so ignorant that this is who you have over health and human services now. You got the candidate and you got the administration that your dumb asses deserve. A bunch of dummies. So let's keep it a buck. Hit the like button, please. I appreciate you all being here. I really, really, really appreciate you all being here. Let me see how many. I don't have that many likes. If you don't like it, hit the dislike button. You're here. It costs you nothing to hit the like button. You know what else it doesn't cost you anything to do? To subscribe. I appreciate all of my new subscribers. Since you guys are all here, like, subscribe, and you can share.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter that report into the record.
Without objection.
Objection
and hearing none, it'll be entered.
Thank you. Additionally, your proposed budget eliminated the chronic disease self-management education and fall prevention programs, effective programs that seniors across the country have come to rely on. When services are cut, families face impossible choices, people risk losing their independence, and so I ask you to reconsider your position and recommit to fully supporting people with disabilities and older Americans. So, Mr. Secretary, I want today's discussion to focus on how we can actually fulfill HHS's mission and your commitment as citizens, and our commitment as citizens to care for one another. Regrettably, I fear that this budget proposal will not serve that goal. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members.
Did I allow him to answer the question? No, because that was what they call an opening statement. Let's go to there are a couple of people. I am not going to bore you with Robert F. Kennedy's opening statement again. Let me see. There are a few noteworthy questions in this bank of questionnaires. Let's get into it.
Thank you. My time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, after 14 months on the job, your long overdue appearance before this committee is particularly pertinent given the fact that your uncle, John F. Kennedy, served on this committee for his entire 6 years as a House member representing the 11th District of Massachusetts. As his National Archive bio states, as a House member, he advocated expanding health care for all. And as president in 1961, he supported passage of Medicare legislation, the King-Anderson bill, which was ultimately enacted in 1965 by his successor. That transformational federal law provided universal insurance for seniors at a time when only 50% could afford health insurance. And over time, it has vastly improved the health and life expectancy of our nation. Your other uncle, Senator Ted Kennedy, who I'm proud to say campaigned for me when I was first elected to Congress by a whopping margin of 83 votes, declared, quote, universal health care is the cause of my life, and was lead sponsor of the Affordable Care Act when it was introduced in 2009. He did not live to see its enactment, but we know now that the ACA successfully cut the uninsured rate in half by 2024 prior to your arrival at HHS. Clearly, universal health care is not the cause of your life. On your watch at HHS, we've seen a massive jump in the uninsured population. Since January 2025, 1.2 million have already lost coverage thanks to the Trump administration's refusal to extend the ACA enhanced tax credits, even though we passed a bipartisan bill in the House to do so. A couple of days ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that 1.2 million number is going to continue to grow because 14% of new enrollees this year didn't make their first payments for the new Trump premiums. As the Journal reported, this will add millions more to the ranks of the uninsured. Even worse, with the passage of the misnamed One Big Beautiful Bill, CBO reports another 10 million at least will lose their coverage as states are forced to implement the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. According to Gallup 2 weeks ago, the affordability of health coverage has now jumped to the top domestic policy concern facing Americans, which is pretty striking given the fact that the cost of housing, groceries, and gas to get to work has skyrocketed under this administration. But they're right to be concerned about the expense of trying to maintain insurance coverage, because they know when you lose health insurance, you miss routine checkups, preventive tests and scans for cancer and heart disease, and inpatient care if needed. Slashing health insurance affordability does not make America healthy nor more economically secure. At an Easter luncheon a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Trump stated that, quote, it's not possible for the federal government to pay for Medicare and Medicaid. It's up to the states to take responsibility for those programs. As the person in charge of CMS, and after 60 years of operation as a federal program, which, by the way, your father voted for in 1965 when he was a senator from the state of New York, do you support his position that states should take over control and operation of the Medicare program?
I believe that we should save Medicaid and Medicare. They're absolutely critical programs, and President Trump has pledged to do that and is doing everything in his power to do so. There are no cuts to Medicaid. They look at the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office report.
My question, excuse me, was: do you think the states should be vested with control of the Medicare program? That's the question, because that's exactly what he said. He's your boss. Is that your position?
President Trump's position is that we should preserve Medicare.
No, by sending it to the states, that's the death knell.
You saying Medicaid or Medicare?
Medicare. It's right there.
President Trump's objective is to save Medicare, and we are taking.
Not by, well, it will not save it by sending it to the states. That will destroy the program, and that's why it was designed the way it was 60 years ago.
To send it to the states.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
I don't know of that proposal, and the president has not told me about it.
Well,
the president is trying to save.
For seniors,
Right now,
for seniors and
Medicare
American families, they listen to what the president says, and they understand exactly what he's talking about, which is destroying the Medicare program. In your testimony, you talked about having insurance premium.
You clearly don't want me to answer these questions.
Well, you actually didn't answer the question at all. You didn't talk about whether the state should be given the authority to run Medicare.
My answer has to begin with correcting a lot of the misstatements that you made in your introduction. I'm happy to do that.
Well, that's not a misstatement. That's a direct quote from your boss.
I'm telling you, the president's policy is to save Medicare. That's what he's always
And giving it to
said.
the states will destroy Medicare. I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Miss Virginia Fox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. We welcome you to the committee.
So who didn't give him a chance to answer the question? Where did I not play him not answering the question on his own with all of this pontificating about, well, I didn't hear him say that. I never heard him say that. When that has been played all over the news media, even though they took it down, where that numbnut said that we don't have money in the federal government can't pay for child care. They can't pay for Medicaid, Medicare, all of these personal things. We have to pay for a war. So was RFK somewhere in a hole getting high that he didn't hear this the buzz about this from Easter up until the day that he went to the hearing, and he had no idea that the president had said this? So if we are to take him at his word that he never heard this, we should be more worried about where has this motherfucker been when he made this big announcement about Medicare and Medicaid and child care. To put more money into war as you are cutting programs. You didn't hear about this as you are making all these cuts to medical programs, and your president said he's going to put more, we got to pay for wars. Oh, but I didn't let him play his answer. Yeah, answer that. I got to answer all the misrepresentation that you put forth. He did not put any forth. Now, if you did not hear, he said, first of all, I didn't hear him say anything about that. So, okay, you admit that you didn't hear it. Okay. So if you didn't hear it, how do you turn around and then say that the person who said, I am quoting the president in saying X, Y, and Z. How can you say that this is misinformation? At the same time, you say you never even heard him say these things. So who is more likely to be correct? The person who puts up a whole poster board behind him with what the president said in quotation marks, or you who said, I didn't hear him say that? Did I allow the answers to be played? Yes, I did allow the answer to be played. Did you get an answer? No, you got no answer. So, you dummies believe that it's my fault that the dummy that put in the dummy over HHS cannot answer any questions regarding HHS. But you mad at me, who's giving you just the facts, bitches. Let's continue. Let's see who. We're not going to watch this bitch at all. This old biddy. No. We will not do that. I think we want
To enhance the health and well-being.
Yes, we would
Retracted.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady's
Chairman.
time
I
has
yield back.
expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the mission of the Department of Health and Human Services starts with these words: to enhance the health and well-being of all Americans. This is a yes or no question. Does all Americans include children?
Of course.
Well, I frequently talk with families who tell me they can't find childcare, and if they can find it, they can't afford it. In fact, the childcare crisis is costing families about $134 billion in lost earnings annually. And recently, as we've heard this morning, and I'll repeat, the president said there's no money for daycare because he needs more money to fight the war, which is costing about $2 billion a day. Your department's budget flat funds childcare, which won't help at all. Yet you did spend money on a bizarre vanity video with Kid Rock. So Secretary Kennedy, how does it enhance the health and well-being of children to spend HHS's limited resources and taxpayer money on a video of yourself drinking milk in a hot tub with Kid Rock? And how much did it cost to prepare and produce this video?
Congresswoman, I was asked to cut costs across my department because we have a $39 trillion debt.
I understand, Mr. Secretary. How much did it cost to produce this video?
I want to correct something that you said.
I'm asking how much did it cost to produce
I would
this
have no
video?
idea.
Okay, you don't have any idea. Well, I'll tell you that that money, whatever it cost, I consider waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's money that should have been invested in our nation's children and spent on something like healthcare and childcare that actually improve people's lives. You know,
many people have come up to me who saw that video and say, that inspired me to
Mr.
work
Secretary,
out. That's one of the things that we want to do in
the
this
return on investment that we get from early childhood education shows that for every dollar we spend, we get back somewhere between $4 and $16. Secretary Kennedy, about 20 years ago, the United States eliminated measles. So we thought. But now, because of your anti-science rhetoric, vaccination rates are down in many places below the 95% threshold needed to maintain herd immunity. And I know you said that happened before you were secretary, but Mr. Secretary, you've been a long-time voice against vaccination for more than 20 years. Measles is highly contagious. It can make babies who may be too young to be vaccinated so sick that they stop eating and drinking and may develop pneumonia or brain swelling. In my home state of Oregon, the Oregon Health Authority just recently warned about multiple new locations where people may have been exposed: a community college, a middle school, health clinics, grocery stores. This is unacceptable. So Secretary Kennedy, does exposing infants and children to measles enhance their health and well-being?
I've never been anti-vaccine. I've always said I'm not anti-vaccine. Right now, I just approved 3 weeks ago $500 million for research on a new cancer vaccine.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, you have been a long-time voice against vaccination.
No, I haven't. No, I'm not anti-vax. I'm pro-science. What I've said is vaccines should be adequately safety tested so we know both the risks and the benefits. I'm funding a major study on developing a universal
reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. In fact, you have said in a congressional hearing that people should not be taking medical advice from you. The problem is that they are, and they believe what you say. So, Secretary Kennedy, I have another question. Does enhancing health include mental health?
Of course.
Good. I'm glad you agree, because recently masked armed ICE agents surrounded some high school students near their school. A Latino student from Oregon, a U.S. citizen, recently spoke about he and his friends feel scared at school, have trouble focusing, and feel dehumanized. And President Trump, as you likely know, repealed the guidance that keeps ICE out of sensitive locations like schools and healthcare centers. Now, children can't understand the complexities of the U.S. immigration system, but they are scared and they can feel anxiety. So, Secretary Kennedy, does it enhance the health and well-being of children to allow immigration enforcement in and around schools and at childcare centers? Does that help kids?
It was not enhancing our health and well-being of the American people to allow 20 million illegal aliens into this country. And President Trump, again, is left with a mess that he is having to,
Mr. Secretary, he is
having to clean up.
In no legal or moral or ethical frame does it make sense to punish children? Young children's brains are highly influenced.
That was the biggest humanitarian crisis in modern history, what you guys caused. So if you cared about children, we have now stopped 97% of the unaccompanied minors from coming across the border.
Mr. Secretary, supporting the health
This is a concern for children. What
Mr.
you were
Secretary,
doing did not.
I'm reclaiming my time. Supporting the health and well-being of our nation's children is the best investment we can make for the good of the country and the safety and health of American people, including children, and to truly make America healthy again. You should resign and allow someone with real qualifications to run this agency.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, I voted for President Trump for a lot of reasons, but one of the primary reasons was I thought he might give you this position. So I'm glad you're here.
Very grateful.
Yes.
Oh, so we know you're not qualified to hear any questioning because you're a fucking fool. So let's go.
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, you are the nation's top health official. And I want to talk to you today.
Do not forget, this whole entire little question and answer session is in my description box. The link number 6 for you who are in your feelings, because I'm not going to listen to a Republican bullshit and blow smoke up the ass of this fucking idiot. I want you to hear the idiots in his own words without reprieve.
About the president's mental health. On April 5th at 8 o'clock on the morning of Easter Sunday, President Trump posted this statement on social media. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking Strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. An American president used the F word in a Sunday morning message that was seen by millions of people. Mr. Secretary, does this raise concerns for you about the president's mental health?
The president is a bargainer, and he knows how to make good deals.
Mr. Secretary, does this raise questions about the president's mental health to you?
Here's what I would say, that for 2 generations, every American president.
Mr. Secretary, you're being non-responsive. I reclaim you my time, Mr. Secretary. I gather the answer. It does not raise concerns for you. 2 days later, on April 7th, President Trump put out a statement that said, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will," end quote. Mr. Secretary, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military is calling for the eradication of an entire civilization. And 5 days later, the president started posting on Truth Social at 9 p.m. at night, continuing until 5 a.m. the next morning, and included an unhinged attack on Pope Leo, claiming Pope Leo was weak on crime. And then, later that day, the next day, President Trump posted this image of himself as Jesus Christ. Mr. Secretary, people across the country and around the world were deeply offended by this blasphemous image. Millions of Americans are questioning this president's mental fitness, his emotional stability, and whether he can carry out the duties of his office. Do you share their concerns about his mental health?
I want to call your attention to the last line of that.
Mr. Secretary, my question was, do you share their concerns about his mental health?
I want to call your attention.
Mr. Secretary, you're not being responsive. Apparently not reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman, direct the witness. It's my time, Mr. Secretary. You're not being responsive, and apparently you don't share their concerns. We are a nation at war, Mr. Secretary. We need a commander-in-chief that we know has full command of his mental faculties and is emotionally stable as he sends uniformed American men and women into harm's way. Millions of Americans are now wondering if this president is delusional and thinks he is Jesus Christ. Mr. Secretary, given everything that I've shown you today, will you insist that President Trump undergo an assessment of his mental fitness and his emotional stability?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time absolutely not. I remind you that under the 25th Amendment, you have a duty to remove a president who is physically
obvious you people don't understand the difference of between a statement and a question. Just because RFK is interrupting him, he had not asked him a question. When he finally asked the question about the 25th Amendment, he said absolutely not. And he had nothing else to add. See, he wants to pontificate over all the facts, but there is no question to ask until he's asked a question. Do you understand? All of this, he's not letting him answer. He hasn't asked him a question. RFK is in his feelings because he wants to circumvent the truth coming out with propaganda and lies. That's what's going on. A question is point blank, period. Interrupting is trying to get your lies out ahead of the truth. Understand what questions are.
or mentally unable to discharge his responsibilities under the Constitution. It's your duty. You took an oath to the Constitution, not to President Trump. Mr. Secretary, should President Trump fail a mental fitness test or an evaluation about his mental stability or emotional stability, would you vote to invoke the 25th Amendment?
There hasn't been a president who's more.
Mr. Secretary, my question is, would you vote to invoke the 25th Amendment? Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. It's my question, Mr. Secretary. Would you invoke the 24th Amendment if...
Okay. Are we clear on what the question was? Are we clear on Kennedy is not answering a simple question? Please hit the like button since you're in here. I appreciate you being here.
25th Amendment.
There hasn't been a president who's more.
Mr. Secretary, my question is, would you vote to invoke the 25th Amendment? Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. It's my question, Mr. Secretary. Would you invoke the 24th Amendment if he were to fail an assessment of his mental stability or emotional stability?
As I said, President Trump is the most.
Apparently not, Mr. Secretary. Apparently not. Mr. Secretary, we can all see that this president is mentally unstable, emotionally unstable, and is unfit to lead this country. You, as the nation's top health official, have a particular role here. And you are choosing your loyalty to Donald Trump over your loyalty to the Constitution and keeping the faith with the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Well, you need the fundraising video.
Mr. Chairman,
Asking questions.
You need trying that old failed as you need the fundraising. You're not quick as Pam Bimbo. Oh, you want to fundraise? You want a quick job? Oh, you need the fundraising. Too much heroin it is in your system. You're not quick with it and fast with it. Let me address someone in the chat. And this is another reason why you need to actually pay attention to how the sausage is made in your government. I have someone in the chat who is also calling out his idiocy. Okay. Rankster 10. Let's start with this. Where's Rankster 10? What he have to do? What he have to do with the 25th Amendment? Isn't Congress? Okay. That's the first thing, Ranker. That's not his call. That's not his call. Let's see the ignorance continue to run their mouth. Every other line in the chat, we have something. And he isn't a congressman or a senator. Who said he was? Who said he was? This congressman is asking him, will he call on the 25th Amendment to be called? He can't vote. What the heck? What the heck? Uh, let me see if Dum Dum is still running his mouth. The answer is only Congress and Senate can vote, and he isn't either, so he can't vote. Ignorance. Is that your final answer, stupid? Is that your final answer? Because anybody in the president's administration can call for the 25th Amendment to be used on 45, 47 if they feel that he is unfit for office. All his whole administration, including cockeyed Patel and all the rest of them dumb sycophants, as his administration, are the ones who are able to invoke the 25th Amendment on the President of the United States. But you want to sit your dumb ass down here like you actually know what you're talking about when you know damn well you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, how can it be so obvious to everybody in this fucking chat that you a stupid motherfucker in here talking about shit that you know nothing of? I don't have selective anything. I put what you said on the string, on the stream. You said that Kennedy does not have a vote in the 25th Amendment. So get the fuck out of here, you dumb motherfucker. You have proven yourself to be a dumb ass in here talking about you know something of which you know nothing about. You're a dumb ass. Cause you people live on the plantation. You people. Oh, am I supposed to be insulted by this from a whole dumbass? So this dumbass has resorted to racism, and I'm supposed to be insulted because you have proven to be an idiot. Pre-proven yourself to be an idiot. But you people live on the plantation. Where you people live at? What trailer park do you people live on? Hmm? I'm supposed to be insulted because you're stupid. A stupid person is supposed to actually insult me. A whole dumbass. Take your ass off of YouTube. You have no idea. Yeah, I do have an idea. I have an idea that you're a dumb bitch and you are not loud in my chat. That is the idea that I have. I have an idea that you are in your feelings because you set your motherfucking ass up here running off at the fingers talking dumb shit. And when you got busted for being a stupid motherfucker, you resorted to racism. Like that was supposed to make me feel any type of way because a dumb fucker who is in here running off at the mouth and not knowing what the fuck he's talking about decided that he had to resort to racism as if his racism affects me and how I live my life, have ever lived my life, will ever live my life. Make it make sense. That's all you got, bitch. I'll go over there and open up your channel and talk about all of your racist shit then. Since I have no idea, and the best idea that you were able to come up with was some bullshit about a plantation, go over there, open up your channel, and talk all your plantation ideas, bitch. Let's continue. Babu. Yes, a Babu. Okay, let's continue, shall we?
Time has
Thank you.
expired and been yielded, and I can ask the second grade classes to turn in again at this point.
We've heard.
I would,
We passed.
I'd hesitate to say something about 20.
We had worked long and hard that we aligned. So the action by the department under your leadership suggests that the Trump administrations are retreating from the important issue and listening more to the insurance companies. Because as you know, if we go back 20 years, mental health was something that barely was ever talked about.
Can you just clarify the insurance companies on what aspect?
So parity, that if you.
Oh, for parity, okay.
Yeah, spend it physically, you have to spend the money, and this is where much of the addiction and mental health comes in. So looking at the facts, under your predecessor, the Department of Labor, Treasury, and your department had landmark regulations strengthening the oversight of the health plan and the insurers. And critically important, these are the toughest federal parity rules ever applied to insurance companies. Last year, the department announced that you would no longer enforce this regulation. Since then, the administration has refused to stand up to defend the regulation in a lawsuit by the trade association. To me, this is an indication of a retreat by the departments to go after, to make sure that mental health addiction treatment is available to anybody in the healthcare who has health insurance. And really surprised to see that this happened. Trump's bipartisan recommendation coming out of 217 Opioid Commission, led by Chris Christie and former Representative Patrick Kennedy, amongst others, to increase the federal government's authority to enforce parity. Going to the insurance companies to say you have to treat mental health, addiction services the same way you would treat diabetes or any other health condition. Why have the department that you have made this change, not going after the insurance company so people can get the treatment they need?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for raising the issue and raising it in such a civil way. And I would offline, I would love to talk to you more about this. We have a major, for me, it's a personal focus.
Bitch, what? I'm glad that you raised this issue in a civil way. Who said somebody had to treat you with kid gloves in a civil way? I would like to talk to you offline about this. You have no answer. I absolutely have no answer for you to tell you why me, a former motherfucking addict, didn't even take precautions and take it seriously enough to treat other addicts the way I would have liked to be treated. Why? Because I am a nympho baby. So I was treated with kid gloves all the time through my addiction. I never had the curiosity to wander into rooms of treatment or these AA meetings or heroin anonymous meetings or whatever type of hard drug anonymous meeting that they have, that were not in some swank area for users who mother more Nepo babies that had to go through treatment. You know, I seek out my treatment among my peers. So therefore, I never had to go to a regular recovery meeting and I meet the real people. You know, the people I met were in the leagues of Tiger Woods and these more famous people go to my rehab facilities. So I'm not familiar with that, and I don't have the curiosity to interest myself in these types of things. Because I'm a Nepo baby and I think that everybody lives like me. I have no idea or curiosity, even though I am in such a highbrow position where people have to get subsidies for their health by the government. But I'm not curious about any of this. These are poor people. These are people beneath my grade. So why should I learn about them? We plan to cut them off of health insurance altogether. You think I'm gonna learn about motherfuckers who we trying to get rid of in this society? Is this what you think we doing? Nah, they're trying to get rid of people who need any assistance. They have wars to fight. They're gonna give your Medicaid, your Medicare to the states. Imagine if you live in the one of these broke states like Mississippi, like Louisiana, like Alabama, like Arkansas. That is who's going to be able to be in charge of your Medicare and Medicaid and child care. Because we're going to Cuba next. Didn't y'all hear the next adventure is already set up for Cuba? Ain't nobody got time to make sure you live or die or don't die. We only have, they got time to make sure you die. That's why they keep making sure that more and more people are going to be taken off of Medicare and Medicaid. They got time to make sure you die. And if that don't kill you, the war's gonna kill you. And if that don't kill you, these AI people who are in charge of all of this AI and stuff, that's gonna kill you. So let's move forward. Y'all think that your government really gives a fuck about the health of this nation? And this is who they have put over in charge of the health decisions of that our government will be taking to ensure that this nation is healthy. Is that what y'all think? Curious.
Focus, but within my department, we have major new programs to address opioid addiction, other forms of addiction that I'd like to talk to you about. My cousin authored that bill, Patrick Kennedy. He is an advisor now to the department and is helping us on these policies. Unfortunately, we lost the lawsuit, and we are now developing a new rule. So that's where we are. I'm happy to go into details or have my staff meet with your staff, and I invite you to call me at any time.
It's a secret. I'm happy. My cousin Patrick, and we lost the lawsuit. And I have no information on anything you're talking about. I have to get up to snuff with my staff and call me. Call me, girl. Call me. He don't know anything. A dumbass.
We will. One of the major issues that we face going forward is that the rules in place that the insurance companies must do this, but if they are found to be in violation, there is no penalty. It's like speeding without getting tickets. It's a real problem. And just for the last few minutes, there's a major cut proposed in SAMHSA, that's substance abuse and mental health, literally almost a 40% cut. You know that. I know that is a backbone for so much that goes on. I encourage you to.
Why would he know that? He's a rich Nepo baby. He knows nothing about that. He doesn't care about that because why? It doesn't affect him or how he live his life or anyone around him, how they live their life. 40% cut for you broke motherfuckers. You think he is aware of that? Even though he is over HHS, you think he aware of that? He ain't aware of that at all.
Restore that money so this disease of addiction, mental health, the people can get their help. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Pursuant.
You notice how he wanted to follow up on so many other questions. Well, let me follow up on what she was saying that was wrong. You notice he sit there with his hand over his mouth when they talked about those 40% cuts to an agency that will help people with their mental health and stay off of drugs. There is no follow up to that 40% number that has been cut. Did you notice that? Let's continue.
To the previous order, the chair declares a committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We'll plan to reconvene promptly in 5 minutes. Thank you. The committee now stands in recess.
We're out of recess, so let's see who's next. Let's go right here. Come on, we're
including autism and the presence of fluoride.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McMath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being before us today. You have characterized many things as epidemics and threats to public health, including autism and the presence of fluoride in our drinking water. Shootings are the #1 cause of death for children in this country, and they have been since 2020. But when you were asked if gun violence was a public health crisis during your Senate confirmation hearing last year, you answered with a succinct no, which I would like to submit digitally for the record. My son Jordan Davis was murdered in a shooting at just 17 years of age. Simple answer, yes or no. Do you believe that gun violence is an epidemic or a public health crisis?
I would say it's an epidemic. I think it's a law enforcement issue and not public health.
I find it kind of absurd to
Hold
hear
on.
you.
Hold on. I find this interesting. At Patman, you decided to make your voice heard. You decided to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. But that was a congressman asking that the money be put back because it helped people with drug addiction and mental illness. But you decided that you just had to say something about that. Cut waste and fraud. Good job. And not WASTE, as in trash or garbage. You said cut waste. Now it is good and it is healthy to cut the size of your waist, WAIST. But do you understand that the WAIST is your belly line that you put? So you said cut waste and fraud. Good job. Which waste do you mean? The waistline or waste as in trash? Is that the waste that you're talking about? I don't know why some of you people think that you have something amazing to say, and the only thing that you prove is that you may want to take some of those savings and help bulk up the Department of Education or give it to a school in your community that they may allow you to come by and learn a little bit more, to educate yourself a little bit more. Patman, you still haven't answered my question. Waste as trash. Well, thank you. Thank you, Master Dave, for giving me the answer. The illiterate kind of wasting. I was just asking. Let's continue. I was just asking. He needed to make himself be seen. So, hit the like button, please. Here we go.
Say that? I really do.
You think I should be regulating gangs at
I think,
HHS?
Secretary, it's my time. I think it's kind of absurd to hear you say that. So can you tell me how many children were killed by fluoride toxicity in my home state of Georgia in 2024?
Fluoride toxicity? Probably none.
You're right. The answer is absolutely zero. So can you tell me how many children were
Fluoride
killed by
doesn't kill you.
fluoride across the country in 2024?
Fluoride doesn't kill you. That's an absurd question.
Again, that answer is zero. So how about...
Nobody would answer that. Ask that question.
I'm reclaiming my time. How about by firearms? Can you tell me how many kids were killed in shootings across the country in 2024? You can see right behind me.
I can't read it.
3,865, over 10 a day. That's more than drownings, more than car accidents, more than cancer, and certainly more than fluoride. It is far more than many of the things that you choose to focus on.
Fluoride
Your
doesn't
time
kill
as Secretary,
people.
I'm reclaiming my time, Secretary. It's obvious that gun violence is an epidemic, and it is both a public health crisis. I know it, and so do the thousands of parents who are burying their kids in this country every single year. But what I don't know is how you can expect the American people to take your opinion seriously when you try to tell them that they don't need to worry about the leading cause of death for their kids.
I never told them
I'm
that.
reclaiming my time. While you tour the country to talk about the supposed dangers of fluoride, you should focus your efforts on things that are really killing our children in this country every single day. We have limited time here, but I also want to ask you about your comments about people with disabilities, especially about people with autism. During your first press conference as secretary in April of last year, you said, and I'm quoting, "Autism destroys families, that these are kids who will never pay taxes, never hold a job, never play baseball, never write a poem, or go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted," which I would also like to submit for the record. The truth is that
Can
the
I respond
majority
to
are
that?
reclaiming
Without
my time.
objection, it'll be
Thank you.
submitted.
Thank you. The truth is that the majority of people on the autism spectrum can do all the things that you have
Of course they
mentioned.
can, and I never said they couldn't.
Some people with disabilities do need direct care to assist them with activities like going to the bathroom, but that does not mean that they are somehow less than or unable to lead fulfilling and productive lives, as you
And
have
nobody said
implied.
they were.
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you here today, Secretary, to apologize for spreading lies about people with autism and their families. Will you apologize for those remarks that you've made?
Of course not. Then if you let me explain, I'm happy to. I was talking about people with profound autism, not people who are, who have lower impact autism. I'm talking about people who are nonverbal, non-toilet trained, head banging, stimming, toe walking.
Okay, then since you
Hundreds and hundreds of people have written me letters thanking
what
me
you really
for those
meant,
comments.
since you're explaining what you really meant, can you apologize to the thousands of families that do not believe what you're just telling us now?
No, because if you look at my
You
comments,
refuse
it
to
was clear
apologize.
who I was
find that
talking
very,
about.
very sad. I find that very, very sad. It should be very easy for you to apologize if that's not, in fact, what you
Those are
meant.
crocodile tears, Congresswoman.
And for all the families that have children with autism, I'm very sad to
listen,
hear you say
if
that,
you wanna
because
deal
those
with
families
autism,
are
cut.
dealing with the kinds of conditions that many people just don't even understand.
If
The
you wanna-
president is
if
trying
you
to
wanna
close
deal
the
with autism,
Department of
come and talk to me.
Education.
If you
If
want a
that
soundbite,
happens,
keep talking.
I'm reclaiming my time. The president is trying to close the Department of Education. If that happens, services provided under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, including special ed, may move under your jurisdiction. This is unacceptable for so many reasons, but one of the most important
Gentlelady's
reasons
time
is
has
this.
expired.
No parent wants their son or daughter's education to be in the hands of a man who openly admits that he does not believe in their children. And I yield.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, would you like to respond further?
I was very clear in my remarks that I was talking.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens. Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing, and Mr. Secretary, it is in fact true. I come from the great state of Michigan, and as you enter your second year as our nation's Health and Human Services Secretary, I just had a few things I wanted to tick through with you here today. So in early 2025, after your confirmation, measles cases spiked in the United States to the highest level since 1991. Last year, we had over 2,200 cases in America. 3 people died, 2 were children. Do I have that correct? Because according to the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, I do. During this same time,
That epidemic started before I came
during
in
this
office.
same time, you questioned the effectiveness of the measles vaccine. And then in September, your hand-picked vaccine panel voted against recommending the combined measles vaccine for children under 4. This is true?
It was dangerous.
We know
that
now that
particular
over
version.
90% of measles cases in 2025 were among people who were unvaccinated or whose vaccination status was unknown. That's correct? Overexposure among children increased by nearly 40%. And in this time frame, children in the hospitals with both measles and unsafe levels of vitamin A has occurred, correct?
I'm not recommending unsafe levels. I'm recommending what every major international health organization recommends.
The American Poison Centers agrees. You characterized your response to one outbreak in Texas as a model for the rest of the world, even as the number of measles cases climbed. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, have you ever taken steps to undermine medical guidelines rooted in science? Because we can look at your record, sir.
Oh,
I serve on the Science Committee. At the beginning of this year, the CDC tried to slash the childhood vaccine schedule from 17 recommended vaccines to 11 before it was blocked by a judge. Hepatitis A, B, RSV, multiple vaccines were demoted. Do you dispute this charge, sir?
You think that we should recommend interventions that have not been safe?
Saved countless to 11 before it was blocked by a judge. Hepatitis A, B, RSV, multiple vaccines were demoted. Do you dispute this charge, sir?
You think that we should recommend interventions that have not been safety
have saved
tested?
countless lives. A 2024 study estimates that childhood vaccines have saved 1.1 million children's lives and prevented more than 500 million illnesses in the last 3 decades. Doctors, researchers, and medical experts have spent years working to not only understand illnesses, but also prevent them. Your actions restricting these vaccines have a grave impact on our country. And while you have waged war against established medical science, you've also attacked life-saving research on cancer and Alzheimer's. You have implemented measures that have raised costs, kicked families off their insurance, and made it harder to get coverage.
You're
And
just making
devastated
stuff
rural
up.
hospitals. Look, to top it off, Mr. Secretary, I got a copy of HR 944. Do you know what it is?
I
It's
can
your
Google it.
impeachment articles, sir. You have abused your office, you have gutted America's public health, and you have sacrificed our leaders. leadership in medical research and innovation. Americans today are less safe under your watch. Children are dying of diseases that we thought we had eradicated. You can smirk, sir, but I answer to the people of Michigan, and they have told me you should be ashamed, you should resign, and if you refuse, Congress should remove you from office. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, the good Dr. Under.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. I'm glad my colleague got her little X clip there to, hopefully it'll go viral for her like she.
Regulate. I've met with more tribes and tribal leaders than any HHS secretary in history.
And I'm grateful for your meeting with tribes and advocates. That have lost or about to. My question, you've met with the CEOs, you've met with some billionaires. How many people have you met with? How many Americans have you met with that have lost or about to lose their health insurance?
Well, I've met with the advocacy community on virtually everything that we regulate. I've met with more tribes and tribal leaders than any HHS secretary in history.
And I'm grateful for your meeting with tribes and advocacy organizations, but have you met with everyday Americans who have lost their health insurance just this last year?
I meet with everyday Americans every day.
And have you had conversations with those Americans who will lose their health insurance this coming year or next year because of the cuts to Medicaid? Have you met with people who have lost their health insurance?
First of all, there are no cuts in Medicaid. There are no cuts in Medicaid. Look at the CBO report from this week. We are increasing Medicaid spending by 47%
so we've got
over the next 10 years.
So over $1 trillion comes out over the next 10 years. Report after report says 15 million
by
15 million people could lose their health insurance.
How is that a cut?
Okay, let's talk about
that. That is only a cut in Washington, D.C.
Have you met with any of the 1.4 million people who have lost their health insurance just this last year from dropping off of Obamacare? Have you sat down and talked to those folks about the fact they won't have their health insurance again?
They're almost all illegal immigrants.
Oh, well, you know what? It sounds like you haven't met with folks like Portia in my district.
We found 1.5 million illegal immigrants.
No.
Collecting.
And they're almost all illegal immigrants. Who believes that? Who believes any of this?
Medicaid.
Mr. Secretary, there are people like Portia in Buda, Texas, whose health insurance costs went from $100 a month to $500 a month. People like my constituent Shauna in San Marcos, Texas, her premium went from $250 to $750 a month. Now, $500 a month may not be a lot to you or to some of the billionaires that y'all are talking to, but for these moms with kids, they've lost their health insurance this last year. So have you had a conversation with, how many people have you sat down with that have said, Mr. Secretary, I lost my health insurance this last year. What are we going to do about it?
87% of the people who are on Obamacare are paying less than $96 a month. 54% of the people who are on Obamacare today are paying less than $50 a month.
Well and good for us to talk about Obamacare policy.
By the way,
question is, it sounds like the answer
Democrats had 3 chances to make.
We could talk all we want about the past.
Tax credits.
We could talk about.
Why didn't you do it?
We could talk about the past.
Why didn't you do it when you had the power to do it?
Mr. Secretary, just like you, I'm new here. I'm responsible for what's happening right here and now.
Yell at your colleagues.
My question, Mr. Secretary, is have you met with anybody that's lost their health insurance? And it sounds like the answer is 0. So my question was, you've had time to meet with the billionaires. I know it's a lot of fun to meet with Kid Rock.
True, I have met with people
who have lost their health insurance because of the policy from this last year.
Yeah, people come up to me and said that they've lost their health insurance. I talked to them.
And what have you said to them? How can you explain to them how as you're trying to make America healthy, that they now can't see a doctor anymore because of the policy.
Point them to other options. And President Trump is trying.
When somebody's health insurance cost goes up 500.
They can't meet with their doctors. I'm trying to link them up with other options. That's what he said. Other options, such as, for example, $100 a month because of Donald Trump's policy. I don't see how you could honestly tell them how you're going to make this better for them.
It is the Democratic policy to benefit billionaires. The insurance companies' stocks raised by 1,000% after Obamacare was passed. The money was not going to Americans. It was going to them, and it was you who did it.
The gentleman's time has expired. We need to move on.
Chairman, it just sounds like he's met with nobody and been able to explain to them why it's okay that this policy kicks them off their health care.
I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because he met with nobody. He met with absolutely nobody. Okay, we showed you Summerlee. Let me see if there's anyone else. Maybe here. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I believe I heard your response to be that he was the most sane president. Do you care to comment any further, or is that your?
If you look at that Truth Social post, I was pointing out the last line of it says, "God bless the Iranian people." So it was clear that he was sending a nuanced message. He was sending a message of brute force and violence to the mullahs to incentivize them to change, but also sending a message of love and compassion to the Iranian people. So you can look at it and say, oh, it's insane that he'd make this kind of threat. But he's a deal maker. He's a bargainer.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that. More sane than your uncle?
He's very, very sane.
So I grew up in a place called Tipperary Hill.
I'd say he's more sane than Uncle Joe.
And
Uncle Joe Biden.
Your uncle, your father, were heroes to the Irish Catholic community.
However, Joe Biden is not your uncle. You see the attempt to bring Joe Biden into something that has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Let's continue.
Your uncle, a Purple Heart recipient, a World War II veteran and naval commander, a hero, a member of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, and a president whose term ended in assassination and is widely regarded as someone who navigated our country through possibly the most challenging time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. There were two pictures that hung in the homes of Irish Catholics in my neighborhood, separate pictures. One of your uncle, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and the other of the baby Jesus, the light of the world, two separate pictures. So I thank you for being here today. I have various concerns about the direction of HHS under your leadership, but today I'd like to focus on some particularly harmful attacks made on the disability community. Your actions and statements, Mr. Secretary, have contributed to real fears, anxieties, and consequences for millions of families. I know some of my colleagues have raised these with you as well, but I want to again point out some of the statements that I think reveal a bias and a credibility issue. You previously said that people with autism, and again, I acknowledge your statements previously in this hearing, that these are the most profoundly autistic individuals, but the impact it has on families and statements that they will never hold a job, never play baseball, never write a poem, never go out on a date, or never use a toilet unassisted, those are incredibly impactful. Additional statements that individuals with autism and the epidemic that exists is catastrophic to our country and destroys families. As these words weren't insulting enough, you've also insinuated and insulted the intelligence of American people by linking autism to vaccines, Tylenol, and circumcision. Mr. Kennedy, not long ago, any of these claims would have been disqualifying for someone in your position, especially given a lack of scientific or medical training on your part. These would have prompted dismissal, and we would have dismissed these statements as ridiculous and unverified theories. But in this administration, Falsehoods are routinely given a platform and are perpetuated. Incompetence is also often rewarded, as is loyalty, and there's very rarely accountability for statements such as this. Mr. Secretary is a science teacher at a college level for almost 30 years and the former chairman of the Disabilities Committee in the New York State Senate. I have worked intensively with individuals with disabilities and their families, understanding their concerns, so that experience goes back a long time. And as a country, we have made massive strides in improving disability policy. But now, under your watch, we're moving in the wrong direction. A $1 trillion cut to Medicaid that you have let happen and have tried to downplay is dismantling many important programs, including the Administration for Community Living at HHS, which oversees programs supporting senior and individuals with disabilities. And now you and Secretary McMahon seem to be working behind closed doors to dismantle the Department of Education and expand HHS's role in key educational programs. Unlike you, career public servants at the Department of Education have worked for decades to develop expertise, expand educational opportunity, and protect the rights of students with disabilities. I cannot believe that we are talking about shifting critical programs that are enshrined into law and into the Department of Education over to HHS. In lieu of going over on my comments, I will end my time here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's time has expired. Yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania and the champion of whole milk. Oh, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. The school system. Any thoughts on
impediment to getting good food? And, you know, we need to be able to help them build kitchens and to get, you know.
Now, why this is important, this man's, what he's saying to this man is important, because we saw earlier in the other video of the black woman in the hat, she was saying that we don't have, you are giving us cuts to our budget in schools, and we don't have the utensils to actually prepare fresh food because our kitchens are set up just to reheat food. And you want to pretend like you care so much about kids having fresh meals as you have stripped the farm to plate opportunities in school, as the schools don't even have the utensils to actually cook real meals. But notice how this same motherfucker who made excuses and we had to have cuts, and yeah, the cuts were because we needed the cuts, now look what he is saying to this Republican
body, build their bones
about the same thing. Look what he's saying to a Republican about the same things, the utensils and the needed to prepare real foods in school.
We're now putting it back in the schools. You know, some of the schools are having trouble because they have contracts with vendors that don't include it, but we're working with them to make sure that they all are serving home, and the kids love it. Kids are drinking it because it tastes better. And, you know, he's
talking about a whole milk instead of the 2% milk. Let's continue.
Bodies crave fats, and you have healthy fats in whole milk that you can't get anywhere else. And it tastes better than, 2% or skim milk. The kids love it much more. And it's
okay. It's milk.
This critical food source.
Friend of mine, Secretary Brooke Rollins, is who I know that your colleague and a good friend of mine, Secretary Brooke Rollins, is preparing. I anticipate, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, to see published in a congressional record just clarity that this will apply not just to school lunches, but for breakfast and, quite frankly, any time that meals are served within the school system. Any thoughts on what steps that can we take to help schools successfully transition to offering whole milk?
The biggest help we need, the biggest impediment to getting good food into the schools is that a lot of the schools have abandoned their kitchens. Oh, when I was a kid, every school had a kitchen.
Now, notice how he has realized that a lot of schools have abandoned their kitchens. It's a fault of these schools. Now, this is later on in the day after the black woman said that you want us to feed the children good meals, but we do not have the money or the budget or the things that we need to even cook meals in our schools. And he upheld the budget cuts and had nothing good to say. Now later on in the day, now all of a sudden, yeah, we need good foods. And back in my day, we had good. Now, when you could have conversed with the woman who told you that the budget cuts were affecting their ability to make good, solid meals at schools. I believe that they should be making meals at schools as well. You had nothing to say to her but a bunch of bullshit because she was an old black woman who was obviously a Democrat. So you had no time for her. Now, listen to him wax poetic on an idea that she was the one who initially brought to the floor of this hearing. Watch this shit.
And that's not true today. And a lot of schools have abandoned their kitchens. Oh, when I was a kid, every school had a kitchen. And that's not true today. And, we need to be able to help them build kitchens and to get, to purchase cutlery and to purchase cutting boards and all the things they need to actually be making good food there. What we're finding is that the food...
We need to be able to give them the ability to have purchase cutlery and cutting boards and things like that. Things that you are unaware of things that the other congresswoman was trying to tell you and you refused to listen. You poo-pooed her. You talked all over her.
That good food is actually, in many cases, cheaper than the processed and ultra-processed foods that they were getting. It's much cheaper than fast food. In fact, our program in the military, DTACSF is shifting the military from the terrible, appalling food that they had that only a third of the troops were eating. And we were paying $18.50 a day. We're now on 5 bases, about to go into 20 bases, with good, rich, whole food, a lot of it locally sourced. And we're feeding them about $10 a day. So it's, good food is not more expensive as long as you're cooking it at home.
Well, gentleman's time has expired.
Secretary.
While we'd like to talk more about Krispy Kreme and chocolate whole milk, we're going to move now to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teenagers in the United States. Pediatricians, trauma surgeons, emergency physicians, and public health experts have repeatedly described firearm injury as a public health emergency. As my colleague stated, when you were asked during your confirmation hearing if you believe firearm violence was a public health crisis, you answered with one word, no. You went on to say, you believe that HHS can explore solutions for the behavioral health and substance abuse epidemic without compromising sacred rights and freedom. According to EdWeek, which measures school shootings at K-12 schools resulting in injury or death, there have been 26 school shootings since you were sworn in. According to the Gun Violence Archive, which measures any gun discharge on school grounds, there have been 240 incidents since you were sworn in. In 2026, we have seen school shootings in Rockland, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Crandall, Texas, Bulverde, Texas, Ferguson, Missouri, Oklahoma, Bethesda, Maryland. As you stated, I understand that you don't have full jurisdiction over the law enforcement side, the DOJ, the FBI. And since this committee has refused to respond to my request for a hearing on school shootings, I want to ask you about the things you do have direct jurisdiction over. HHS holds jurisdiction over public health aspects, focusing on mental health services, trauma support for survivors, data collection to prevent gun violence. Since under your tenure, we've seen threats of cuts to SAMHSA, cuts to school-based mental health programs, cuts to the CDC staffers who work on research and prevention, cuts to bipartisan community violence prevention programs. They've been terminated. So, Mr. Secretary, since you were sworn in and now have full visibility of the harm of gun violence to children, has your position changed? Do you believe gun violence is a public health crisis?
I believe it's a public health crisis, but it's not. We don't have jurisdiction to.
The things you do have jurisdiction over.
And we're doing those. So we're doing more studies on the etiology and cause of gun violence, the first that have ever been done in years.
Sir, I have to
we're doing
stop
those,
you.
and
I only have
right
5
now.
minutes, and I apologize.
You asked
but
the question, so I answered it.
Well, I want to know specifically why the research and the funding has been cut for these programs that address trauma, that address student survivors, that address school-based mental health programs for students who are affected by gun violence. You're putting out all of these programs, all of these studies about keeping kids healthy. Keeping kids alive is part of keeping them healthy.
And we're trying to do that by doing the studies to understand why people commit mass shootings.
But you've also cut funding.
That has not been done before.
You've also
It's been
cut
done by the
funding.
Trump
You've also,
administration.
sir, I'm going to have to ask you to exercise some restraint. You're a Kennedy. You know how oversight hearings work.
Well,
and we
pretend
don't
you're
want the
asking.
second graders to think that your interruptions are rude, disrespectful, or impatient. So I'm going to have to ask you to just allow me to finish my questions.
Well, don't pretend you're
In my
asking
home
questions
state of
you're not gonna give
Connecticut,
me a
where I
chance
was a
to
school
answer it.
teacher, in the classroom on the day 20 children were slaughtered and 6 educators, we worked really hard to see firsthand how to invest in our communities and provide prevention. Connecticut has created some of the strongest school-based violence prevention systems in the country through multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, early intervention programs, and partnerships that help schools identify concerning behavior. I put forth the bill, the School Violence Prevention Act, to begin to collect data to see how we can have federal programs to address these traumatic outcomes for kids. Many of the things that we fought for and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act have been cut. So I have to ask you, what have you done to address the health of children? You point out so many other things about the food they eat, all these other things. What have you done to keep kids safe from gun violence outside of commissioning a study?
As I said, we have no law enforcement. Congress has not given us law enforcement.
I'm not asking you about law enforcement, sir.
What we do is we study issues and we study problems, and we're doing that with gun violence, which has not been done
specifically
before.
a study that you've commissioned.
We did it. We've done. I think it's almost near completion. We did a study on school shootings to look at what the shooters have in common, what medications they may have been receiving, whether they were on SSRIs, whether they were on benzos, and we're expanding that now across the agency for those.
The gentlelady's time is.
He's lying. Okay, that is all I wanted to share with you. It seems like Kennedy is addressing the Senate today. So we'll get back with him in his bullshit and his lies. This was a two-day sit down with Congress, and you see he got some of his answers for the second day off of his ineptitude to answer questions on the first day. This last thing I want to share with you is what's going on with ICE and their attempts to brandish you as domestic terrorists. If you are protesting your government, understand that while we are in this war that Netanyahu set Trump up to, Trump is ready to end this war and get back to the scheming that he needs to get back to, trying to rig the midterm elections. Now, it has been reported that the Detroit ballots have been accosted. Where is it? The Detroit ballots. I think I have it right here. They have taken up all of the. You know that they did that in Georgia. Now they are doing it in Detroit, stealing ballots. They're trying to make a. They're trying to make a precedent of uh, the alleged stolen election in these two states. So let me see. Maybe it's here. First of all, let's go 1, 2, 3. We heard Keck Breath say that honey, he doesn't know how to rig anything. He obliterated Kamala and got hit by the red wave so hard FEMA had to give him $750. Not $750. Come on now. Let me share some things with you guys. Since they talked about the military meals, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the troops that are fighting in Iran now. They absolutely have been sending messages home from a military that has a $1 trillion budget. Do you know what your troops are eating over in Iran? If you don't know, I just want to share this with you real quickly. This is what they are showing their parents and their loved ones and asking, can you please send us some food and some ration? I don't even know what this is. I don't know. This looked like a sliver of tongue or something. Some type of a stewed mixed meat and a tortilla, some boiled carrots, and whatever this brown uh whatever this brown stuff is, and whatever this is that looks like a bacteria toted tongue. This is what your military is being fed by a Pentagon that has a $1 trillion budget. So if you did not know that, photos show shocking meals being served to U.S. troop in Iran war. This came out April 17, 2026. Imagine images obtained by USA Today of poor quality meals being served to U.S. service personnel in the Iran war have sparked alarm. The images have highlighted concerns about the welfare of service members and the food being served to them while they are deployed, with the official account for the Democrats on social media dubbing the pictures disgraceful. Okay, so I am going to drop the link. You can go and visit this page whenever you choose to. I'm going to add it to my description box. This is going to be number 8 in the description box. Everything that I shared with you can be found in my description box. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm going to go through some other things that I wanted to share with you because I got to get out of here. I didn't realize it was so late. I am going to share with you something from one of my favorite favorite reporters who always come with a receipt, Ken Klippenstein. He has some reporting on what ICE is up to. And if you think that this is just going to affect undocumented immigrants? No. They have always been running test runs of the things that they are going to do to violate your rights as United States citizen. Exclusive ICE glasses. Homeland Security is making smart glasses to collect intelligence on Americans. If you think that it's for the immigrants, no. Here we see the Meta glasses. It's set in a pair of Ray-Bans being worn by your ICE officials. The Department of Homeland Security is developing specialized smart glasses that will allow federal agents on American streets to automatically identify quote unquote illegal aliens from a distance. Budget documents reveal the new ICE glasses. Uh, the new ICE glasses, building on available glasses that allow video recording and heads-up data display, will be able to pulse vast federal holdings of biometric data from facial recognition and your walking gait to identify people in real time. Per the budget document, the projects will deliver in innovative hardware such as operational prototypes of smart glasses to equip agents with real-time access to information and biometric identification capabilities in the field. A Department of Homeland Security attorney who spoke to me on the condition of anonymity said of the ICE Glasses project, it might be portrayed as seeking to identify illegal aliens on the street, but the reality is that a push in this direction affects all Americans, particularly protesters. The official also says that the technologies and algorithms behind the smart glasses are also applicable to general government surveillance as they are to the current immigration war. Commercial smart glasses are already facing major hurdles regarding privacy, ethics, and data security, and ICE glasses will only deepen the concern. They presumably will be two-way, not only able to detect and with the help of AI match to suspects already in databases, but also to secretly record people and then add them to new domestic watch lists. With the when Google introduced its own smart glasses in early 2010, dubbed Google Glasses, the public backlash was so fierce that it led to a nickname for user, glass holes. The intelligence community and classified enclaves of the military have been experimenting with smart glasses for years, and such display has been used to help special operations to find and identify high-level targets that are on various terrorist, not watch lists, kill lists. Okay. Such specialized glasses enable the fusing of identifying intelligible to including biological, biographical, behavioral, contextual, and reputational attributes, and to identify and address threats, individuals, and networks, their capabilities, and the capability centers of gravity, objective, and intent, according to a leaked document I've reviewed. Now, let's understand, if he says he's reviewed the documents, he usually always comes with receipts. And what do we have coming up below? ICE glasses will presumably benefit from the research providing federal agents with a real-time awareness of the identities of anyone within sight and who is on one of the Homeland Security's various watch lists, the existence of which I've reported here and which I've reported about. the NSPM7 and these terrorist watch lists for your children. All of these things, all of these watch lists, all of this information that they are collecting on you, and all of these ways that they are trying to say if you are a protester that you are a domestic terrorist, you might want to read up on this information that has been being dropped here for over the past year about things that your government are getting up to as you continue to believe that they are building these detention centers, all of these warehouse detention centers for all of these undocumented immigrants who they are immediately expelling from the United States. Continue to believe that those are for undocumented immigrants at your peril. Now, I said that they are always receipts of new budget requests, prototypes of smart glasses, real-time access, biometric identification. Now, here is the receipt of what they're doing with the glasses. Now, take yourself over to Ken Klippenstein. The link is in my description box. Join. You may definitely want to join his page. Link number 8 in my description box. So, one last thing I definitely will like to share with you. Prosecutors dropped bad news on Cash Patel. Oh well, he deserves it. Here is what's going on with Detroit and their voting data. Let's go over to Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. I'm not going to play all of the video. I will drop the link to the video in my description box. That obviously will be a number 8 in my description box. Let's see how they're trying to circumvent the vote in Detroit. Number 9 in my description box. Here we go.
Not long ago that we were talking about how the Trump regime was seizing ballots from Fulton County, Georgia. You remember that? They went in there, they seized ballots from Fulton County, Georgia. Now that is a terrifying prospect, especially because they went judge shopping to find a judge that would allow them to do it. And of course they settled on some insane pro-Trump psychopath. Right? So he gives the green light. Then you have Tulsi Gabbard go down there. The Trump regime goes down there. They seize the ballots. And this is a dry run for interfering during the election when we have, the way it works is there's going to be a red mirage again, very likely. So the votes that are counted the day of, the Republicans will be up as soon as you count the mail-in ballots, which they do second in most states. Then the Democrats will take the lead. As soon as Trump sees it where the Republicans go from leading to not leading, that's when he's going to say, this fraud, we're going to order a stop to this. There's fraud happening. It's occurring right now. We're going to send in law enforcement. We're going to get it all sorted out. And so for them to seize the ballots in Fulton County, Georgia is, again, it's not exactly a dog whistle. It's a motherfucking foghorn. Okay. That's what it is. And so now they added to that. Ready? Look at this from the Washington Post. The Trump Justice Department is now demanding all ballots from the 2024 election in the Detroit area. A highly unusual move that comes shortly after prosecutors seized 2020 ballots in Georgia and obtained 2020 election records in Arizona. So, by the way, to seize the election records in Arizona is particularly insane. If you guys remember, they had a whole Arizona audit after the election because Trump was convinced that Biden didn't win Arizona, and he did win Arizona. So the Republicans in Arizona passed an election audit. And guess what? At the end of that, what they found out is not only did Biden win, he won by more votes than we thought he won by. So Biden's vote tally went up at the end of that audit. So it backfired completely, their recount. So for them to go in there and demand further election records from 2020 in Arizona is astonishing. Okay, but obviously they have dirty tricks planned, very dirty tricks planned. So let's remember, Trump initially signed an executive order to turn voting machines over to Doge back when Elon was running Doge. okay? Because he wanted to have this guy dirty work for him. He also tried to ban mail-in voting a number of different ways. He tried to, and he currently is still trying to steal voter roll data and do ballot purging and ballot spoiling. Okay, he's demanding that the states turn over their voter data to the feds. And that's exactly what many red states are doing. And the blue states are trying to not comply. A lot of the swing states are trying to not comply. And they're like literally cutting off funds for a lot of these states because they're refusing to comply with this illegal order. Okay. I'm worried about him sending the National Guard or ICE to seize the ballots on election day. Now, the National Guard has come out and said, we're not going to do it. If he demands us to do it, we're not going to do it. But ICE, the whole point of ICE is that it's his secret police. It's his paramilitary. Okay. It's his Gestapo. And so that's what I'm worried about, is that he sends in ICE to do a lot of the dirty work here. And we already know right now, the Trump regime is trying to force Maduro to say that he stole the 2020 election for Joe Biden. You know, he abducted him in the middle of the night. He's still locked up in a cage right now. He's not even allowing Maduro to access funds from Venezuela to fund a competent legal defense. So he's getting like some public defender assigned to him. And so the goal is Trump is going to offer Maduro, listen, if you say I won the 2020 election and you helped Biden steal it, then I'll let you go and like it'll be smooth sailing for you. And so they're working on that right now. Trump has already said Iran interfered in the election. He did that the first day he started the war with Iran. He said China interfered in the election. They're trying to pass the Save America Act where you need like multiple forms of ID in order to vote. I love the idea of they go, oh, let's do voter ID for people to vote. But then they refuse to provide the ID. Well, how can you do voter ID for people to vote? But like not everybody has a driver's license. Not everybody has a passport. Not everybody has an ID. So when you say voter ID, the obvious goal here is voter disenfranchisement.
We also, hold on. Yes, it's voter suppression. We also know that the new head of ICE, Mark Wayne Mullins, has refused to answer if he will let ICE loose on the poll centers. We know that Mark Wayne Mullins was asked during his confirmation hearing if Donald Trump told him to release ICE on polling stations. He did not say he would not do that. So that's all I have for you today. That's what's going on in Detroit. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button. I gotta run. I gotta get out of here. Didn't expect to be on here this long, but I appreciate your support. And tell a friend, subscribe, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great, blessed remainder of your day. Bye-bye.